Anyways, let's have a little discussion on what if God didn't exist, and kind of put it through, questions from your point of view, from my point of view. I can entertain it as a hypothetical. I hope that you can too. But how do you want to start? Because you know where I'm going to come from, right? If God didn't exist, to me, we wouldn't really notice any difference. There would be literally no difference to my everyday life. There wouldn't be anything changes in the universe. Hypothetically, though, there's a different question to be posed whether if God exists and then all of a sudden he doesn't exist, or if he just doesn't exist in general. So which fork do you want to go down on that one?
Well, I would say we should go down, I think, what you said with the first one, which is where God doesn't exist, what that would actually mean.
Okay, so if God never existed in the first place.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially what it would be, right? I mean, if God never existed, there's no such thing as all man-made, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if the world we inhabit right now, if the atheist is correct and God really doesn't exist, and by atheist I mean big dog atheist.
Correct. Big G, or all G's.
Right. Yeah. Big dog atheist, God does not exist. If they're correct, I believe that has certain implications.
Okay, give me one of those implications.
Sure. So I think one of the biggest ones would be that we really shouldn't trust in our reasoning. I think that the idea that we can trust in our reasoning is based on telos. It's based on the idea that our minds are oriented towards a specific purpose, with a purpose in mind. And if there's no God that has created our minds, then I think that the idea that we should be able to rely on our faculties is irrational. And not only that, but just fundamentally, everything is non-rational, right? Because if there's no rational mind that is bedrock, responsible for everything, then it seems very irrational to think that rationality would somehow arise out of non-rationality.
That's a C.S. Lewis argument, basically. Argument from rationality. Right. Argument from reason, argument from rationality. It pretty much stems a lot from C.S. Lewis. But let's you did not make that. That's been a long. That's a precept and a half argument. But let's talk about rationalization, because I find that even atheists don't seem to understand what it means to be rationalized, at least as far as epistemology. Would you agree to rationalize something would mean to be justified? To justify something by some kind of information that warrants some connection between the data and the justification that your belief that you are rational to hold that particular belief. Would you agree that that would be what I would consider rationalized or rationalism?
Maybe. I'm a little bit dubious about accepting your definitions.
Well, it's all sandbox, right? We're not going to play a game of gotcha. This is all sandbox. I'm not going to come back later on and say, hey, well, Darwin, you said in the space this. No, this is all sandbox. Nothing is ever going to be used beyond this. This is all hypothetical. So let me go in stating this is hypothetical. So anything used from this is you can't use it. You can use this in a clip later on. I am recording this and I'm going to put it on my YouTube channel. But anybody else wants to use it, don't take anything out of context, because this is all sandbox. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
You can quote me on that.
Give me an example of what you mean, just to make sure I'm tracking with your.
Okay. Well, I can even do it from a fetus point of view, right? I mean, for a person who believes in God, there is a group of theists that just accept God on faith. They're called theists, and they're not rationalized. They're not irrational, because there's rational, there's irrational, and there's irrational. And so, an irrational person would be somebody that has very bad justification for something. If I said, "Hey, look, I believe 1 + 1 = 3. Why do you believe that?" Well, I'm justified to believe that because aliens have told me that that's what it is. That's not going to be a really great justification, right? One, it's clearly wrong, and two, your justification for it doesn't seem to support, in reality, what is the actual state of affairs. So, a fetus would say, "Look, I believe there's a God, but I admit there's no really strong reasons for that belief. They're just believing on faith," which is nothing wrong with that. It's not irrational, but it's irrational because they're not having any reasons to particularly have that belief. So it cannot be rationalized.
Yeah, to me, rationality is the ability to form correct conclusions given data.
So I'd argue that's reason. That's the ability to reason, but to actually rationalize a belief means to justify it in epistemology.
Yeah, but I'm really making, I mean, it's literally called the argument from reason. So I'm really talking about our ability to correctly assess.
So how do you know if something would be incorrect, though? I mean,
you don't know.
Well, okay, then we're in the same boat. Then we just assume that we have to live our lives, and that I have properly based beliefs. That I tend to I tend to more of a classic. Well, I don't know if I'm even classical anymore. I think I'm more weak founded.
Well, hang on though, Steve. Because this is the whole crux of the issue right here. Yes, I agree that we both believe that we can reason, and I think we both understand that there's no way to prove that our reasoning is sound. However, there are other beliefs that need to either go with this belief or that are going to be in conflict with this belief. And the belief, just to be clear, is that we have the ability to reason soundly. So that's the belief. We have the ability to reason soundly. And then the question is our other belief about whether there's a God or whether there's not a God, does that conflict with the belief that we can reason soundly? And I'm arguing that the belief that there is no God, or if there was no God, it would not make sense to believe that we could reason soundly. Those two beliefs would not go together. It would be like believing that all men were mortal, and then believing that I'm a man, and then believing that I won't die. Okay, there's a contradiction there, right? I'm saying this is the same.
No, I don't see the contradiction there, because if we both have to assume one thing out of the gate. We both have to assume, whether you're a theist or, I'm just going to say non-believer rather than atheist because reasons.
Sure.
But both the non-believer and the believer both have to assume one thing, that there is a reality to even begin to have reason in. We have to make that basal assumption.
Well, you don't have to make that assumption.
Well, if we don't, then how are we going to how would we build a framework to determine whether a reason is even something that we can deem as reliable if we're not assuming there's something there to be reasoned about?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I think that you guys aren't assuming enough things. That's the whole thing. Because you're like, well, I'm just going to assume that I can reason correctly. And I'm like, but you need to assume more than just that.
Well, I admit there's other properly basic beliefs. I totally
I'm
agree
saying
with
that one of those beliefs that's even more fundamental is the belief that the universe is fundamentally rational. That is the most important thing. Because
well, not necessarily. I mean, there's absurdism out there, right? I don't know what it means by the universe is rational. Does that mean there's an order to things? That means that the laws of logic hold? What do you mean by the universe is rational? Because rational is something that I find to be an intentional verb. A mind to be rational, but it's something that is not something that has any kind of quality or any ability to reason cannot be rational. I don't know what it means. I think you mean like that there's a sense of order in the universe.
Yeah, what I mean is
consistency, uniformity.
Sure. What I mean is that the universe is like a car. The universe is here as the result of a mind. So when you look at a car, you look at it and you're like, okay, this was created by a mind for a purpose. There's a reason for this car. So there's like a rationality behind the car that is fundamental to the car's existence. And
right. The function of a car is to take you someplace, right? It's transportation.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I would say that's the purpose of a car. I don't know if I would say that's the function of a car, because the car could just sit in a lot,
Well, what's the difference between purpose and function in your view? I use them interchangeably.
Yeah, sure. So a purpose is something that is when an object is given a purpose by a mind, whereas a function is just something that something does. So like if lightning doesn't have a purpose, it still has a function where it, I don't know how to, it's.
Does everything have to have a purpose?
Sorry?
Does everything in the universe have to have a purpose?
I don't know that it has to have a purpose. I would say the universe, I believe that everything in the universe does have a purpose.
Okay. So what would be the purpose of some atom? I don't know if you ever heard of this argument before.
Well, just a second, though. I want to make sure. Let's not skip too much. Do you understand what I mean about the universe being rational now? Because I don't mean that the universe itself is rational or has a mind, but I mean that
I can, for sake of argument, run with it. I don't fully apprehend what you mean by a rational universe.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So let me just give you another example, okay? So when we look at a book, and like when I'm listening to you, Steve, I think that you're a rational agent, right? I don't think that what you're saying is really the product of mindless chance or something that is non-rational.
It's
Like
just not
I don't
random stuff, right?
Yeah,
There's,
exactly. It's
yeah.
not just randomness or, I think that there's a mind that is producing the words that you're saying, and I'm listening to what you're saying with the assumption that I'm going to be able to understand it's going to make sense to me and that there's going to be meaningful content in your words. And in the same way, if there's no mind behind the universe, then we're really not going to be able to think of the universe in that way. I don't think it makes sense to even try to make sense of the universe if there's no mind behind it that's responsible for it. It's like looking at a book that's been written by mindless chance, so there's like certain mindless elements that are just somehow responsible for writing a book. And so it's all just a bunch of gobbledygook, right? And then trying to find meaning or, something like that in the book. Even if you did find something that seemed to make sense to you, it would be more like pareidolia. Do you know what I mean? It would be like you see a face, but it's not actually
It's pattern recognition.
Yeah, so
it's
it would
from
be it would be an
apophenia.
illusion.
But what about like a planet that exists in some distant galaxy that we'll never be able to even better. You do agree that outside of the Hubble's volume, there's going to be planets and stars. Wait a minute. Let me
make sure. I'm
getting there. I am trying to understand, and this is my question to you to kind of suss that out. Outside of the Hubble's volume, we can never get past that. So there's parts of the universe we'll never, ever get to. But it exists.
Appears that way unless we learn how to bend space or whatever. But sure.
Even then, it would be, according to everything we know about science, and completely impossible because it's expanding faster than we could ever get to, even traveling at the speed of light. And if you accept that we can never go faster than the speed of light, then by that reasoning, we can never get to certain parts of the universe. What's the purpose of that universe that's beyond our space-time? What purpose would it even serve that we would never be able to see it? It has no function. It doesn't do anything. I mean, you could argue gravitational stuff, and I'm fine with that. But I mean, for the most part, like, what is some rock on a distant planet? What's its function?
Right. Well, it could just be that God really enjoys creating.
But that's not a function. I mean, you could argue maybe it's a function to please God. I mean, but that's not really an argument, though. That's just an appeal to aesthetics.
Yeah. I mean, it seems
that God is a great designer. That's it.
Well, it seems to me that the assumption here, from what you're saying, is that everything should be for us, like the universe.
No. I think the universe is indifferent to us.
Right, but I mean, you're from the framework that God created everything. It seems you seem to be under the assumption in this question here. What seems to be implied is that it ought to be for us. So if we can't even see it or get to it, what's the point?
Why does it ought to be for us? If the universe is indifferent to us, then purpose is something that has an end goal, whether it's intentional or not. Things can have function with no intentionality. Okay, but you're automatically just attributing there's a functional purpose to the entire universe when you haven't even admitted that you still have to assume there's something to be reasoned with. You have to make that assumption before you can even begin to even articulate whether God exists or not, or determine whether God is behind anything. You have to make that base assumption that there's a universe there to ask about, and you haven't even conceded that's something that you and I both have to do, independently of the belief of God's existence or not.
Well, I mean, I think that we do it. I don't think that we have to do it unless I think it's a conditional imperative, right? Not a.
I mean, if you want to reason, I mean, if you're a vegetable, then obviously you wouldn't have to make that because you wouldn't be conscious enough to make that
so it's
assumption.
A conditional imperative, right? It's not a.
Well, sure, of course, it's a conditional imperative that if you want to apprehend the universe and learn about it,
sure. So I'm just saying, if you want to, then yes, I agree with you. I'm just not saying you have to, because you could not. You don't.
Well, I mean, I think your scope here is. I know exactly what you're saying, but you're taking it too far in scope. I'm not making it moral necessity that you must.
I'm just being very specific here.
I'm saying that if you want to understand the universe, we have to assume there's a universe to understand to begin with.
Yeah, if you want to, then
I'm okay with this. Yeah, it's fine.
So I agree with you there.
Okay, so when I get up in the morning, right, And I assume that the uniformity of nature is the same. I assume that the laws of the universe, the nomological laws, have not changed. I assume there's gravity. If God didn't exist, how would that ever be any different from me?
Right. Well, I don't think that those assumptions would make sense on that view. So let's talk about the uniformity of nature, because you're kind of changing the topic a little bit here, right? But we can talk about the uniformity of nature. So let's think about a roulette table. Okay, you ever been to a casino? I think you have.
Yeah, the first time I went roulette, I bet $2. I think it was on in the number 22. I remember the number specifically. That's just on my old address, and I won. I actually hit it at 64 to whatever it was. So yeah, then I blew it again. But
gambling. Yeah. It's probably a good thing I'm a Christian now.
Christians can gamble.
Well, I don't, but not anymore. But anyway, so a roulette table. Okay, you and I are at a casino. Let's say before I'm a Christian, and we're playing roulette, and the ball lands on Snake Eyes. Okay, and we're like, oh, awesome, whatever. And then it lands on Snake Eyes again, and then it lands on Snake Eyes again. And we're just shocked, and we watch it land on Snake Eyes 1,000 times in a row, okay? And we both have different theories about how this is occurring. So your theory, when you're watching this, and I'm not saying this is actually your theory, but in this scenario, your theory is that this is a coincidence, that there's nothing causing this to happen other than just luck, okay? And my theory is that there's a mind behind this. The table is fixed. This is not just a matter of chance.
Hang on.
No, let me finish. Let me finish here. All right. So my theory about this roulette table is that there's a mind behind it, and that this is fixed. Okay. And so the question is, which of us is justified in thinking that on the next spin, when that ball is going to land, which of us is justified thinking that the ball is going to land on Snake Eyes? And I would say that I am justified and you are not, because if you think that it's coincidence, it's been coincidence all the way till now, then really you have no justification for thinking that's going to land on Snake Eyes the next time. Because if it's just coincidence, then it has just as much chance of landing on any other number every time. It just happened to land on this number today, or the last 1,000 times, but on the next spin, it's no more likely to land on Snake Eyes than it is to land on any other number. So if I turn to you and I say, hey, this upcoming spin, what do you think it's going to land on? Given your framework, given your theory, you should say, I have no idea. It could land on anything. Whereas given my theory about what's going on, it makes perfect sense for me to say, I think it's going to land on Snake Eyes because I think the table's fixed. So do you see how our...
No, I think that's completely strange, because why would I ever think that it wasn't be fixed? I understand a little bit about probability, right? It's been a lot of years, but I understand that if you have a crooked table, right, if you have the dice that are going to be loaded or something like that, you're going to have an abnormal distribution, right? You would expect a certain probability distribution. And if you're not getting it, if it's that's far out of range, if it's a couple, 2, 3, sigma outside the norm, then I'm going to think that it's fixed. Why? Because I would expect it to be uniformity of nature because of probability. So I would have the same justification you would. We both would think that.
Wait a second, though.
I don't need God for that. Why would I need God to say, oh, here's probability, here's math,
Well, hang on, though. 1 second. Let's go back to the analogy. So in the analogy, do you agree with me that if your theory was that coincidence, it wouldn't make sense to say...
If it was significant enough, yes. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. If it was significant enough. I mean, obviously, if you throw a dice 3 times,
it wouldn't make sense.
It wouldn't. If you throw a dice 3 times and it comes up 12 3 times in a row, then, things happen. If you do it 1,000 times, and clearly they're loaded, You can do it 10 times, they're loaded.
But if my point is that if you truly believe it's just a coincidence and that it's not fixed by a mind to be this way.
But I don't believe that, so I don't see the argument. I wouldn't be justified.
I just want to make sure we're agreed.
Yeah, go ahead. I wouldn't be justified to believe that it's purely coincidence, because the rational thing to do would be to say that they are fixed.
Okay, so just to be clear, I want to make sure that you're tracking what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that beliefs need to go together. Okay, you can't just hold a belief in a vacuum. A belief is
for the most part.
System. Yeah, beliefs
for the most part. Yeah, I believe that very few beliefs, if any, are independent of any other. That's why I tend to foundationalism, but I also appreciate coherentism.
Yeah, well, both of those systems of beliefs that where beliefs are connected to each other.
Sure. All right. So go ahead in your analogy.
Yeah. So my point is that if you believe that the table is fixed, then the other belief that it's going to land on snake eyes on the next roll makes sense. And I would say, okay, these beliefs go together. It makes sense for you to believe it's going to. But if you said it's coincidence, then it doesn't make sense for you to believe that it's going to land on snake eyes. And that's really the heart of what I'm saying about all of these presuppositions that we have. All of these presuppositions, I know you want to get into this. I just want to make sure
I agree on that, but I don't see how that relates to a probability curve, right? I mean, I don't even understand how that is remotely indicative of some kind of mind behind the universal's uniformity of nature.
Yeah, so I'm not really. Let me make sure now. You understand my position, right? So I'm saying, just to be clear, what I'm saying is that I don't think if there's no God, that these presuppositions that we're making about uniformity of nature, laws of logic, our ability to reason, I don't think that they make sense. Okay, just like when I turn to you and you're saying it's all coincidence, and then you say it's going to land on snake eyes, it doesn't make sense.
I get your position. I think you're a double negative there, but I think I do understand your position. Your position is that without a deity making the laws of the universe uniform so they don't change, that you think for some reason they would just randomly change.
Yeah, I mean, because there's no reason to think that they wouldn't.
But there's no reason to think that they would. That's what I'm saying. There's no evidence either way. This is why it's a properly basic belief. This is why you're familiar with Hume's problem of induction. I know you know about the problem of justifying the use of induction because you have to use induction to justify, which is a circular reasoning, right? And that leads into the uniform nature, right? Because if I assume uniform nature, I'm not going to be able to justify that the laws or the nomenological laws of the universe will not change because I have to use those same lines of reasoning. I have to use those justifications in order to justify my belief of that, and which is again circular reasoning. So I assume that the laws of logic are not going to suddenly not work. I assume that induction is not going to just suddenly stop working.
Yes, but your assumption, what I'm saying is that assumption, that belief, doesn't make sense given the idea that there's no God.
But why? That's where I think we have a major disconnect. Because I assume, but I'm not trying to justify it. I don't justify it. I agree with you. It's an unjustified belief. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, but it's in conflict. I'm saying it's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's
why would it be unjustified? If there's no evidence either way, right? Because
but it's unjustified because you need another belief to support it.
No, it's unjustified because you don't need another belief to support it because it's unjustified. That's what unjustified means.
Just because you can't justify it doesn't. Just because you can't justify it doesn't mean that you can't account for it. So,
it is. That's what account is.
No, that's not the account. So either there's uniformity of nature or there isn't uniformity of nature, right? So we don't know if there is or there isn't. We just believe it. But the question is, on which worldview does it make sense to believe it?
I don't think there's evidence either way. I don't think it supports either. The evidence doesn't exist that leans one way or the other.
No. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. It's not about the evidence. It's about which belief, God or no God, makes sense with the belief that there's uniformity in nature.
I do understand what you're asking, and I'm telling you that it goes either way. There's nothing that leans one way or the other. Look. If God said, hey, look, I'm going to change the speed of light speed. I want it to be a little bit less, and that's going to affect all the other natural laws, right, and all the units. It's going to affect everything from the fine structure constant all the way to permissivity, everything, right? But he could do that, right?
Yeah, he could.
Right, and you're just assuming that it's not going to, right? You're assuming that it's not going to do that. It's an assumption. It's a belief.
Yes.
But is it a justified belief? Because God has a deity. He can do whatever he wants.
It's a belief that makes sense given.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's the justification, something that makes sense? Because it makes sense to me you don't need a God to maintain the universe.
Well, you want your beliefs to work well together. You don't want your beliefs to
agree.
be in conflict with each other.
But my beliefs are not in conflict of each other. I'm pretty consistent in my beliefs, aren't I not?
I don't think so, but
Really?
not here anyway.
See, that's what I don't understand. How am I being inconsistent when we all have to make certain assumptions? Like, you agree with me about Hume's problem of induction. You cannot use induction to justify induction. You do agree with that, right? Mm-hmm. So you say you have maybe some other way to justify it, and you're going to say that's God. Is that correct?
Well, I'm saying that
is that correct? No. Is that correct, though?
Yes.
Do you okay? So you justify that induction will continue to hold because of God, which is a belief, correct?
Yes, that's a belief. It's a belief that
but I don't need that belief in order to go about my daily life and assume that these things are not going to change. I could posit anything. I could literally say, hey, the reason why the uniformity of nature is the way it is and induction is going to continue to hold is because I'm going to use the same argument I used on Matt Slick, my left shoe argument. My left shoe, and I know this is kind of tropish and new atheist type. I get that, which I'm not. But my left shoe can say, hey, look, I'm just going to be an all-powerful being that makes the universe the way it is. I could posit that. Now, is it consistent with my other beliefs? No. But it's no more different than you positing some kind of deity that says, oh, I'm just going to arbitrarily create this universe, and I'm going to say that I'm never going to change anything on it except when I want to, and I'm going to call that a miracle. Like just the other day, you remember the blood turning into liquefying for the miracle that happens like 3 times a year. You know what I'm talking about? The bishop, he holds the blood of Saint whatever it is, and it becomes liquefied, and they're like, oh, look, it's a miracle. Well, according to the Catholics, that would be a suspension of natural law, right? But it's to someone like myself, which can explain it by the fact that it's called thixopic fluid, which when it becomes agitated, it becomes less viscous and it becomes more liquid than it would be a solid. A science person can explain this, right? We don't need to say, oh, God did this. You're not Catholic, so you're not going to accept that the Catholics' view is, oh, this is a miracle, which is a suspension of natural law. So under that view, the Catholics would say, oh, my God, he can suspend the uniform nature when he wants to. He's going to call that a miracle. So you have no idea when God is going to want to just change the laws of the universe to suit his own needs. So there is no uniformity of nature if God has the ability to do that then. Because the Catholics believe that. They just made just made the news the other day for the umpteenth time, which again happens 3 times a year. It's not some big deal, but it's a parlor trick. I recognize it as a parlor trick. You don't think that the blood actually turned to liquid because God made it so, right? You're not Catholic. You agree with that?
Well, I think it's possible, but I think you're kind of all over the place.
Well, we're not going to talk about possibility. I mean, there's as Russell said, if you believe every possibility, you're going to blow your ontology, right? I mean, so what? Everything is possible. It's possible that flying pigs could fly out my ass right now.
Do I believe that they're turning the blood into or wine into blood? Is that what you're asking me?
No. I'm asking about the blood of Saint Gregorio, Saint Genarius. That's what it is, Saint Genarius. It's the blood of a saint from about 1700 years ago, and then he holds it in a little vial thing, and then they have a celebration, and then it turns to liquid.
Okay.
It's called the blood of San Gregorio, Saint Genarius. Look it up. It just happened the other day, but again, it happens like 3 times a year. And of course, Catholics are going to use this as a suspension of natural law. You agree that miracles are, I hate to say by definition, but in this case, by definition, suspension of natural law.
Yeah, I would say that that's a pretty good definition of a miracle.
Okay.
I think for sake of the argument, I'll grant it.
Okay, I think it's fine too. So there is no uniformity of nature when God can change the reality and change the fundamental constant, because it has to be, the constants have to change somehow. I mean,
well, it doesn't have to be absolute uniformity of nature, Steve. We can have uniformity of nature, and there can also be miracles. There can be general patterns.
When God wants to.
Yeah. So God is providing us a world that we can make sense of, and then he sometimes intervenes in such ways so that we can know that he has intervened. And I don't see any problem with that.
Well, the problem is that
God steps in and does something miraculous so that we know it's God. Now we don't have uniformity of nature. Now we can't make sense of anything.
But it goes to the crux of the matter of that you're talking about consistency within your worldview. We'll just call it that. I don't need a God for the uniformity of nature because I haven't seen any of the natural laws change. But in your world,
frankly, Steve,
in your worldview,
Steve,
but in your
honestly,
world, one second.
let's
Wait,
go
I let
atheist
you,
versus theist.
I let you finish.
Well, I let you go for a while.
and I let you go for a while. But in your worldview,
right now
God can change the laws of.
Deist.
Well, in your worldview, the deity can change these laws anytime he wants. In my worldview, there's no deity to even remotely have the possibility to change the viewer
Christian,
worldview.
yes.
I mean,
but as a theist, you could just believe in a God that doesn't perform miracles, and then there's no problem.
I agree.
Yeah, so,
but that particular God, if that was the case, then again, it goes back to the original thing: is I wouldn't notice if that God existed or didn't exist. If that God ceased to exist, it wouldn't matter. You just made it relevant.
No, it's not relevant whether or not you can know. Your ability to know that God exists has nothing to do with
No, that's not what I said. I mean, that's not really what I implied. I'm not saying that. What I mean by I don't know, right? I'm not saying that I have anything about epistemic knowledge. What I'm saying is it would make a difference to me if all of a sudden right now some deity that you just suggested, some theist deity that exists, but it's more of a deist that isn't Christianity, that doesn't have anything to do with the universe. It's just set the universe in motion and went on its merry way. Mm-hmm. You know, if I was pretty,
or he's observing it,
or whatever. But if that observer just suddenly vanished, am I going to be aware of this in any way, shape, or form? No, it would be absolutely isolated from me. It would have no effect on me whatsoever. I would have no information whatsoever of that being suddenly disappearing. Correct?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Then in my worldview, as we like to call it, my lack of justification for the uniform nature is fine. I have no problem with that. It's just an assumption. I don't need to blow
the actual justification though, because
I literally said there is no justification. That's the point of it. But you can't justify it either.
No,
you just think that you can.
Okay, Steve, tell me my argument. Let me make sure you actually understand.
Well, you've had a couple arguments, but I mean, your argument is that there's no justification to assume that the laws of the universe are not going to change unless you have some kind of intentional mind constantly thinking, "Oh, I'm not going to change these things."
If the mind set it in motion, and where does that? What's the difference between that and no God? What did I say?
I don't see a difference between this deity that you posited. Well, no, I am listening, but you keep on making these weird arguments that I'm trying to suss out, and every time I try to suss out one, you jump to another argument.
You changed it from the argument of reason.
This is dealing with reason. I literally I've started from the foundation of that you have to have something to reason about, and you didn't like that.
So let me tell you the other side, and I hope you'll pay attention this time.
I'm literally paying attention, man. I really am paying attention. Don't think that I'm not. I hear every word that you say, but that doesn't mean that your arguments make any sense or they're coherent to me.
So if there's no God, then the fundamental reality is coming from a non-rational source.
I don't agree with that.
How do you not agree with that? So when we talk about God, that is a rational mind. We're saying
that's how you're using. Okay, that's how you're using. Okay, again, I don't like the universe being rational or irrational, but you're saying that if there's not a mind behind it, then it didn't come from a rational. It didn't come from an intelligent source.
Yeah, it didn't come from a mind, from a rational, purposeful, intentional agent.
If we're going to call that being a God, yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if everything comes from a mind, then that would be God.
Unless you're an idealist and you're solipsist, but yes, go ahead.
Well, solipsists don't think that they create reality or that they create themselves.
Some do.
I don't think.
Some do. There's different types of solipsists, but I will tell you this: if solipsism is true, there can only be one, and it's me. But go ahead. It's true.
All right. So the point is, if there's a mind that is responsible for everything in reality, then that would be a rational source. And if God does not exist, then everything is the product of a non-rational source. And that non-rational source, I mean, so there's a big difference between rationality and irrationality, right? So like, you think that I'm rational because I'm choosing specific words. Think of all the words I could be saying right now, or all the sounds I could be making.
That's not what makes you rational, but that what makes you intelligible. You can have a bad argument and not be rational in your argument. You could be a non-critical thinker and still have coherency in your arguments. It's just that you're not a rational thinker.
It makes sense for me to be intelligible given that I'm rational. Now, it could just be a chance, right? But what I'm saying is,
well, it could be, but do I think so? Wait a minute. So just to clarify, do you think it's rational for somebody like myself to say, oh, well, Darwin's speaking, he has a formulation of sentences and words and conjunctions and things thrown together that I can apprehend and know what he's meaning, but that's purely random? Because no materialist thinks that way. No atheist that I don't thinks that way.
I don't think that would make sense, but I do think that is the natural conclusion given the atheist worldview.
Absolutely not. That makes absolutely no sense. That has to be the
Well, do you want me to explain?
Well, yeah, but you're going to start another argument? Are you going to go down another path? Because let's stick with the fact that the universe hasn't come to the mind. We both agree, hypothetically, that if God didn't exist as no intentional being, then the universe did not come from an intentional state. You're going to call that reason.
Right.
Okay.
So on the theistic view, it makes sense to think that the world would be uniform because God created human beings in order to govern this world, and we can't make sense of the world if it's not uniform, right? So it makes sense given all those things. But on a non-theistic worldview, on an atheistic worldview, where everything is the product of something that is non-rational, whether that be turtles all the way down, which I think is nonsense, or everything just popped into existence from nothing, or there's just...
So they're not the same things, but go ahead.
I know they're not the same things.
Yeah.
But whatever non-rational source is responsible, why would we think that non-rational source would produce some sort of fixed reality and that would stay permanent? Now, I'm not saying that that the universe hasn't appeared to be uniform so far, but we both know that we can't justify thinking it's going to be uniform in the future. So what I'm saying is, if everything is the product of some mindless, just whatever it's doing is doing just through sheer chance, could be some other way, why would we expect that thing to be producing a uniform universe versus a non-uniform universe?
Well, here's the thing, though. We don't know.
Do you see the difference?
I do, but we don't know what is behind the fundamental reality.
We know it would be non-rational if it's not a
sure, not intentional, right? We know we do know certain things that we didn't know a couple hundred years ago. Like back in the day when Thomas Aquinas had his 5 ways, he basically posited, hey, look, there has to be something that sets other things in motion, right? The prime mover argument. And he did not know what we know about science today. He did not know about the expanding universe. He did not know that other planets exist. He did not know about quantum mechanics. We know that certain things exist, such as quantum fluctuations. They do exist. And we also know that it is possible, mathematically, that a universe can be created spontaneously from quantum fluctuations. So that would not be an intentional entity that the universe came from.
We don't know.
It would be, it would probably be, hang on. It would probably be necessary being. I could argue that quantum fluctuations could be argued as necessary beings. But there is a mathematical proof out there that it is possible that an entire universe can spontaneously be created from a quantum fluctuation. This has been out for many, many years. This is the basis behind the book, A Universe from Nothing by Lawrence Krauss, who I've had discussions with on this very topic. So
I didn't know you've talked to him, but I think that's a load of nonsense.
Why? Okay, so you've read the paper. I don't even understand the paper, and I have a very limited background in physics, right? I mean, very limited. But this paper is way beyond my level to the point where it's I wouldn't even be able to apprehend any of it.
Yeah, I mean,
but
look,
but hang on. No, it's important because you're talking about coherency and worldviews. I don't need a deity to explain why this universe, because again, hundreds of years ago, nobody knew what a quantum fluctuation even was. More or less, could a universe come from it? Nobody knew what symmetry breaking. Nobody knew what symmetry breaking was. Nobody knew what can initially put something in motion. We still don't even understand why there's more matter than antimatter, right? That's still an unknown. But why did God make more matter than antimatter? Well, you don't even have an answer to that. These are mysteries, right? Why did God decide to make the universe the way it was, where it had more matter than antimatter? He could have created it in many different ways.
Sure.
So you're stumbling in the darkness like anybody else, but you're just positing a deity to say,
Just
look.
a second, though. So there's a difference between thinking that the universe can come from nothing or whatever.
Not nothing, but yeah, we got to be careful on that.
He
because,
called
again,
it nothing, so.
But it wasn't philosophical nothing. But it's not philosophical nothing. It's still something.
Yeah, but he called it nothing. So whatever.
No. I'm not going to let you get away with that because I actually read the book twice.
What do you mean? He said it. It's the name of his book.
But no. What do he mean by nothing, though? I've read the book twice, and in chapter 4, he's very clear what he means by nothing. What he means by nothing.
He doesn't mean strictly speaking nothing.
Correct. He means quantum fluctuations. He means
right, but he called it nothing. So I'm calling
because it is.
So you could take it up with him.
Right, because it is nothing as far as no mass. Right.
Take it up with him, Steve.
I did. I talked to him on this. I discussed this very thing with him, man. Well, I was more on the Harlow Harking boundary
he called
proposal,
something nothing. It's not my fault.
But you do agree that he did not mean philosophical nothing, correct? I
agree that the man.
Do you believe a whole? Well, hang on. Do you believe that a whole is ontologically parasitic and it consists of nothing?
I don't think anything can consist of nothing.
Okay, then what's the primary the components of a whole? What is it made of? What are the basic building blocks, the primitives as they're called? What's the primitive of a whole?
It's I guess it's an emptiness.
That doesn't answer the question though. Do holes exist?
Yeah.
Okay. If holes exist and they are comprised of something or not comprised of something?
I would say that they're comprised of something.
What is a whole comprised of? When it's literally the absence of something. That's why it's called ontologically parasitic.
I mean, if it's a hole here in the sidewalk, then it would have oxygen in it or whatever.
Okay, but it's still an absent. If you vacuumed out all the air, then what? If you have a pure vacuum, right? You still have something that exists in that space, correct? You have virtual particles, you have Higgs fields, you have electron fields, photonic fields, you have all these different things that still exist in there. That's what he meant by nothing. And if you don't mind, can I get unwoke for a second? Because unwoke said I'm redefining the term nothing. You cannot redefine terms. The terms just exist. The argument of redefining terms is such sophistry, and it bugs the crap out of me because words have usages. I can use a word nothing that can mean different things in different categories and different domains of discourse. You're not redefining anything. When he wrote this book, he was doing it from a science point of view, not a philosophical point of view. There was no redefining of the term. And I think it's dishonest when somebody says, oh, you're redefining something. No, there's different definitions that are used in different domains of discourse. Right? But I want Unwoke to say that, to chime in on that because he said, you're now redefining the term nothing on my timeline. No, I'm not.
Steve, I really don't think that it's relevant, the point that you're trying to make about that the universe could come into being. Because because my argument is that the nature of how the universe is here is what is important, not how the universe is here. Okay? So whether or not Lawrence Krauss is correct, that would still be a non-rational source.
So what? It's non-rational. It's not. Well, again, I hate that. I don't understand why you keep using the word rational. Rational implies intentionality. But
that's my point. There's no mind.
There's no mind behind it. Sure. Okay. So if the universe came from, if the universe, but rationalization is a process to me. Maybe I'm quibbling or pettifogging, but to me, rationalization is a process. Because
what I mean is that there's no mind, there's no intentionality, there's no telos.
Yeah, I agree with that. Purpose, there's no telos. It'd be teleonomic.
So it's the product of the absence of all those things.
Okay.
It would be the product of something without a mind, something without purpose, without intentionality. It would be the product of chance.
No, not necessarily. I think that we make a fundamental mistake. Chance is usually stochastic.
It's not necessarily, or what?
Stochastic means that we don't know the outcome of something because we aren't able to process all the forces on something, right? So if I have a pair of dice and I throw that pair of dice, I am unable to, in real time, process all the tensor mathematics required to determine where those dice are going to end up, right? But it is deterministic. As soon as it leaves my hand, whatever energy imparted to it and whatever drag and coefficients and physics are involved in the inelastic collision, it's going to come up with a deterministic value, correct?
Yes.
And because I don't know all that physics that's going to happen, it's random to me. It's chance. But is it really chance as far as completely random? No, it's random to us. Now, there are things in the universe that are completely random.
I would say it's just random. I don't think
but it's
that
not.
it really matters.
But there's a big difference, and I think this is critical. You understand the difference
because random here would be it's not the product of a mind, so that the outcome wouldn't be the product of your mind. It wouldn't be the product of anything.
But
right?
every situation, right? Every collision, we can process the mathematics. We can go through the physics and say, okay, if I hit something at this angle, it's going to bounce off at this angle, right?
I really feel like you're trying to say that randomness can't even exist based on what you're
No, I just literally have said there are things in the universe that are completely random. But like when we're talking about probability of dice, that's stochastic in that we are just not aware of that information, right? It's still a deterministic system, but there are things in the universe that are completely non-deterministic. Such as weak nuclear decay, spontaneous fission. Those are two things that are absolutely non-deterministic, that have no information in the system prior to the event. They just occur. There's no way to predict them. There's no way to even know when something's going to decay. It just happens.
Yeah. So when I say random, I mean that it's non-intentional. Okay. So for example, when a leaf or I mean, I guess you're going to say that a leaf, when it falls, it is intentional. Okay. I guess,
how is that intentional?
Which way it falls.
That's not intentional.
Or you're going to say it's not random. But I would say that it is. So
it's random. It's random to us because we don't know what the path it's going to take.
I would say it was still random.
Well, yeah. Again, chaos theory, right? I mean, when something happens, again, going back to the whole throwing the dice, that's a random game of chance, right? I mean, it's randomized, but it's not non-deterministic.
Do you think there's a difference between chance and randomness?
Well, chance is actually a measure of probability, right? I mean, so when you're talking about random, you have to differentiate between random being lack of information, which means that we're not aware, but things are going to end up the way they're going to end up. As soon as I throw those dice, well, hang on, this is important. As soon as I throw those dice, it's going to end up with a certain numbers. And if you could literally be an infinite mind, you could determine what those dice are going to end up being. Just like if I flip a coin, even simpler, there's less vectors that you have to worry about. But as soon as I flip a coin, if I know exactly the weight of the coin, how much energy of the coin, the drag of the air, and all these different factors, in theory, I can stick it into an equation. I can tell you exactly whether it's going to be heads or tails, correct?
In theory. But here's the crux, okay? Let me ask
you. That's deterministic.
Okay, let me ask you this. So if we flip a coin 50 times and it lands heads up every single time, and there's no mind that's responsible, the coin isn't fixed, what would you say has caused the coin to land 50 times heads up? What is that?
If there's absolutely no fixing whatsoever?
Right, it wasn't fixed.
I would say that would be a hell of a run.
Yes, but
it's not possible.
What
would be chance.
Outcome? Chance.
It'd be chance.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if there's no mind that's responsible, then everything is the result of chance. So if you want to call it randomness, like let's just get away from the whole randomness thing. It would be the result of chance, right? It just happens to be this way. Could have been any other way.
Well, I mean, if minds exist, though, obviously I have intentional things. I'm picking up my cup right now, and I have my coffee in it, right? That was not chance. I decided to do that. That was not any kind of chance.
I think.
And again, chance and deterministic are not the same thing.
If you're a determinist or not.
I am a determinist. I'm a self-determinist.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we don't. We're gonna get. I don't want to go down that road right now. I mean, I do actually really want to go down that road, but let's stay on this. So.
But I gotta make sure that you understand the difference between random as far as information and random as there's literally no information to be had. Like when a particle decays, right?
Well, like I said, let's just get away from the randomness thing because my point is that everything would be the result of chance.
No.
All right. It wouldn't. Yeah. Well, that's my point. You might disagree, but that's
not. You could argue there's no minds, then the universe is basically deterministic. I might even grant that, because everything would be a chance at that point, right? Because there's no intentional
that's what I'm
states.
saying. It's all just the result of chance. So if everything is just the result of chance, then the fact that the universe has seemed to have been consistent up until now, we shouldn't expect that to continue. It's just a coincidence.
I don't think you're making a correlation between the fact that when something happens in the universe, it being chance, and the universe, the parameters of the universe being chance. Those are two different things. One's meta of the other, right? In the universe itself, there are things that happen that are chance. For example, like weak nuclear decay, right? That is a completely chance event. But what guides that decay? Why the universe has that ability to do that? We don't know the underlying factor of that. We have no understanding, I think, of yet. We have not looked under the hood, so to speak, of why the universe is the way it is, as far as why you have something called like beta decay.
I'm curious, Steve, like what would you need to see in order to think that everything that caused the universe to be the way that it is was chance? What would that look like? Because to me, it's just obvious that if it's not the result of intentionality, then it's the result of chance. It could have been otherwise, and it just happened to have not been otherwise.
Like I said, I have no idea what a universe would be, as far as a mind that created these laws, or one that doesn't need a mind to create these laws. There's no way. You're just positing something as an explanation for it, but that's just a positing.
Well, I'm saying mind or chance. What else are you positing?
What do you mean?
I think it's a dichotomy. I think it's either mind or chance. So if it's not a dichotomy, what else would you suggest it might be? Or are you just saying I don't know?
I have no idea. I have no idea what. Yeah, I'm again. If something, like you said, well, hang on, if a leaf falls, right? Like you said, a leaf falls.
Yeah.
Tell me how you would determine whether that was just a random event or God did it by intentional state. How would you make that deterministic?
Well, I really don't think that has anything to do with the point that I'm making, though. I mean, why do you think it does?
Well, because you're asking about the universe, right? You're asking about what the laws of the universe came from.
You're asking me an epistemological question.
How
do I know?
Well, no, I'm not asking you for your knowledge. I'm like, what do you think?
How would I know?
Because, well, yeah. Well, again, what I mean, how would you know? I'm talking about your beliefs. How would you justify a belief? You don't need to be pedantic. When I say how do you know, I'm not talking about epistemic knowledge here. Okay, I'm just saying, how would you be informed of this? How would you make a determination between the leaf falling on its own accord by some random chance or some intentional state behind it, right? And there might be things about the universe that we just don't understand about why the universe exists the way it is. You're literally just saying, look, we don't have information about the universe, about why it is the way it is. I'm going to come up with some reason for it. I'm going to call that a God, and I'm going to say it has to be by intentionality. But there might be things about the universe that just are the way they are. Let's call it a brute fact. I know you hate that term, but let's arguendo. Let's call it a brute fact, because it might be something so outside our epistemic limits that we have no ability to even apprehend it, because our minds are still biological. Our minds are still evolutionary, basically. They're basically a computer, right? Your mind's basically a computer, but it's guided by biological processes that we have no ability to break out of. So the way we look at the universe, the way we apprehend something, it is filtered by all these mental and biological processes. So we may not be able to even have the ability to understand why the universe is the way it is, because it'd be like a fish in a fishbowl trying to apprehend the universe, right? But that doesn't mean that there's some intentionality behind it.
Well, what I'm saying is that in order for us to even begin to think that we should be able to make sense of the world, you really need to start with the assumption that there is a God, because that assumption that there is a God, that first belief, makes sense of all the other beliefs.
No, it doesn't, because again, God can change the uniform name of nature anytime he wants. It doesn't do any good to posit a God and say the uniform nature is going to be the always way it is, except when he doesn't want it to be.
Well, he wants it to be stable for us in order for us to be able to make sense of it. So if you have...
Except when he wants to have a miracle, because it doesn't make sense to have people rising from the dead, does it?
The point of the miracle is not to disrupt our ability to make sense of the world. The point of the miracle is for us to know that he has done something. So it doesn't disrupt. It actually further evidences his involvement in our world.
Well, if he wants to make something known, he could come down. I mean, he did in the biblical days, right? Why does he just come down and say, "Hey, look, I exist"? He did before.
Well, I don't know.
Again, there's a lot of unknowns, right? This is what I'm saying. I don't need a positive God to look at the universe and say the universe exists. I'm going to try to understand it.
You just keep saying that, Steve, but I've already explained why you do, actually.
No, I've been explaining why you don't.
But you're not making an argument.
I can go. Do you agree that a person can go their entire life, never heard of a God, and still make conclusions about the universe? Still be able to reason in the universe and come up with an explanation? Before there were gods, man has been doing this since the beginning of time. Since. Well, So do you agree though that a person can live their entire life, never heard of God, and still be able to make sense of the universe?
No, I don't agree. Well,
why? There's people on the planet that have never heard of God.
One second, let me back that up. I do agree because I believe that God exists. But if there was no God, then whatever sense they thought they were making out of the universe would really just be them making stuff up. So they wouldn't really be able to make sense of the universe. They might think that they could.
But they do make sense of the universe, right? We all make sense of the universe.
That they wouldn't be able to.
I don't see why that would follow.
Well, that's because you're not listening to me, Steve.
Well, no, stop. I am listening to you. But you're just asserting your position of being, of somebody who believes in God. But I'm asking you hypothetically these things, right? I'm asking you, if God did not exist, why would anybody not be able to apprehend something? Because again, from my point of view, right? Listen, though, from my point of view, I don't have to posit a God to understand the universe. Simple as that. I don't have to do that. There's no necessary for it. Now, you're positing that you're in your worldview that if God didn't exist, nobody would be able to apprehend anything. But I don't have to accept your position on that. I don't need.
No, you don't have to accept it, Steve.
Correct.
Right. Like you can say, I'm a man. All men are mortal, and I'm not going to die. And when I say to you, Steve, you just said that you're immortal.
But we know people die.
You're a man, and you said that you also think that all men are mortal. But you also said that you think you're not going to die.
But that would be inconsistent.
Yeah. But I reject that. So I can't stop you.
But that literally is a contradiction. There's no contradiction of me saying I can reason with something without a God. There's no contradiction there. Metaphysical or logical. Absolutely not. No, there's not.
Because your mind, your faculties would be the product of non-rationality.
But there's other theories of mind out there. There's panpsychism. There's emergentism. There's non-reductive physicalism.
Panpsychism is still not intentional.
Okay? It doesn't matter, but it would resolve that. No, it does not. Panpsychism doesn't need intentional states. It just means that there's particles of consciousness that exist.
Exactly.
I hate to say forms of matter, but are coextensive with matter that exists in the universe. Panpsychism, you can't say that panpsychism isn't correct.
Rationality.
But what makes panpsychism any less viable than a Christian God?
Well, because a Christian God is actually an all-knowing, all-intelligent mind.
Well, panpsychism doesn't require that, though. Panpsychism can explain mind without God.
Doesn't fit the bill. That's my point.
But it explains mind, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't it?
And even if it did explain mind, it wouldn't explain rationality, right?
I'm not saying it's the correct position, but
I'm not saying that you can't have minds. I'm saying, why would you think your mind would work correctly? So like a hurricane or a tornado could whip through a junkyard and put together a car.
No, it can't.
Should we expect?
No, it can't.
Sure, it could.
No, it could.
Possible.
Well, I mean, you're talking about like.
But the point is.
But wait a minute, hang on, no. Again, this is called the tornado in a junkyard fallacy.
It's not relevant. The point.
It is relevant because what you're saying. Okay, first of all,
what I'm trying to make is we shouldn't expect that car to work.
We shouldn't expect a car to be formed. Period. And if you have the universe, and you had trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of years, I don't think we should ever expect for a tornado to go through a junkyard and have a fully assembled car. I don't think that's
should we?
Right. Why? Because you have energy being put in the system, right? But that energy is not going to anything constructive.
But you agree that if a tornado did whip through a junkyard and put together a car in front of both of us, should we expect that car to work?
Yeah, because I would say it's a miracle at that point. And if I'm going to concede a miracle, I'm on a car that functions.
If we should expect that car to work, Steve?
Yes.
Oh, come on. See?
Dude, if you had a tornado go through a junkyard and all of a sudden you have a fully functional Lamborghini,
but you wouldn't even know that it was a car. You wouldn't even know that it was necessarily.
I can look at a car and tell you it's a car.
It has the appearance of a car, but normally cars are actually made by a mind. So this is just something that came about that has the appearance of a car. And
if it has the appearance of a car and it's all put together just like a regular car, it should function just like a regular car. If I have a Lamborghini, right, and I sit in that Lamborghini, and this has been created by a tornado, and I have the seats, the engine, everything exactly like a Lamborghini would have. When I turn that ignition, or in this case, push a button, I guess, right? If I push that button, I know, dude, I'm not even joking. I had to drive a car that had a push button, and I sat there for like 5 minutes thinking to myself, where the hell does the key go? Don't ask.
So
I'm old.
So, Steve, I really don't think that you're telling the truth here, and if you
How
are,
am I not telling the truth?
Reasonable.
I think absolutely is reasonable. If I saw a tornado go through a junkyard and all of a sudden I have a Lamborghini sitting there that looks exactly like every other Lamborghini that I've seen, not that I've been close to any actual Lamborghinis, but
I didn't say a Lamborghini. I just said a car.
Well, let's make it fun though.
No, let's make it.
Well, then what do you mean by car? Is there a frame there? It has the wheels assembled. Is there an engine?
Yeah, there's an engine.
Okay, does it have gas?
Let's say it does.
Okay. What in that car is non-functional?
We don't know. I'm saying that we expect the car to be functional.
Then it's not a car, and then it's just assemblage of just parts being thrown together. But I mean,
sure.
if
a 2-year-old and you didn't know how old they were, somehow they were messing around and you were like a mechanic, you had a bunch of car parts, and they messed around with a whole bunch of stuff, and they put together something that looked remarkably like a car that you would put together, but it was a 2-year-old that did it. Would you expect that car to work?
Probably not.
Right. So now think, instead of a 2-year-old without a mind, a 2-year-old that has a mind but not a very developed one, now think it's a tornado with no mind.
It depends on the condition of the car. I mean, I would have to look at how many things are. I'd have to look at the condition. If you just just threw a frame there, then yeah, that's not going to start. But it's a frame with 4 wheels. The wheels all have lug nuts attached to them on all 5 wheels. All 5 lug nuts. It has an engine. It has a carburetor. It has everything you need for a car. But yeah, I'm going to be like,
put
damn.
Together by a tornado, something mindless.
Then I'm going to be so impressed that it got that far. Then I would probably expect for the car to work. And I'm thinking, hey, look, laws of physics have changed to the point where this tornado came through and produced this car in front of me that seems to be fully, from what I can see, fully functional. Yeah, then I'm going to be like, okay, miracles happen. I'm going to expect that car to work.
Well, that wouldn't be a miracle, Steve, because
it would be a miracle.
It would be something very unlikely, but there's nothing
so unlikely to the point that you could literally have the universe for trillions of years and that's never going to happen.
I mean, I think that it's probably more likely for that to happen than for abiogenesis to happen.
Oh, absolutely not.
Nonsense.
Look, absolutely not. Abiogenesis is just a matter of biochemistry.
Please.
It's so funny because I do notice that
give me a break.
That when Christians couldn't explain something years ago, right? They would come up with different ideas, but now that we have ways of explaining things using science, like the Big Bang was from a Christian, right? From Catholic, right? But 100 years ago, you'd be like, oh, you know what? We have no explanation for the universe. There's no other planets. Planets don't exist. In fact, planets only discovered in my lifetime, believe it or not. Uh-huh. Planets didn't exist. Exoplanets didn't exist when I was a kid. They're hypothetical. You know that?
Okay. I don't think that's correct. I'm pretty sure Galileo had a telescope.
Exoplanets.
Oh, exoplanets. Sure.
Yeah. And so I do want to. Can I bring Unwoken here because he I put him as speaker, but I want to talk about something if I can.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
All right. So Unwoke, you say that you pretty understood. You're sure you understand why nuclear decay happens. Okay. So let me ask you this.
No, I did not say I understood it. I said it is understood.
Oh, it is understood.
Yes.
I don't know anybody that could be able to predict when a specific nuclei is going to decay. How is that understood when a specific neutron is going to decay?
Okay,
proton.
Exactly. Yes. Perhaps not. However, there are models, and we use this for radiocarbon dating. So, are you suggesting that radiocarbon dating is completely useless?
No, what I'm suggesting is that we have no ability whatsoever to determine when a specific neutron or proton is going to decay by a beta minus decay, is going to decay into a neutron. We have no ability. There's no information. It's completely random.
They all decay at the same rate. It's not.
No. No, they don't. That is absolutely wrong. If you have 100 atoms, okay, of a specific isotope, then that means at time 1 second, half that isotope is going to be gone. And then 2 seconds later, half of that what's left is going to be gone, right? It's a logarithmic or it's an exponential function, right? So I can say, okay, I can determine that if I have 100 atoms after, let's say the half-life is a second, then half my atoms are going to be gone after 1 second. But there's no way to tell you why one atom decayed in 1 second and 10 half-life later was still there.
That may be true. However, the half-lives hold true overall, so therefore...
But that's on a macro level, right?
Yeah, on a macro level, yes.
But I'm talking about a micro level.
So what you're saying is there's a black box. Inside that black box, we don't know what's going on.
No, absolutely not. That's just the opposite. There is no black box. It's not like a Behe's black box because there's literally no information that exists. There's nothing that exists of why a specific nucleon decayed.
Right.
It is absolutely random.
Yeah, because we don't know what the mechanics are that are.
No. That is a fundamental misunderstanding. Right. It's not a matter of we don't know. It is a matter there's nothing to know. There is no information, period. It does not exist. It is absolutely 100% completely random in quantum mechanics.
That's pretty amazing.
Quantum mechanics is interesting. That's why even Einstein had problems with it.
No, I think you're wrong.
I'm literally not wrong in this.
Well, no, you literally are wrong. But
okay, so tell me then in quantum mechanics where you can determine do you know the difference between a local hidden variable and a global hidden variable?
But the point of quantum mechanics isn't to say that, so for example, the double slot experiment, right? It doesn't say, oh, well, this implies that, the world is all random and everything's random. It's just observable information.
What's observed? What does it mean to be observed?
Observing things.
What does it mean to be observed?
Every explanation for why the wave function collapses, so to speak, is logically disproven in the case. So therefore, there must be something going on that we don't understand.
Okay, well, first of all, when we're talking about the Copenhagen theory, you're talking about the measurement problem, and the measurement problem is that we don't know when that collapse occurs. And in the many world hypothesis, it doesn't collapse the wave function. And in pilot theory, it doesn't collapse the wave function because it's got a path integral formula that Feynman brilliantly came up with. And there's ways of determining on a macro level, but you're not understanding that on the micro level, in quantum mechanics, there are no local hidden variables that exist because it doesn't satisfy the Bell's inequality. This is mathematically proven. This is not just a conjecture or opinion. This has been mathematically proven. People have won Nobel Prizes by closing these loopholes that have said that local realism is dead. And local realism is that two entangled particles either interact with each other on a local level by some kind of real particle between them, or they somehow are able to transmit information basically faster than the speed of light, so they're not locale. Somehow. But it's not real.
That's exactly what I just said. Somehow.
Okay. But that information.
But you're saying know-how. You're saying know-how. And I'm saying somehow.
But in beta decay, but no. But you're not understanding is that they are able to do this, but there's no information. There's no hidden variable. There's no black box that exists. There's nothing in that system that says this is what's going to cause this.
There's nothing known in that system.
There's nothing that exists, period.
No,
we do know this. This has been proven mathematically.
Okay, mathematically.
So you're just gonna say that all quantum mechanics is wrong. The foundations of quantum mechanics are wrong.
Well, Steve,
even Einstein had to capitulate. I mean, have you read his paper, the EPR paper, Einstein-Pulaski-Rosen paradox problem? because when they wrote about this, it was to debunk quantum mechanics, but they realized that the quantum mechanics does supersede everything else. And so, if you're going to argue that quantum mechanics is wrong, you can do that.
I'm not arguing.
But I'm telling you that this is foundational. But this is foundational to quantum mechanics that you cannot know. It's foundational. It is a main component.
So you're saying that in quantum mechanics, you have determined that your understanding of the way these particles and subatomic particles and whatever and forces are interacting, that all of the things that are happening in that system.
No, you're completely misunderstanding. I am saying that I know that if I look at a distribution of particles, if I have 100 particles, I can say that, let's say the half-life is 1 second, right? I can say after 1 second, half of those particles are going to be gone. That I can say. What I cannot say is that which particles will be left. And there's no possibility ever to determine which particles will be left. It does not exist. It is 100% impossible to determine which particle is going to be standing at 1 second and which one's not after a half-life. That's what I'm saying. The reason why it's impossible goes back to what I was trying to explain to Darwin. It's not just merely not knowing the information, not being able to do the tensor mathematics, right? When I throw those dice, it's deterministic. It's all tensor mathematics after that. But it is in theory we could predict where those dice are going to land. But in quantum mechanics, it is impossible to determine which atom is going to be, or which.
Quantum mechanics doesn't say that. In quantum mechanics,
yes, it does.
Don't say
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No. It's debated. I'm sure.
No,
I understand there's.
I think I actually know that you're absolutely wrong on this.
Well,
I mean,
even if it
seriously,
wasn't
fundamentally
debated,
wrong.
he could still be wrong, even if everybody agreed.
Yeah.
But
Anyways, whatever.
Steve,
Because people have really won the Nobels on this.
Let's get back to your thing with Darwin. I'll let me step out.
Go ahead.
Well, Steve, I'm curious, if there is a God who's all-knowing, are you saying even he couldn't know the outcome of this?
Yeah, I believe God. Well, yeah. I mean, God. People have posited God had limitations in his knowledge for a long time. So that's what modalism is.
No, I'm saying an all-knowing God. You're saying he couldn't know this?
I have no idea. I mean, you could posit an all-knowing God that could, and all-knowing God that couldn't. But I mean, he could violate his own rules.
It could be known, right?
Not to any. If you're saying some God has the ability to have some mechanism that he created that we're unaware of, sure. So could, like I said, my left shoe could do that too. But
well, your
the problem is now you're creating some being that. And by the way, even William Lane Craig doesn't think that God is all-knowing.
Isn't the left shoe thing semantics, Steve?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because you're just positing some hypothetical entity that says, "Oh, well, this hypothetical supernatural being, it can know." Okay, well, I can posit any supernatural being can know. So what? But we're not supernatural beings. In our understanding,
supernatural being, then it would be knowable, right? Like the one that I'm positing.
Well, actually, in theory, if knowledge is possible, then all things are known.
Exactly, including
you're aware of Finch's paradox of knowability, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Finch's paradox of knowability basically says if something's known, then if things are knowable, then all things are known.
Yeah, okay, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it's really an interesting argument, but
I mean that's pretty much the argument I make it, which is that if knowledge is possible, then there must necessarily be an all-knowing being.
It's not quite the same as the paradox of knowability.
Yeah, but it sounds similar, so I'm just going to say it is.
Yeah, it basically, the way Finch's paradox of knowability argues is that if all truths are knowable, then all truths are known.
I'd have to look at that. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it relies on modal logic, on the K principle of modal logic, which is, I don't want to dive down into modal logic here, but basically it is a modal argument that deals with the fact that if you have something that's true, it's going to imply that it is possible that it's knowable, and if it's possible that it's knowable by, I think, axiom 5, then it's such that it's all things are knowable. Because if I remember correctly, in axiom 5, it has the Euclidean principle that's going to have the ability to have all these accessibility relationships. But I haven't looked at that argument in a very long time, so
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but look up. It's called Finch's Paradox of Knowability. You might have been interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think really, Steve, going back to kind of the conversation that we were having, I really think that this is the key difference between us is you seem to be, and I'm trying to be charitable here, so let me know if I'm not being, but you seem to be under the impression that if there's no God, that doesn't affect anything. Like
Correct.
we could still have objective morality. We could still have sound reasoning.
Yes.
You know,
I agree with that.
and we could still have uniformity of nature and all these things that you're relying on.
Correct.
And that is, well, I don't think it's true with morality. But those other things, it's not that we can't have them. It's just that we shouldn't think that we would have them. You know, so with that tornado thing, it's not that the tornado couldn't put together a car that was actually fully functional and would be the best car in the whole world. It's not that that couldn't happen. It's just that we shouldn't expect it to happen. And if our minds are the product of some mindless, non-intentional process that wasn't even aimed at truth or figuring things out or making deductions, and we already concede most animals are not able to be rational like we are, then why would we think that we could reason soundly, you know, and all these other things?
Because we can test our reason.
No, we can't.
Well, sure we can.
Oh, come on, Steve.
If I give you, you really don't. If I need to if I give you a deductive argument, I can ask you, is this a logically valid, sound deductive argument? I can test it with other minds.
Yeah, but that assumes that the other minds are reasonable and able to reason soundly. So it's
okay, but you have enough people,
and also,
right? But if you have enough people, but if you have enough people that you're saying, look, when I wake up in the morning, gravity exists, and I say, hey, Darwin, does gravity exist? Yeah. Has it changed? No. If I say, hey, unknown.
Yeah, but if you're crazy, then when you think that Darwin exists, you could just be talking to yourself.
Well, sure, but again, bare possibilities. But we're not talking about bare possibilities. Again, we're not going to bloat our ontology with bare possibilities. What we're going to say is that, look, I wake up in the morning.
The question is the point.
It's not begging the question. Begging the question is when you can form a conclusion from a single premise.
Right.
Which I'm not doing.
When you say, if I ask Darwin and he agrees with me, then I will know. You're using.
No, I didn't say I would know. No. See, I didn't say that.
Okay.
What I can say is
make the formal argument. Let's hear it.
When I wake up in the morning.
Okay.
I can argue.
How do you know an I exists? Let's start there.
Well, I exist.
Yeah. How? How do you know? Like based on what?
I'm assuming because the universe exists. I assume something is doing the thinking. The universe exists because I am something is doing the thinking, whether it's self or not. That is incorrigible.
How do you
because
know?
Something is doing the thinking.
Yeah, but
it's self-evident because it's self-evident.
But that's not a justification. So what?
Sure, self-evident is absolutely a justification.
No, it's not.
Oh, absolutely. Why would you think that's self-evident? Why would you think that's self-evident, dude? If I'm experiencing pain, it's called an incorrigible belief. It's self-justified to believe that I'm experiencing pain if I'm experiencing pain.
Based on what? I mean,
because it's called an incorrigible belief.
Could just as easily be the case that you don't exist, that there is no you.
But then, what is doing the thinking?
I don't know. How do you know that?
That's like saying there's something called a performance contradiction in speech act theory. If I say I am dead, that's a performative contradiction, right? Because somebody who's dead cannot speak that.
I mean, it seems like you're doing the whole Descartes thing, right? I think
Descartes made a mistake in his cogito because
5 mistakes as I count.
But one of them was that again the I is self-assuming, but what is not self-assuming, which is let me finish. What is not self-assuming is that something is doing the thinking. He was correct on that. What he wasn't correct on was because it's self-evident if I'm thinking, it's self-evident that I'm thinking. Okay, so what's going on then if I'm not thinking? What's happening?
I don't know. The point is that you're assuming your reasoning when you say that's
what knowledge is.
Just because you're thinking doesn't mean that your thinking will be sound. So when you
I didn't say that, but right. But you went back to the foundation. And how do you know they exist? Because something is doing the thinking. I'm going to call that self.
Yeah, but you're using your reason as if you can reason soundly to deduce that. Like when you say that.
But I'm a rational agent. This is the whole point of being a rational agent, though.
That's the exact thing in question. I said you're begging the question. You're assuming.
No.
That's
Begging the question. Begging question would be justifying it.
No.
I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just stating it as an assumption that the universe exists.
I'm asking you to justify that assumption, and you're assuming it in order.
Self-evidence. No, so I'm justifying it by self-evidence.
That's begging the
question. Evidence is justifiable. I don't know why you would think for a second that something that's self-evident is not just. If I look at a cup, look. If I look at a cup, right? I'm looking at my cup right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard of the direct causal theory of knowledge? You heard of justified true belief, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So there's other forms of knowledge out there other than justified true belief.
Sure.
There's many. There's pragmatic theories, there's semantic theories. There's also another one called direct causal theory. And what that causal theory of knowledge is that, okay, there's a truth maker that exists, that a cup exists ontologically. I believe that the cup exists. And there's a causal relationship that's between that cup and my mind that's making me believe that there's a cup there. There's a causality there. There's a chain of events.
It sounds like something you would say.
Well, whatever, but it's still a direct causal relationship. And so I can say then to you, Darwin.
Actually, causality can't even be established.
But I can say, I know that I have a cup in my hand. I am justified to say that.
How?
Because of those three things. One, there's an ontological truth maker.
Reality.
Because these are, again, when we consider something to be knowledge, we have a term for this. Okay?
How do you know your sense data is reliable?
That you're talking about apples and oranges here, Darwin.
No,
I'm trying to explain to you. You asked me how do you know something, and I'm explaining to you. People know things because theories of knowledge. That's how you know. Period. It has nothing to do with reliable. We're not talking about reliabilism. No. Listen, we're not talking about reliabilism, and there are problems with reliabilism as well. I'm a huge fan of Dr. Linda Zabesky, and she craps all over reliabilism. So.
Yeah, but it doesn't follow that if there are theories of knowledge that we could have knowledge, Steve, right?
It does. It literally does. That's what they're for.
It doesn't.
But that makes no sense, Darwin. If you're saying how do you know something,
there are theories of morality doesn't mean that morality exists.
But you're asking how you know something, and I'm saying this is the same knowledge that everybody else uses in epistemology. They use justified true belief, justified true belief plus.
They use just because people have.
But that's what we mean by knowledge. If you're not talking about that, then you're not talking about knowledge. What you're talking about is something made up. Are you making up something? Because I'm not talking about made up stuff. I'm talking about in epistemology. How do you know something?
There's a difference between the actual knowing and the system, right? They're not the same thing.
No, they're the same thing to me. Because of now, then what are you talking about? How do you know something? What does that mean to know something in your worldview?
I would say JTB, justified true belief.
Okay, but that's a theory, right? Theory of knowledge.
That's a theory, yeah.
Okay. So if I use the same theory you use, well, then we both can know something if we both believe it.
I'm not saying that knowledge is possible because I have a theory of knowledge, but you seem to be, which is strange.
But knowledge is, well, I'm not a skeptic. I believe knowledge is possible. Well, yeah, I'm not a peronean skeptic, nor an academic skeptic, nor you.
Right.
No, I don't think anybody in here is, probably. I don't think there's any skeptics
Well, I think you should be. I think you should be, but I know you disagree.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I think you should be.
Why? I believe in knowledge. I believe knowledge is possible and obtainable.
Yeah, I don't think it should be if there's no God.
I know there's a cup in my hand. No, you don't know it because you can't see it unless you believe me, and you just say Steve's not going to lie to me on it.
How do you know you're not dreaming?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
It's totally relevant, Steve.
No, it doesn't. No, that's not because it has nothing to do with it whether you know something or not.
If you're dreaming, is there a cup in your hand, Steve?
No.
Right. So.
But we're not talking about. We're talking about justifications. Again, I am justified to believe and say that I know
for thinking that you're not dreaming, Steve.
Because I am talking to you. I'm literally having a conversation with you.
Dream, Steve. Come on.
Yeah, well, of course, but again, that's bare possibility. That's a brain in the bad argument, right? But if I'm dreaming, then whatever happens, Darwin, no. If I'm dreaming, whatever happens in my dream is not the same thing. That's going to be what would be what we would call semantically the same to real life. Matter of fact, Hillary Putnam had this very argument.
Crazy, Steve.
It's called limited constraint argumentation. That he argues that we're not a brain in the vat because if I say I have a cup in my hand, outside to that external mind in a brain in a vat, then that word cup would not have the same semantic content. It would have the same meaning. So in the confines of my discussion with you, I know that I have a cup in my hand. If I'm a brain in a vat, then it's going to be completely different because that word cup doesn't have the same semantic context to it. So
that would just affect.
So all these sophistic brain in a vat arguments doesn't have any relevancy because in the scope of our conversation that we assume reality exists, I can say that I know something. If I find out later that I'm dreaming, then I would just retract that knowledge. I wrote a blog on this called The Principle of Attribution and Retraction.
Yeah.
And
if
did
you
you
have
read
to
it?
retract it, you didn't know it, Steve. If it was wrong, it wasn't knowledge.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Right.
But that's the whole point, right? We don't have false knowledge. Knowledge has to be true.
Right.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah,
but if I have a belief
that the truth, if there's
but if I have a false belief, I don't say that. I don't retract that belief. It was the case that I had a belief, and that belief happened to be false. But if I claim knowledge and I find out later that I was incorrect, I don't say that my knowledge was incorrect. What I say was my claim to knowledge was incorrect. I attribute something, right? The principle of attribution. I attribute the predication of knowledge, and then if it's wrong, I retract that claim. We don't do that with beliefs. We don't retract our beliefs. We modify them. The big difference there.
My point here, Steve, is that you don't have any justification for how you know that you're not.
Yes, I do. I have a theory of knowledge. That's the whole point. The justification is I literally am having a cup in my hand. I can feel it.
But you said you don't actually know if you're dreaming or not, so there might not be.
But it's irrelevant. But again, these are bare possibilities.
Irrelevant is not relevant to
because to be justified doesn't mean certainty. This is where I think you're very confused. Justification, knowledge does not mean certainty. Okay? It just means, do you have enough reason to support a view
do you have
of
any
knowledge?
reason to think you're not dreaming, Steve?
Yes.
What are they?
I am literally having a conversation. I am doing all the things that I normally do in my day in life. It doesn't feel like a dream. Do you have reasons to believe that I'm dreaming right now?
What is that?
Wait, do you have reasons to believe that listen, do you have reasons to believe that I'm dreaming right now?
I don't think you're dreaming.
Well, neither do I. Therefore, we agree.
That doesn't,
there we go.
Because we agree doesn't.
But why talk about bare possibilities? Because again, does knowledge require?
We agree.
Does knowledge require certainty?
Steve.
Does knowledge require certainty?
I would say it does. Yes.
Really? Okay, so there's something called.
It's got to be true.
Okay, no, that's so wrong.
True.
Now there are philosophers that do think this way. Okay.
You said if it's not true, then you didn't have knowledge.
Because
so you agree with me.
There's two types of acceptance cases when it comes to knowledge. Okay. There's what's called the weak acceptance case and the strong acceptance case. And I'll explain to you the difference. The strong acceptance case for knowledge is that the agent is certain. Okay, there's a certainty involved.
Okay.
The weak acceptance case means that knowledge implies belief, but does not imply certainty. You do not need to be certain to have knowledge. So I can say,
it needs to be true, Steve. In both cases,
true.
Right?
Yes.
So there you go.
But then you have theories of truth out there. What constitutes a truth? Most of the time, people use a correspondence theory of truth, which has a truth maker. You have other things that have truth conditionals, which are relationships. If I stand next to you and I'm 5'11" and you're 5'4", there's a truth condition to be had there. It's like say I am taller than Darwin. Well, what makes it the fact that you're taller than Darwin? There's a truth condition there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really there's a semantical thing here because to me, you're calling something knowledge that I wouldn't call knowledge, right? So you're like saying, well, yeah, I can have knowledge.
Because you think of knowledge as certainty, but most epistemologists don't do that. You don't have to have certainty.
That's really nonsense because if
JTB doesn't have certainty. There's no certainty. There's no condition for certainty in JTB.
I think the certainty is entailed because it's got to be true.
No.
Yeah.
No. Matter of fact, it's funny because I have said this before.
Let me make my point real quick. So if I'm looking at something like okay, if you ask me, is my car in the driveway right now? I'd be like, yes. But if you said, do you know it's in the driveway? I'd be like, well, I feel very, very certain, but I wouldn't say that I know because it's possible that somebody came and took it or.
Yeah, but again, I don't care.
So I wouldn't call that knowledge.
Possible.
Call that knowledge?
If you parked your car and you left it there, then yes, you can be justified to say that you know. Now, if somebody stole it in the middle of the night, you would say, well, my knowledge was I'm going to retract that. I didn't actually know.
Right.
I retract that claim.
I would just say I just simply don't know because I'm not certain.
But that's not how we use the word knowledge. That's just not how we go about saying things that we know.
I mean, that's definitely how I go about it. I wouldn't say I know
don't.
unless I was looking at my car in the driveway or
But
something.
how do you know you're not dreaming? Is
Right.
your argument, right?
Yeah,
but that's not
pretty hard to get to.
I don't. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't think that at all requires certainty. I accept what's called a weak acceptance case for knowledge. That knowledge doesn't require certainty, but it does entail belief, right? And so, would you agree that, for example, an analytical statement for all of x equals x, which is the law of identity,
but here's the thing.
Wait, I'm going to ask you. That's an a priori knowledge. It's called a priori knowledge. Do you accept that as knowledge? Can you know that all of x equals x? Can you know that to be true?
No, I don't think so. Well, I think I
can
because God exists, but
hang on. How could that be false?
Well, the idea of x equaling x and all that, in order for me to be able to know that, I would have to have sound reasoning, right? Like, what is x? You're doing like.
Why does it matter? It's identity. What does it matter with x's? For anything you instantiate x with, the equality holds true. Yeah, that's what it means to have a lot of identity.
Yeah, but you're you're already assuming that your reasoning is valid when you do these.
It doesn't matter about that. I'm asking you. Give me an example of when my reasoning is not good and that x does not equal x. Give me when that identity fails.
In order to have a justification for knowledge, you have to have a good.
The justification is it cannot be wrong in any possible world.
In order to have justification, you have to have sound reasoning, and we don't know that.
Can that equality be wrong? I won't even use the all of x. We won't even use a quantifier. Just x equals x. I don't think it can be
wrong, but I don't know that my reasoning is sound, Steve, and neither do you.
Oh, I do know I absolutely disagree with you because it cannot be wrong in any possible world. If you have a counterexample, then give it. But if not, then what you're doing is called basically you're arguing bare possibility.
Like,
you're arguing. Well, what if? What if that everything we know about reality is wrong? Okay, great. We can posit that, but I don't have to do that to function. I can know that x equals x. Why? Because it's a law of identity. It's a canonical law of logic.
Yes.
You're saying that you don't even accept. You're saying that you don't even accept a priori knowledge.
I accept it on my worldview. I don't think it makes sense to accept it on your worldview.
So, going back to what if God did not exist? If God blinked out of existence right now, explain to me how x fails to be x.
Well, did God make us such that we could reason soundly?
I'm not talking about reason. I'm asking you a direct question.
I'm talking about reason.
Darwin, but I'm asking you a direct question here. God blinked out of existence.
A follow-up question to make sure I understand. Did he make us so that we could reason soundly? Yes or no?
I don't care how you frame it. Take your pick. It doesn't matter. Well, then you can answer your own question. It's irrelevant. All I want to know is
then he did.
Okay, so if God disappeared, your God disappeared right now.
After making us so that we could reason soundly?
It doesn't matter to me. I don't care one way or another. If God disappeared one way, if your God disappeared, would x no longer be x?
I think
in your worldview.
I think. Yeah, I don't think x would still be x. Probably.
Okay, then you're to me illogical. You're literally illogical.
Well, let me explain.
Okay.
So the reason I would say that, I might be wrong here. I might have to think about it a bit more.
We're sandbox. I'm not going to bring this up to you later on. I give you my word, and I keep to my word. This is all sandbox, and you can change your position anytime.
I'm just going to tell you my thinking right now. But I believe that the laws of logic are eternal, but they're housed in the mind of God. So they're part of God. So if God were to no longer exist, then it seems like the laws of logic would also no longer exist. And of course, I don't think that that's possible because I think God and the laws of logic both
are transcendental.
Both are necessary, and I don't think God can stop existing because he's a necessary being. But just if given what you said, your hypothetical, if it is the case that the laws of logic exist in the mind of God, and that's where they get their existence from, is from being in the mind of God, and God no longer existed, it seems like those would no longer exist. So, and
I do understand what you're saying from that, and you're not being inconsistent. But the problem I have with that is that you're positing something that Christians years ago had the same problem with, and it was called the principle of eternal verities. And I really think you should look into it. They might call it different things, but
sure,
let me explain this.
Tell me something on it.
Yeah, they might call it different things. I call it the principle of eternal verities. This is how I learned it. But like I said, but basically it was a group of Christians that were positing can God, being so powerful, cease to exist by his own accord, right? Can he will himself to disappear?
We're way off the rails right now. You agree?
Well, no, this is absolutely spot on, because
I don't
the
think
Christians
so, but go ahead.
Okay, well, the Christians determined that God can only do what is logically possible. This is why God cannot create a square circle. This is why the laws of logic are such to a Christian that x equals x can never be any other way. But if you're positing that you requires God to have x equals x, then you're literally saying to me that x equals x is contingent upon the mind of God, which means it's no longer a logical necessity, which is contrary to everything that I've ever read on possible world theories about logical necessities. Because x equals x, by definition, is a logical truth that is a tautology, which means it has to hold true in every single possible world. It cannot fail to be true. But you're saying it can fail to be true if God didn't exist. You're giving it a conditional. You're giving it a condition on God's existence, which means it's no longer a logical necessity.
Well, I don't think that God's existence can fail to be true either. But that's
fine too, and I accept that.
Question.
No, I accept that in your worldview. But you are saying that the laws of logic are conditional upon the mind of God, which makes no sense to me.
I thought you said it did make sense to you.
No, it makes sense as your consistency in your worldview.
Yeah.
But it makes no sense to say that something that is necessary is contingent upon something else. That's a contradiction.
Well, it's housed in something else that's necessary.
Which means it's contingent. If the laws of logic are determined to be such that
I didn't say that he determines them. He's just logic.
No. No. What I'm saying is you're allowing for the possibility that x does not equal x. You're allowing for that possibility.
Well, not really. I mean,
hypothetically. And I wouldn't even know what that would even mean.
Yeah, I mean, like in reality, God is a necessary being, so God cannot stop existing. But you're positing a different type of God. So it's a weird question. I mean, it's really kind of like asking if a square had three sides, would it stop being a square? And I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Right. It would stop being a square, right? Because we have defined what a square is.
If God could stop existing, he wouldn't really be God as far as.
But do you think God? But you think that? Okay, let me ask you this then: can God make x equal not equal to x?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think that. I don't think that God can violate the laws of logic.
Then why is he necessary then to maintain the laws of logic? If he can't violate them, then we don't need them. They can't be violated, right? If the laws of logic cannot be violated, especially the law of identity. The other ones, again, the law of exclusive middle and law of contradiction, we know that certain types of logic don't use them, right? There's truth gluts and truth gaps where they just don't use those laws of logic. But one law of logic that is in every single form of logic that I'm aware of is the law of identity. Could you posit it? Would it be like if it wasn't the case? Sure. But I wouldn't even know what that would entail. But you're saying that there's a possibility that x does not equal x if God didn't exist. And I'm saying I can't think of a single possibility of how x.
Not really. I mean,
well, you are saying that because you're saying that,
right?
Well, sure, but you're saying that the laws of logic wouldn't exist without God, which means they are contingent.
Well, I think that God must exist, so I don't really think it follows that the laws of logic are contingent because they both have to exist.
Okay, but one is based. But I just asked you if God could make it so that x does not equal x, and you said no. Such that if God can't even make x equals x, then why would the disappearance of God make it possible? If God himself cannot, and follow me on this, Darwin. If God himself,
I don't really.
No. I want to finish this.
Hypothetical is really fair.
I want to finish this. If God himself cannot make it such that x does not equal x, if God himself is limited in that power to do so, then what rationale do you have to say that if God didn't exist, x could possibly not be an x? Because you're saying that is possible, but even still, God himself cannot make this happen.
I mean, it's kind of like you asked me if God could contradict the laws of logic, would it be possible for him to create a rock so heavy that he couldn't lift it? And I'd be like, yeah, if he could, if I just answer.
No, see, I don't think God can create a rock so heavy he can't lift it because you're asking God to fail.
But we're talking about a different type of God than what I'm talking about, right?
Real quick. Go ahead. Let's get Jonathan in here real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to see if he's following my argument there. Real quick, Jonathan. Are you following my argument real quick that if even God can't make x equals x, then if God vanished, why would anybody think x can't equal x? If God himself can't do it, why would think God not existing could somehow make it possible? That doesn't follow to me. Does it make sense, Jonathan? And then whatever you want to say.
Yeah, no. I just I don't know that it can make sense. Not from a Christian point of view. I think part of it is that the thing that you're spinning around is that our belief and faith, and I think most of the Abrahamic beliefs and faith, Jews, Muslims as well, believe that the entire existence is upheld by God.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I agree with you.
So God disappears. There's nothing to talk about.
No, I totally understand that position, right? It's called maybe like a demerge, or there's something called theistic personalism, that God maintains the universe, and I accept that as people's worldview. I don't believe that, obviously, but I understand it's consistent, right? I get that, but what I'm saying is, are you a Christian, Jonathan?
I am. Yeah,
okay.
I'm a revert.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that if God cannot make x not equal x, if God himself lacks the power to do that, then how does it follow that not having a God could somehow make x equals x possible?
Right. This is the same question as can God make a stone so heavy he can't?
It's not the same thing. It's absolutely the same thing. But it's not, because asking God to make a stone so heavy you can't lift it is asking God to fail. And if you're going to posit a God that cannot fail, you're asking him to do something that is contrary to his very existence, which I think is, again, a mistake that atheists make when they're asking that kind of question. But I'm not asking. I'm not asking for God to fail. You're misunderstanding my argument. What I'm saying is,
no, I don't think you understand why I don't think God can't do it. I don't think God can't make a stone so heavy he can't lift it, because God he's all powerful in that he's all powerful in everything that's possible to do.
Well, I get that. That was what the principle of eternity varieties eventually settled on. But can God create? Can God make x not equal x?
I don't know. I don't believe that would be possible.
Okay, so if not even God can make x equals x, then if God vanishes, then how is it possible that x can be not x? How is it even possible if even the greatest unimaginable, greatest maximal being can't even do it? Then how is it possible if God didn't?
How does an all powerful being disappear?
But that's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant.
No, that's part of the problem.
If I have, let's just say an agent. It doesn't have to be whatever, just any agent. And the agent isn't able to do something, right? If the agent is unable to make something happen, especially that's something that would consider to be normally impossible, then if that agent didn't exist, why all of a sudden would you think that whatever it couldn't do that to be possible to make it happen, it would just suddenly be possible? What makes you think that x equals x is possible if God did not exist? Because God himself can't even make x not equal x. Am I not like am I not making sense? Because I think this makes perfectly good sense to me. Does anybody else want to chime in on that?
It's just that if the laws of logic are contingent on the mind of God, if that is in fact the case, or if they get their existence from God's mind and God were to no longer exist, then what is in his mind, those laws of logic would also not exist.
Okay, but that's not anything that I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is if God himself.
That's what we're arguing.
Okay, I get that, but I'm saying if God himself cannot make x to not equal x, then why would the absence of a God make it all of a sudden possible? That's my argument, and I haven't heard an explanation as to how that would be possible.
Well, I just told you.
To me,
they wouldn't exist anymore.
Okay. Now you.
Man, I differ with Darwin to Jesus on this a little bit.
Okay.
I'm willing to accept brute facts.
Okay.
I just think we differ on where our brute facts end.
Okay. Well, I don't think that x equals x is a brute fact. I think that's a necessary being.
in your idea, what's the difference between a necessary being and a brute fact?
A necessary being, by definition, must exist in all possible worlds. A brute fact is contingent, by definition. You cannot have a brute fact that's necessary.
Okay, yeah. Then, in all possible worlds, X must equal X.
Correct. It's a logical necessity, and it's also a metaphysical necessity, which are not exactly the same thing.
Yeah. No, yeah, they're necessary. So, but what I'm saying is that where the brute fact ends, what are the boundaries or the necessary beings where those end? I don't think X equals X is contingent. I think it's part of a universal whole.
And that's fine. I agree with you on that. I think that most Christians tend to have that particular perspective. I just had a video that I had Darwin watch, and he did he asked a pretty good question. I gotta give him credit. And I will finish with him on that one day. But I made a video on Swinburne's argument that God is narrowly logically contingent, rather than being broadly narrowly contingent. And that basically was the argument that he ran, that if God is a logical necessity, then it follows that the extant world that he produced of all possible worlds is based upon logical necessities that he has to follow. And if he has to follow them, then he had no choice but to create this particular world. Now, I'm fine with the Christian arguing that God is a metaphysical necessity. I would agree that if God exists, he probably would have to be a metaphysical necessity. But he's narrowly logically contingent, which means that he didn't have to exist. He didn't have to create this world the way he did. And so when we're talking about necessary beings like X equals X, that has to be logically true in all possible worlds. There is no possible that God could have created where that didn't happen. That was not the case.
Hey, Steve, just FYI.
If fact, you can. Yeah,
I got to get going pretty soon here.
All right.
So if you want to talk anymore or whatever, I probably am going to need
we can continue on another time. This was actually pretty good so far. I'm going to let some other people kind of chime in here and get their perspective.
Hey, Steve and Darwin, if I can just jump in real quick.
Yeah.
What you guys are talking about, there are some truths out there that are not determined by minds. It was called a brute fact earlier, like X equals X. These aren't values that are determined by minds. These are values, or these are truth values that can only be discovered. Minds wouldn't determine whether it's true or not.
But that doesn't make X equals X a brute fact, right? We can discover those are necessary beings.
Just because we discover truth doesn't mean that's not determined by a mind. I think that there has to be a mind in order for there to be any truth at all. I think there's got to be a truth maker.
Well, the mind wouldn't determine if it's true or not. The mind would only discover its truth value. No, it wouldn't say this is true because I determine it's true.
I would argue that the mind would make a judgment call whether something's true or not.
There you go. That's exactly right, Steve.
Yeah.
That's how I see it
too.
The
mind of God literally makes things true, right? So the way that God thinks about reality is what determines how reality is. So what is true is what is in correspondence with the mind of God. And if there is no mind, if there is no all-knowing mind, then I don't think that you could even have. I think the idea of truth really kind of becomes incoherent.
Yeah, and that's consistent with what we were saying before, though, because you were saying that if you didn't have the mind of God, then you couldn't say that X equals X for some reason. You would say that it's possible that it couldn't be. And that's where my argument came in, where if God can't even make it happen, how does the lack of God make it possible? Because it's not possible according to God.
Yeah.
Darwin, is there any truth you can think of that if God said it was, say, false, it would be false? For example, maybe if God said God does not exist, would that make God does not exist true?
If God
you got a Russell paradox there, like a liar's paradox situation.
Yeah.
I'm asking, do you think that therefore that God does not exist if God said God does not exist?
Well, in this hypothetical, is God able to lie?
I'm just saying, would it make it true?
Yeah, it's whatever your worldview is. If God said, I don't exist, right? Not me, but his wording was to you, Darwin, and he said, God came down and he says, I don't exist. How would you interpret
that? Would that be true then? God does not exist in your view?
I don't think that he could say that.
It's hypothetical.
Oh.
Why you?
Okay,
God
so
can't lie.
what you're saying is God is bound by something, that he's bound by truth.
Yeah.
Which is outside
in other words,
purview, which means it's something he's beyond himself.
Yeah, they're truths that are just beyond any mind, that these minds don't set truth. The mind can only discover truth. Any mind, even God.
I would say God sets the truths according to the laws of logic.
There you go. He's bound by something. He's bound by something external, right?
Exactly.
He's bound by the laws of logic to himself. He can't change them.
He is logical.
Nature.
Just because he can't change them doesn't mean that they're external.
It does. If he can't change them, then that means there's something higher than his own aseity, something his own. And this is actually pretty common in Christianity. This is nothing extreme. This is something that they determined years ago. That I think Jonathan even pointed out. If God exists, and I'll put myself in the Christian viewpoint. If I was a Christian, I would argue that God can only do what's logically possible. That's what most Christians.
Yeah, I don't think that means. I don't think that means that the laws of logic transcend God, though. They're just God just simply is logic.
Well, and there's arguments that they want to transcend God. They'd be equal. They'd be in a metaphysical realm, an abstract realm. But by saying that God is limited by what he can only do does not make him any less omnipotent. It means that it's coherent with what we understanding with understandings of logic. It doesn't limit his power. It just means that God can only do what is logically possible.
It limited his power.
Yes, Steve, you're saying the rules are the rules, and even God can't break those rules. Yeah, I agree with that.
But the rules are in line with God's nature.
That's fine. That's fine. But God cannot change those rules even if he wanted to. God could not cease to be. He could not cease to exist as a necessary being. Which again, I don't have a problem with.
Yeah.
And I think that atheists that argue against Christians by saying, well, God is limited in his power, that's been resolved hundreds of years ago. I mean, literally hundreds of years ago when the principles of eternal verities were determined that God can only do what is logically possible. And that's the type of God they're positing. I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're trying to get at the truths that surround God himself, and I was talking about the truths that we observe that are external to God. So everything that is external to God that he has made, all of the truths that we look at in the world are determined by.
And I got to say, what makes a truth something true is that it is the case. It corresponds with reality.
Yeah, and I'm saying that reality is what corresponds with the mind of God.
But I don't need that stuff.
Not only,
why do I need that? Why?
Well, you say you don't need it, Steve, but that's not an argument.
Sure it is. I love my cup argument. If I'm holding a cup in my hand,
your cup argument assumes that your reasoning is sound, that you are not dreaming, that you have valid sense data.
Okay, I'm okay with this.
That the laws of logic exist. You can't.
I'm fine with all those assumptions. What's the problem?
Yeah. The problem is that when you're assuming things, you're not justifying.
Okay, again, I don't have a problem with this. And?
I mean, that's the problem.
It's not a problem at all. You look.
Just because you don't understand that justification means that you are actually have a justification, and you're saying, "Oh yeah, what I'm saying is totally based on assumptions that aren't justified."
Darren, can you justify the use of induction without using induction? Again, you have to assume it. Okay, then we all have assumptions. There's nothing wrong with this.
Therefore, you have knowledge. Because
you can't have knowledge. You can't have knowledge if you can't justify it. I cannot say that I know that induction will continue to work. That's a problem with that. Obviously, Hume's problem with induction. But I don't say that.
So when you say you've got justification and your justification is total blind faith assumptions, that's not just.
I understand that, but I'm okay with blind faith assumptions. They're called blind faith commitments, or Wittgenstein call them hinge commitments. I'm absolutely fine with this. I don't see the problem. Everybody here has them.
You're calling it knowledge.
I didn't. Where do they call that knowledge? I didn't call that knowledge.
What do you mean? You said I know I have.
That's knowledge, but that's not a blind faith commitment. Now, is it? That's not. No, it's not.
Based on
that is not a properly basic belief. Not at all.
It's based on.
It's based upon, but that's what properly basic beliefs are. That's how you build a foundation of reason. That's how you build your beliefs.
Right. So if you're basing I have a cup in my hand on total blind faith assumptions, then it's not
knowledge. No, that is knowledge. That's how knowledge works.
No, it's not. There's no justification.
Then you don't understand then you don't understand JTP. Because JTP is predicated.
No, you don't.
Oh, I literally do understand this. This is my.
No, you don't, because JTP says justified, and you just admitted that everything.
Have you ever read Sosa? Darwin, I highly recommend you read Ernest Sosa, The Raft and the Pyramid. I highly recommend you read it on coherentism and foundationalism.
I highly recommend
because I am dealing with your saying.
No, you're not.
Do you know what foundationalism is? Because now I don't think that you even understand basic epistemology. If that's where you're going to argue. Yes. Do you know? Okay. So what's the difference between particularism and Methodism?
What does that have to do with foundation?
Because that comes from the paper that Ernest Sosa wrote that I haven't read in ages. But
I haven't.
Hey, Darwin, question for you. You said the cup in your hand is an unjustified assumption. Do I have that correct? Was that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a question for you. When you say God exists, is that also an unjustified assumption on your part?
No.
Why is it different? Why is it different for Steve saying a cup in his hand, but not for you saying God exists?
Because we have to have knowledge, and God is a necessary precondition for the possibility
of knowledge.
And because we.
Yeah, it sounds like an assumption on your part as well.
Yeah.
It cuts both ways. The argument you're making.
Absolutely.
So anything you say, like Darwin is talking right now, or Darwin believes in the right God.
Wait a second. Why am I saying that?
Because you want to discredit what Steve is saying. You're saying he doesn't even know that there's a cup in his hand, and you want to say that your justification for believing in God doesn't.
Why did I say it?
Say again?
Why did I say it?
Well, only you know for sure why you said it. But the way I read it,
you don't know. Then what are you talking about?
Well, because what you're saying is
you don't know. Then what are you talking about?
What you're saying is Steve.
I'll ask you again. If you don't know, what are you talking about?
Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying if Steve says,
yeah, you're saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. What you're saying is that we don't know what we're talking about. That it's unjustified, and what I'm saying is that cuts both ways to your worldview too. You're saying that you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know my justification.
Bob, you don't know his justification for saying there's a cup in his hand. But at the end of the day, he has one, and you have one too.
I literally have a cup in my hand. I'm tapping on the mic here. Yeah. That's in my hand.
Yeah, I have a justification for why knowledge is necessarily it must exist.
Why knowledge must exist? Okay,
so,
but you're saying that God exists, right? That was the claim.
Knowledge must exist.
Yeah. So what you're saying? So why is yours not an unjustified assumption when you say God exists?
Right, and you would know that if you had asked, right?
That's why I'm asking.
Right. So why didn't you ask that instead of?
I just asked. I literally just asked that.
Yeah, but you didn't.
Okay, I was asking that.
Well, we're asking now. So.
Okay. All right. So the reason why knowledge must exist is because the absence of knowledge is itself a knowledge claim. So in the same way that everything cannot be false, because all falseness must get its existence from truth, right? When you say something is false, you're saying that it is true that this thing is false. So it's not possible for only falseness to exist. The existence of falsehood.
Okay, yes and no. You're kind of correct. Russell actually argued this very thing. He argued that all propositions are positive, right? Even negative claims. But the problem is the problem is that falsities have an issue, because what makes something false? A truth condition or truth maker is what.
You're not make my point, Steve.
Go ahead.
Okay. So in the same way that you cannot have everything just be false, there must be truth. Truth is the real thing, basically, and falsehood is the shadow of the truth. In that same way, knowledge is the real thing, and ignorance is the lacking of the real thing. So you cannot be completely ignorant. To say I know nothing is itself a knowledge claim. So it's not possible for us to know nothing, because that would create a contradiction. So because we can be ignorant about things, just like because we can say something is false, then it must necessarily be the case that knowledge exists. And I'm not saying what we know, but I am saying that knowledge must necessarily exist, because to say that knowledge is impossible would itself be a knowledge
And here's the
claim.
problem that you're running into. You have what's called a second order issue. Okay. If I say something is false, like for example, 1 + 1 = 3, that's a false statement, correct?
Yes,
but that's a second order. That's a second order truth.
But when you say something is false, you're really saying it's true.
But that truth is a second order truth. It's a truth about the falsity, not a truth about the proposition.
Yeah.
So you're making a very major mistake here. Yes, it is. The truth condition for the proposition is that it's either true or false. Okay?
But whenever you say something is false,
but that's a second order truth. It's not a primary truth.
It's still
but it's a second order truth.
You're still saying truth exists.
Right, but it's still but this is false though. That doesn't change the fact that 1 + 1 = 3 is false. It is still false. Is it not?
Yes.
So falsities exist,
false, isn't it? I'm not saying falseness
you did
doesn't
say
exist.
that.
I'm saying that if falseness exists, truth must exist.
Well, sure.
Exists,
but that's a law of excluded middle. I mean, clearly, if something's propositional and it can be truth apt, then it can be true, it can be false. By definition, that's not.
I'm saying you cannot have only falsehood. If anything is false, then truth
there is something called what is it called? Error theory, right? Error theory would be like all moral propositions are false. You also have what's.
No, it's not false. It's incoherent.
No, they're coherent. It's not a matter of coherency. It's a matter of instantiability of wrongness. For example, if I say stealing is wrong, then moral error theorists would say that there's no property called wrongness to instantiate that with.
Yeah,
so it's an error.
Falseness. Yeah, so all moral propositions are neither.
But ever heard of trivialism? Trivialism is the philosophical position that all propositions are true. By trivially true. Yeah, and there's also another one that all propositions are false.
That's true. I mean, just because people come up with a system doesn't mean that's true, right?
But I just want to explain to you that when you say that everything that has some kind of falsity to it, there's a second order claim to be had that it's true that it is false, but it is false. So there are things in the world that are not true, which is false. They're synonymous.
What it sounds to me like what you're saying, Steve, is that there's Darwin. What you're saying is true and false statements or true and false knowledge exists, but it doesn't tell you if the cup in your hand exists or if God exists. Those are different claims. So just because true and false knowledge exists, how do you then determine that God exists? That's a secondary claim. That's a separate claim now.
Yeah, so the way that I would make that argument is because in order to know any one particular thing, you have to be all-knowing. And the reason for that is because if you're not all-knowing, then any information that you don't have could actually prove you wrong about what you think you know. So if I think that my wife, based on the information that I have, is faithful to me, and there are things that I don't know, like what she does when I'm at work, then that information has actually shown that I was wrong.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm saying is that if there is any knowledge, like any actual 100% certainty, then there must necessarily be a being that knows everything. Because if there was no all-knowing being, then it wouldn't actually be possible to have any knowledge at all because we're not all-knowing. So anything that we think we know could be proven wrong by all the things that we don't know.
So what you're saying that it's impossible for a being that doesn't know all things to arrive at true statements.
I'm saying no. You could be just because you arrive at a true statement doesn't mean that you have knowledge, right?
So God is.
So it is possible for a limited being to arrive at a true statement.
Yes, but knowledge is not just arriving at a true statement, is it?
It's true.
I'm not saying. I'm asking. Yeah, if it's true that a limited being can arrive at a true statement, then why do you have to appeal to a all-knowing being to get to a true statement? They both can get to that true statement, right?
Yeah, but what is the definition of knowledge that you're working with? Because I didn't say knowledge is.
I'm asking for your worldview. From your worldview.
Yeah, but I didn't say that knowledge is saying words that happen to be true, did I?
I'm asking from your worldview. If you say that you need an all-knowing being.
I want to be clear. I didn't say that, right? Is that correct or not?
Well, I'm asking you. I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Did I say that or not?
Well, that's why I'm asking for clarification about what you said.
Well, I'm clarifying that I didn't say that. I said knowledge is justified true belief. Do you know what justified means?
Well, I'm asking, do you need an all-knowing being to get to truth?
Okay, if you don't know what justified means, then I don't know
means.
what's great. Tell me what justified means.
Well, I would say, we can look it up, something that's worth believing in. But
what?
Yeah, something that has proper justification to believe in it.
Well,
but the point I'm trying
to warrant.
What's the word again?
Justification means that you have some kind of data with some kind of warrant that relates the data to your belief that gives you reason to accept that proposition is true.
I'm asking Axiom. He's the one that wants to come in here and 2-on-1 me. So I'm asking him.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to kind of like figure out what you guys are saying. I'm just trying to figure what you guys are saying. But my question. Yeah. So.
You haven't asked Steve.
What, do you need an all-knowing being to get to truth is what I'm asking you, Darwin.
I asked you, what is a justification?
What justification for what are you trying to justify? Like, what is it? It's contextually based.
What is it? You don't know what justification is?
Yeah, I know what justification is.
Great, tell me.
Basically, it's an act of showing something to be right or reasonable.
Okay, give me an example.
An example would be when Darwin says that you need an all-knowing being to get to knowledge, I believe that statement would lack justification. And if I'm wrong about that, if that's not your view, like, what is your view then on that topic?
But I literally gave you the justification for that. I literally explained all of it.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, do you need an all-knowing being to get to truth? In your view?
Yeah, I don't think that truth is possible if there's no God.
Without an all-knowing being. Okay. So the only way you can get to truth in your mind, because you're not an all-knowing being, I would imagine, is to have it spoon-fed or filtered through this being, transferred somehow to your mind? Because you're not able to come to that process on your own, being a limited being. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
So he beams it in your brain or something? He just like magically makes you like.
I don't know the process exactly, but that would be pretty much.
Okay, that sounds weird, but
I mean, it's called revelation.
But before you were a Christian, you're saying that you never knew anything that was true.
You don't have to be a Christian in order for God to give us knowledge.
No, that's not what I said, though. Did you know something before you became a Christian? Did you know something? I mean, did you have a truth before you became a Christian?
And you have to believe in God.
Before you believed in, I didn't say knowledge. Before you became a Christian, when you were an atheist, right? When you were an atheist, did you have anything? When you were an atheist, did you have any beliefs that were true?
Yeah, I believe that I did.
Were they, hang on. Were they true? Okay, you didn't need God for that, did you? Because you're correct.
No, God existed. He was just wrongly an atheist.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about any truth. Anything that he believed to be the true prior to him becoming a Christian was true regardless. He didn't need God to determine truth in that particular instance, did he? Because before he became Christian, he was an atheist, and he still had truths that even after a Christian did not all of a sudden stop being true.
The Bible says that God reveals things.
That's completely irrelevant, Darwin. You absolutely skipped my entire argument. When you were an atheist,
I never said you have to believe in God in order to have access.
I didn't argue that as well. What I said was the things that you believed when you're an atheist that were true continue to be true after you became a Christian. So your belief that God exists did not have any effect on the truth value of your belief. Nothing. It had no effect whatsoever. It still was true regardless whether you believed in God or not. So
yeah, I didn't say that truth is contingent on belief in God. You keep saying that you're not saying this, and you
so you don't. Okay, but now you're just adding this other thing, and that now you have to have God in order to have truth. But I don't have God, and I can tell you what's true or not.
I said we can't.
I'm not talking about knowledge. Stop. I'm talking about truth. I'm talking about truth.
Yeah, but I'm talking about ontology.
No, I don't care whether it's ontological or not. It's irrelevant. But when you were an atheist and you held that Ax equals X,
when I was an atheist, God
Okay,
still exists.
that's fine. But you believe that X equals X was true, right? You discovered that truth, correct? As an atheist. Okay,
Yes,
I don't need God to
we can
discover truth.
and we can be good people as atheists, Steve, because we live in a world where God actually
Darwin,
exists.
my argument is that I don't need to hold the belief. Listen to me very carefully. Whether God exists or not, my argument is that I do not need to hold the belief that God exists in order to determine what's true or not. Because you did when you were an atheist.
That's an assertion, not an argument.
That is an argument.
No, that's an assertion.
Well, it's an assertion based on my argument. Is that my argument would be both of us. Here's my argument. Both you and I were able to make a truth determination. You being an atheist, me being a non-believer. Before you became Christian, we both realized that something was true. To say X equals X, because that's pretty foundational.
Yes, we both live in a world.
So again, irrelevant. I didn't need to have the belief to determine what's true.
Irrelevant, Steve.
Did I? Do I? So I can literally live my life. I can literally live my life without ever having a belief in God that has no effect on truth value, like you said. So why do I need to add God to it when I can already determine that X equals X as being true, just like you did as an atheist? You determined it was true. You didn't, but you didn't need to have that belief to determine that.
Yeah, I never said, once again, for the fifth time, I have never argued that you have to believe in God.
Okay, so atheists can have. So great. So atheists can have truths.
No, you're confusing two things. I said God must exist.
That's just an assertion.
For us to have that. Yes, but you're conflating two different things. You're conflating belief in God with whether or not God exists. Okay, so there's a big difference between me not believing in God, but
no, I'm not complaining. I understand. I understand the difference. I do
understand because you keep making.
But I'm trying to explain to you that we're both agreeing on this. We both agree. I'm not. I think you misunderstand me.
No, we don't.
We both agree you don't need to believe in God to have truths. Do we not? Oh, that's what I was saying. So if we
yeah, but that's because we live in.
Okay, but that's irrelevant. I don't have to believe in God to have a truth then.
Totally relevant. Because I'm saying if there was no God,
okay, that's fine. But what I'm telling you is that I don't have to have that belief. But the atheist can have truths then. Okay, great.
You can have truths, but none of them are.
Well, it's justified. We can justify it through other means.
You can have truths.
How did you justify?
Because you live in a world.
How did you justify believing X equals X before you were a Christian? As an atheist, how did you justify it?
Oh, I just assume.
No, I don't. I don't just assume it. I justify it because I understand the topic and I understand the subject matter.
You just assume that your reasoning is.
Well, I assume those things, but these are properly basic beliefs. But I'm not talking about properly basic beliefs.
You can call it properly.
No, you can't. No. Do you know what the conditions are for properly basic belief? There's very specific conditions. Do you know any of them?
Yeah, you can come up with.
No. I understand that, but do you know? Can you give me an example of what would be a condition for a properly basic belief? Because, like, Reformed epistemology from Plantinga, he adds in things that are generally not consistent with what would be constitutive in epistemology of what would be a properly basic belief. Give me one. I can think of five conditions that I would say are what makes a properly basic belief. Can you give me one of them? What makes something properly basic as opposed to just a regular belief?
Well, I would imagine that you can't go further down.
No.
It's like fundamental.
Well, yeah, but I can tell you what they are because I do remember them because I've written about this extensively. Ready? So the first thing for properly basic belief is that it is an assumption, okay, and that they don't need to be stated. They're instinctually learned as children. We learn about these properly basic beliefs. A baby when it comes into existence, it starts apprehending its universe. Okay, it's instinctive when we have the properly basic belief that the universe exists. It's also universally held, means that everybody has to have these properly basic beliefs. You cannot form reason until you formulate your foundations from the assumption that there's something to reason about. There are also what's called the ingredients for rationality, meaning that the building blocks from which we build an epistemologically sound framework, a rational system. They're also indefensible. And most of them are indefensible on pains of circularity, which goes back to Hume's problem of induction. And there's also another one called revisionism. They're beyond revisionism on pains of circularity. You cannot go back and revise your properly basic beliefs. Once I formulate a coherent epistemic framework from those properly basic beliefs, I cannot go back and then say, I'm revising my assumption that the universe exists. That's what makes something properly basic, those five really key conditions. on average. Okay, those are the general ones that
Yeah, right. That's the way that some people define properly basic beliefs, and other people can define it in different ways.
Okay, I understand that, but then they're talking about, something completely different. I'm talking the way I look at properly basic beliefs. I don't really see a distinction between them and what Wittgenstein called hinge commitments, or what some people may call as blind faith commitments. I don't see any really difference between those three things. But if somebody can give me distinctions between them, I'll be happy to entertain that. But everything I've ever read about them, they really seem to be all the same thing. And so when you were an atheist, you were able to apprehend what is true. You're now saying later on that, okay, without God, you wouldn't have been able to do so. But as a non-believer, I'm telling you, and we both agree that I don't have to have that belief.
What part of if God doesn't exist, do you
not understand? But that belief is not properly basic.
No. What part of if God didn't exist do you not understand?
What do you mean?
The phrase, if God didn't exist.
I understand all of it.
Phrase, Great, explain it to me. What does that mean?
If is a conditional. God, being some creator of the universe, had no ontological status. Thank you. Why do you ask me something so stupidly basic, man?
Well, apparently I have to make sure you understand.
Why?
Because you
How do I not?
Ontological existence.
Dude, I'm the one explaining to you things that you've never even heard of before. Since we've been, no offense, but since we've been in this discussion, Darwin, you haven't heard of the principle of eternal verities. You really didn't know what properly basic beliefs were. You never heard of Ernest Sosa's paper, The Pyramid of the Raft. I doubt you know particularism from Methodism. I'm explaining all these things, and then you kind of have the audacity to say, well, I don't think you understand, or I don't, it's kind of like demeaning in a way, man.
Yeah, but I've told you 5 times now that I'm talking about the ontological existence of God, and you keep conflating that with whether or not.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm literally telling you I'm not complaining because I'm saying to you, neither of us have to have the belief to come to a truth conclusion. We don't have to have the belief. Correct? I know that. You agree with me on it. That's the point. No, you agree with me on it. I never said you said it.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just strawman.
Because a non-believer can come to a truth just like a Christian can. And I don't have to blow up my ontology. I don't have to believe there's a God in order to come to a truth condition or truth value, just like you didn't have a God.
You're communicating between two different definitions.
The entire frame of, one second, Jonathan. The entire frame of this conversation was, what if God did not exist? Read your own heading there.
I understand that.
It literally says at the very top, what if God did not exist?
We're just talking about, so if God didn't exist, you're
that's literally the topic that you.
I understand that, but I'm telling you that I don't have a belief condition is based upon an ontological status. Okay, in this particular case, right? So the belief that God does not exist is contingent upon a evaluation of the proposition God exists. Correct? So if God doesn't exist, then my belief that God, let's say I was an atheist. If God didn't exist, then my belief that God did not exist is a true belief, correct? And it's a true belief that, if it's a true belief, then it didn't need God to exist for that. It is a true belief independent of God's existence. It would be true regardless if God existed or not. Because if I believe God didn't exist, then the proposition is God exists, and I believe that's false. Well, for example, I believe the Christian God's false. Then it didn't need God to make that true or false. It just was. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that's your.
That's just the way it is. You're talking about what if God didn't exist, right? I mean,
I'm saying if God didn't exist, then there would be implications to that.
But let's talk about for example, just because to narrow down, I believe the Christian God doesn't exist, right? Now, if the Christian God doesn't exist, do I have a true belief?
I think if the Christian God didn't exist, but there was a God very much like the Christian God, then you could still have.
Okay, let's say that. Let's say I was a global atheist and I denied existence of all gods, and no gods existed. If the universe was devoid of all gods, would I have a true belief?
No, I don't think so.
How would it not be true? If the proposition is that let's say at least one God exists, and there is no God. And I believe that at least one God doesn't exist. At least if I believe that at least one God is a false proposition, then I'm correct on this, right? Or let's phrase it in the positive, if you want. There are no gods. That's a proposition, right? There are no gods.
Yeah.
If I believe that to be true,
Yeah.
and there are no gods, then it follows that my belief is true. There's no other possible way it could be.
Yeah, but I think you misunderstand what I conceive of as being true. So I don't think that truth is possible if there's no mind.
Now you're just making up other things. Now you're just like making all this other random stuff up. What makes the proposition true is that the truth maker exists that makes that proposition true. Or truth condition.
Yeah, well, all propositions are true in relation to other propositions. So if there's no mind that's responsible for everything, then there's no actual relationship between one thing
Darwin,
and another.
Think about this. You're telling Darwin, but you're telling me
with no explanation for its existence and no connection to anything else. So that's what I'm trying to say. There would be no truth. And if there was, it certainly wouldn't be knowable.
But that just bizarre to me because you're saying that
bizarre because
no, I am listening. But if the again, you're going back to you said, what if God didn't exist? Well, what if God didn't exist? And I am telling you, I believe, right? If I believe there's no God, then I would have a true belief. Because if God didn't exist, that would be the case.
That assumes that truth would still be possible.
Now you're adding some hypothetical that I don't need to have in my ontology or my epistemology.
You can say that. I'm just saying I don't agree. I think that is a necessary part of truth. Is that there has to be.
But if God didn't exist, then everything you say about God is irrelevant because God doesn't exist. So all these properties.
I think.
But Darwin, you're missing the point. All these properties. Darwin, but that doesn't matter. God doesn't exist. All those things about God. No. All these properties that you're assigning to God don't exist if God doesn't exist. There's no properties to be had. So if I said there's a red ball in front of me, and I said, well, that ball doesn't exist, then any property you assign, any made up property you assign with that red ball doesn't matter because there is no red there. There's no ball there. There's nothing.
It matters if that ball is a necessary precondition for the existence.
But it's irrelevant. If God didn't exist, then anything you say about God doesn't matter. That just follows.
No, it doesn't.
It does follow.
If God is a necessary precondition for the existence of truth.
But now you're by fiat saying God must exist by positing him as a necessary being. Which means you're kind of into the hypothetical of what if God didn't exist.
I believe that God is a necessary precondition for the existence
of truth. But we're talking about the hypothetical if God didn't exist. It isn't a necessary being.
That's like entertaining a hypothetical that is square.
No,
three
sides,
not at all. Steve.
I can't imagine a square with three sides because it wouldn't be a square, right? I can't imagine a square circle, but I can imagine what it'd be like without God. We all can, I think.
I don't think that you can because the entire conversation, you still think that morality would
but that's irrelevant.
Think that
I literally can imagine my life without God because I live that every day.
Yeah, you live every day because you live in my world.
I don't.
You live in the
so
world
you can't.
God.
So going back to the what if God did not exist, you weren't at all going in with the hypothetical as being something to discuss because you're just again falling back on God has to exist. Well, you're not entertaining the hypothetical. I am saying that if God didn't exist,
I am entertaining.
Then clearly you're not because you're going back to this. Oh, if God didn't exist, and I'm assigning all these properties to something that doesn't exist, but asserting those things to be the case.
I'm asserting that those properties are part
of God doesn't exist in this case. So it doesn't matter what's a part of.
Yeah, but neither would they. If God is a necessary precondition for those properties and God didn't exist, then neither would the properties.
But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't follow logically. The property is about God, right? Because if I say Superman can fly, look, if
God is a necessary precondition.
No, if I say Superman can fly, I'm assigning a proposition of something to God, to Superman, right? I'm assuming that if even in fictionalism that if Superman exists, he can fly. I'm assigning that. I'm not even assuming. I'm assigning that property to him. And it's true in fictionalism, Superman can fly, but not in the real world, right? So if the statement Superman can fly, that's only true within the confines of fictionalism. Okay? It's a false statement in reality because there's no such being named Superman. There's no truth maker to be had. So if I say God didn't exist, it would be like me saying Superman can fly. It's false because there's no such being as Superman unless you're talking about fictionalism. in which case you're making God now a fictional being.
I mean, it sounds like you're just assuming that God.
No, I'm not assuming. Well, yeah, I'm assuming because that's the topic of discussion. What if God didn't exist?
Yeah, and I'm saying if God didn't exist, there'd
No,
be no. That's
no,
me.
but there's nothing about God. How can that even follow? If God didn't exist, there's no property about God.
I said you're not listening to me. What did I say?
But you're putting properties to it. You're putting properties to a being that doesn't exist. Just like if I said Superman can fly. If I say Superman can fly, but Superman doesn't exist, then he can't fly because he doesn't exist. Except in the realm of fictionalism.
Man. If God is a necessary precondition for the possibility
then
of God didn't exist,
then you can't entertain the question. If you're just going to assert God as a necessary being, then you can't entertain the question. What if God didn't exist?
I'm entertaining the question. I'm saying here's what would happen. It would mean that there
doesn't follow.
No truth.
All right, let me get some other people in here because I don't see how this follows at all. Because you're assigning properties to a non-existent being. It'd be like, well, unicorns have one horn. Okay, but they don't exist. So anything you say about them doesn't matter.
I'm assigning properties to a being that does exist.
But now you're saying, but the question is, what if God doesn't exist? You're not going back, well, God has to exist. Well, that's not the question.
And other things would follow from that, Steve. It's not just God. There are other parts of our reality that are dependent on.
But now you're assigning properties to a non-existent being.
No, I'm assigning properties.
But the question is, God does not exist. We're assuming there's no God here.
Yeah, I don't
you don't understand, which is hilarious, to be honest with you, because the question is, because you made it back to the question, what if God did not exist? Means that listen, Darwin. If the question is, what if God did not exist? That means that any property you assign to God is irrelevant. I don't know how you don't understand this. This is comical.
You're asking about truth, and God is a necessary precondition.
Doesn't address the question. Can somebody help me out here? Maybe somebody, you tell him, Steve, or something. How Seamus or Axiom? How is it Darwin's not understanding what I'm saying? Because I think this is so pretty simple, but maybe I'm just not communicating it right. I'll take the heat for this, but it seems pretty simple to me that if a being doesn't exist, and you're assuming that being doesn't exist, then any property you assign to that being is fictional.
It sounds like Darwin, your worldview doesn't allow for God not to exist.
Well, we know that. We assume that. That's true.
Yeah, but even in the hypothetical, it just doesn't allow.
But he said he was going to argue as if the hypothetical is true. He was going to entertain that.
Which it sounds like he can't even entertain the notion. Is that true, Darwin? Your worldview doesn't allow for the non-existence of God?
In this situation, me entertaining the notion would be that truth wouldn't exist. That's me entertaining the notion.
But that isn't entertaining the notion. That isn't entertaining the notion. What that is saying, my version of God that I attribute these properties to, if God didn't exist, and all these things must follow, but there's no correlation there because the entity that you're talking about hypothetically is non-existent. So anything you say about that God is irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't really know what you're not understanding.
Again,
here.
This is not a limitation on me. This is something you're not understanding, Darwin, not us. I assure you. This is your inability.
Yeah, you're assuming that truth can exist independent of God. I don't believe that. I believe that truth can only exist if God.
Which means you can't entertain the question, what if God didn't exist? Which means you can't even address it. No, you didn't.
I said truth
but
doesn't exist.
No, it's not. You're still assigning properties to a non-existent being. What if God doesn't exist?
I'm removing the property that can only
as you said, do you understand what if God does not exist means? It means there's no God. We're assuming there's no God. So how are there any properties about God?
That means no truth. That means no truth.
But that's a property of God.
If I didn't exist, if I had never existed, my children wouldn't exist, right?
Go ahead, Axiom. I don't know how he's not understanding this.
It just sounds to me like I think if I asked Steve, is it possible God exists? Steve would say, yeah, it's possible. He doesn't believe it, but yes. But if I ask Darwin, is it possible God does not exist? His answer would be no. There's no possibility God cannot exist.
Is that true, Darwin?
It's a 0%.
Well, God is a necessary being.
Okay, so the possibility of God not existing to you is zero. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, but I'm saying if God could not exist.
No, we can't have that discussion because if you don't even go further, because if you already determined that there's no possibility of God not existing, I don't think you can entertain a hypothetical. Like, for example, I'll give you a very specific example.
You don't like the way I am.
Well, hang on. I'll maybe frame it this way. For example, I believe it's impossible for X does not equal X. However, I have epistemic open-mindedness to say if you convince me that X cannot equal X, I will entertain that. I'll listen. I don't think it's possible. I could be wrong on this. You can't even admit that you'd be wrong.
Well, not on this, because I don't think that right and wrong can even exist if there's no God.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right
but
or wrong is incoherent if there's no God.
I could argue, look, I can't be wrong about X equals X. However, if somebody could show me otherwise, I would change my position. But right now, my position is I can't be wrong on that. I'm okay with that, and you're surely entitled to that. But the problem is that by thinking that way, you can't even entertain what if God did not exist. I can say, look, what if X didn't equals X? I can entertain it. I can posit what it would be like if X does not equal X, and maybe come up with some reasons for that.
I'm literally entertaining, Steve. You're just not listening to me. I said, if God didn't exist, there'd be no truth. That's me entertaining it.
No,
you don't like the way I entertain it.
You're just wrong on that.
It is, and you.
If Superman doesn't exist, can he fly?
God is not.
But he doesn't exist in this hypothetical. If he doesn't exist, then anything you say about him is irrelevant. If he doesn't exist, you're just making up these random things about something that doesn't exist.
Yes. So truth would also be fictional. That's
why
my
would it
point.
be fictional? If something's true, it's true.
No, that's the whole thing. If truth cannot exist unless God exists.
So, but again, you're signing that. But you're just making that assumption. You're just saying that by fiat, because
I'm not just saying. I explained
it makes no sense.
Got to be a truth.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense because you don't listen.
Truth and value of something is dependent upon some kind of truth maker, as you said before.
It's time for bed.
Okay. Mm-hmm. If God didn't exist, listen, Darwin, and then I want you to tell him, Steve, to jump in. Darwin, and I really want you to think about this, Darwin. If right, the conditional, if it was the case, God did not exist. So in your mind, I want you to think, there is no God right now. God does not exist. In that particular case, right? Mm-hmm. Is it true that there is no God?
I already told
then
no.
You're illogical, and you have a contradiction. No, you have a contradiction.
No,
you literally have a contradiction in your ontology.
That is
you tell him, Steve, because he's not understanding why he has a serious contradiction.
That is a direct contradiction. Okay, so saying that something
hey, this isn't going to be a 4-on-1.
No, they're coming in one at a time.
It's going to be a 1-on-1, and I'm about to.
I'm mute. I've said enough. I mean, I made my argument, and I think he has a contradiction. It's apparent that he has a contradiction.
That is a clear contradiction that you pointed out, though, Steve. Is if you're saying that something doesn't exist, then it is not. You cannot prove that the thing is there. And if something doesn't exist, then it is not there. Truly. That means it's not there, it hasn't been there, and it's not gonna be there for the time being. Now, could something have existed in the past? Well, yeah, things have existed in the past that have gone away. So the question that I would pose to you, Darwin, if God did not exist at all in this current period of time, would it be available? Would God be available in the past? Was God there in the past? And it just does not exist.
God is a necessary being. Well, God is a necessary being.
God is a necessary. Okay, so what is the necessary? So if God is a necessary being, I'm sorry to jump in.
No, go ahead. I mean, I don't. And by the way, if people are raising their hands, I can't see it. It's all messed up. So just speak.
So
Steve, I got 5 minutes. So do you want me to spend this 5 minutes?
No, with him, that's fine. I think we can continue later on. I want him to explain why you have a clear contradiction.
Well, God being a necessary being, how come God is unnecessary to atheists? They're living their lives just fine. They're able to survive. They're able to live and get everything.
Because they live in God's world.
To consult a God for anything. So how is God necessary in the life of an atheist?
That's not what he's saying. I agree with Darwin. He's not saying it's necessary to be in life. He's saying that it's a necessary being that exists and cannot fail to exist. That's what he means by necessary.
Oh, okay. All right. So go ahead, Darwin, because that just threw me off as soon as you said that.
Yeah, there's two types of beings, contingent and necessary. So a contingent being is something that has its existence from something else. So like I'm contingent, meaning I get my existence from my parents and from the world. If there were certain things that weren't the way that they are, I couldn't exist. My existence is contingent on the existence of something else. Whereas a necessary being is a different type of being. And that type of being doesn't get its existence from anything else. It's necessarily existent and it can't not exist. Whereas I can cease to exist.
Okay, so following the prompt from that, what if God did not exist? That would mean for every single thing that has happened up to this point, something other than God has made that happen to all the way to right now where you and I are talking in space. So if not God, then
Yeah.
what?
Well, like I said, there'd be no truth.
There would be no so there would be no existence, is what you're saying. If there's no God from the beginning of time up to now, how the hell are we here?
I mean, that would be my question for you, right? Like, how do you think we're here?
Okay, so a lot of people like to use and I hate saying these words because it reminds me of a show that I don't like, The Big Bang Theory, where all matter was absolutely just blown up and made.
Yeah. What caused that?
Cosmic something or other.
Yeah, what caused that?
There's no answer to that. You can't say that God did it.
Well, there's an answer, you just don't know.
Okay, so and you're confident that God did. How do you
Yes,
prove that
I
God
am.
did?
Well, that's what we've been talking about this entire night. I mean, I could probably give you 15 reasons why it's clear that we live in a world that is made by a mind.
But if God did not exist, as in God was not there, God is not there, and God will never be there, does not exist, did not exist, how are we here now?
We wouldn't be.
We wouldn't be. So everything that was made.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't have access to truth.
So everything that was made, let's say everything was just there already.
Yeah, there'd be no truth.
There would be no truth.
Right.
So there would be no possible way to explain that millions upon billions of years ago, when all the crazy spaceship was happening and everything was blowing up into what we have now, that the only logical conclusion is that God exists and God did it. That is your only logical.
Well, Darwin's a younger creationist, so he only thinks the universe is 7,000 years old. So he doesn't.
Only 7,000.
I'm a bit on the fence.
What's that?
Only 7,000. We have fossils that date back further.
He doesn't believe that though.
Can I jump in?
What I would say, guys, if I can interject real quick here, is that to get to truth, what you need is a thinking agent, and humans are thinking agents and can determine truth, and we know they exist. And at this point, if we're going to appeal to something off Earth, a thinking agent off Earth, in my mind, those are best classified as hypotheticals and not facts at this time. So that's what I'm saying. I think, Darwin, you're appealing to a hypothetical, not a fact at this time. I think it's just a classification error.
Thinking isn't enough, right? Like crazy people can think. That doesn't mean they're going to arrive at truth.
They could though. They can still arrive.
They could, yeah.
They could arrive at truth, but it is unlikely.
Just thinking doesn't mean that you're going to be
able to have. That's not true. Crazy people have more truths than they do things that are wrong. I mean, every day they wake up, they're going to have beliefs that are true. But let me ask you, Darwin. I mean, I know you got to go. Is there any possibility that younger creations are going to be wrong, or is that you think is absolutely have to be the case too?
No, I think that's totally possible. Right. That's not a hill I would die on.
All right. Well, that'd be our next topic then.
I don't really talk about that one very much.
Eventually, but
I still think that we're gonna have part 2, and we're gonna just dive into that. If God doesn't exist, then it is true that God does not exist, because I don't see how that could.
I mean, what I want to dive into is how you don't understand that you can't justify your reasoning without appealing to your reasoning.
But I don't do that. I'm not a Sci 10. That's all Sci 10 presuppositionalism. But
you were doing,
because I would explain to you my foundationalism, and then I do accept. I probably tend to particularism versus Methodism. If you ever, like I said, you should look into that.
But you said you could prove
No, I didn't. I don't think I've used the word prove since I've been in this hangout.
Go back and listen.
Did I say prove? I didn't say prove. What did I say prove?
I said, do you have any reason to believe, like any justification for thinking that your reasoning is
No, I
valid?
assumed
Then
it.
you beg.
It's a properly basic belief.
No, go back and listen.
How can we talk about properly basic beliefs and not mention Plantinga?
I did. I mentioned reformed epistemology because I think that Plantinga is wrong. Because he tries to make belief in God properly basic, but it doesn't meet those 5 criteria. I think he has a basic belief maybe, but there's nothing properly basic about Plantinga's reformed epistemology.
That'd be something I'd be interested in hearing about.
Yeah. But, I mean, you would agree that in Plantinga's view, he, like Darwin, puts God as a necessary thing, therefore it's properly basic. But he's changing what properly basic is understood as in everything I've ever read. He's just literally just making his own classification of what is properly basic, which is far removed from standard understanding of properly basic beliefs. And I think that's kind of, I don't want to say dishonest, because I think Plantinga is an honest guy. He's exceptionally brilliant, but I think it's a little disingenuous.
Can I ask a question real quick for the room?
Yeah.
Okay, for the room, I want to hear if anybody, I want to hear what you guys think. So if a tornado were to somehow put together something that looked like a car, appeared to have an engine, 4 wheels, tornado goes through a junkyard, puts together this thing, and it looks like a car. Do you guys think, if you saw that it would be rational to expect the car to function properly? Axiom?
Would it be rational to expect the car to function properly if a tornado came and created a car?
Yeah, create something that looked
And
just
I
like
said
a car.
Yes.
You'd have to test it out, see if the car works properly.
No, that's not the question, though.
Yeah,
the question.
I'm saying you expect it to work before you tested it.
I wouldn't expect it to work.
See, I would. If I saw a tornado,
I want to hear Axiom.
I do think that you'd have to test it. It's my answer, but
holy smokes,
I have no reason to suspect that it wouldn't at that point. I mean, I think what you're talking about there is some type of you're not dealing with a tornado. You're probably dealing with something that has agency.
Yeah, it's supernatural causation, which if it's able to do something like that, then
let's say it's actually not agency. It's actually just a tornado, and this is just a freak thing. Would you expect the car to function properly? Would that be rational?
If it's a freak thing, I would lean no, probably not.
Look, if it's a freak thing and it puts if I inspect that car, look, Darwin, I don't understand, because if you have a car in front of you that a tornado made, and I inspect that car, am I allowed to inspect it? I can't inspect it. Okay, so what am I looking at here? A chassis?
So
how do you know it has an engine if I couldn't inspect it? You said it has an engine. Would I just assume that, or can I look at the engine?
You can see that there's an engine. That's it.
Then I have no idea. Then why would I think that it would start if it just had an engine and a chassis? That's just things thrown together.
I want rocks things. I guess she's not there. Jonathan, are you there?
Because there's a difference between assembling a car and just throwing pieces together in some kind of pile of junk. He's talking about assemblage. If it's assembled properly, it's going to function as a car.
Oh, like a car. I didn't say it will function like.
Then it's not a car. It's just pieces of junk thrown together.
In the shape of a car.
Well, know if it's junk or not.
It's a junkyard. It's literally what it's a junkyard.
That's the whole question. Is it junk, or is this a functioning car? Should we think that it would be junk, or should we think
it depends on the assemblage, which you're not giving me detail of.
Should we expect the assemblage to be?
I would expect it to be assembled, but again, how much of the assembly is completed?
Should we expect something like a tornado to correctly assemble a car so that it would function properly?
No, but if it did, then I'm going to believe that if I see an assembled car, I'm going to expect it to work. I'll be like, holy shit, here's a miracle that happened, and why not just go for, I'd be like, I mean, if you're really to suspend disbelief such that a miracle has happened, and I see it, listen, I don't know the difference between if I have 2 cars, one assembled by man and one assembled by a junkyard, and they're identical and they're assembled the exact same way, why would I not think they would both work the same way?
Yeah, you're not able to inspect it that closely, Steve.
Then it's not a car, it's just parts thrown together.
remember when we talk about our reasoning, we have no way of knowing.
Irrelevant. You're just throwing parts together. They're not assembled. Then there's a difference between assembled and parts together, and just throwing junks together.
So, Jonathan, what do you think? If in this situation, you think it would be reasonable to think the car would work or not?
No, it is not reasonable. But evolution doesn't work.
Okay, so Rock, let me ask you:
you don't know how evolution works
Rock,
unless you know how, unless you have.
Rock. So I want to ask him quick. So if a tornado went to a junkyard and assembled a car perfectly assembled, 100% correct, right? It was indistinguishable from a car that came off assembly line. Why would you not think that would work? If you inspected it and it was exactly the same, why would you not think it wouldn't work?
Oh, I'm thinking about how Darwin is saying that you're not able to inspect it.
Oh, then it wouldn't be a car. Just things thrown together. So I would have no expectation at that point.
Yeah. So if a tornado if a tornado assembled something that looks like a car, but I'm not able to inspect it, I would not expect that a something that looks like a car assembled by a tornado would work.
I agree.
It's like less than 0.001% in my opinion.
But that wasn't his initial argument, though.
Tells me that it's not.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
You said, I asked you if you assembled a car, and you said you keep on saying it's assembled. It's a car. It has as this. Then it's not. Then you're not talking about a tornado assembling your car. You're talking about a tornado that's throwing parts together that has the resemblance to a car, but it's not a car. It's just resemblance ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I said, Steve.
All right, well, that point, no, you wouldn't expect it to work because it's not a car. It's just parts thrown together.
Well, it might be a car. It might literally be a
car. No, a car has a function.
But this is the difference.
Okay, so, wait, so
the black box to you, Steve.
So the idea, okay, so the only way that car would work is if that car came from somewhere other than the junkyard. Because ain't nobody going to the junkyard finding stuff like batteries that still have energy, fuel tanks that actually still have fuel. If you are putting together a bunch of junk, it's a bunch of junk. But if your argument is, well, that tornado left that car there because it picked it up from the neighborhood just down the road, then it would be functional. But we have to have the method to inspect the damn thing to see if it would or not. To make the assumption.
Well, that's really not the point about the inspection. Obviously, if we tested it, then we would know. But the point about this is that we can't test our reasoning and know if our reasoning works. So the testing isn't. No, we can't. See, now you're starting it, Steve.
Yes, we can actually rely on other people to say that our senses are reliable, and this presuppositional nonsense that
assume they have reliable.
But there's nothing wrong with this. I assume that external minds exist. You can't demonstrate that external minds don't exist. It's an assumption. It's a properly basic belief.
Right. It's an so this is my whole point. Right. We can't actually show it that the car is working or not. And the question is, on which worldview does it make sense to think that the car?
In my worldview, a tornado is not going to come through and put together a car. So my worldview prohibits that.
Mindless like a tornado putting a car together, we wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think that a tornado could do that. So I'm assuming that a tornado cannot produce a functional car. Correct? Do you agree? In my worldview, a tornado is not going to be able to go into a junkyard and produce a functional car. In your worldview, I'd assume it's the same thing. Correct?
I think it's more likely for that to happen than abiogenesis.
Well, that's irrelevant, though. But in both of our views, a tornado is not going to put together a car.
I think it's incredibly unlikely, but I mean, how unlikely is fine-tuning?
Fine-tuning is a completely different argument.
10 to the 10 to the 100.
No, that's called Hoyle's fallacy, and again, it's irrelevant because.
You know how big that number is?
It's actually 10 to the 120th power, which Hoyle came up with. And there's only a 10 to the 80th power of atoms in the universe. No. So yes, I understand large numbers, but things statistically still happen, and they happen with iterations. But again, irrelevant. Do you know what Hoyle's fallacy is? Because it's literally a fallacy named after him because of this.
Sure.
Hoyle's fallacy is that you have these large numbers that appear to be so impossible, but don't take into account prior iterations. That's where he failed. And also doesn't take into account that even things that happen with low probabilities happen all the time. For example, let me give you an example, Darwin. A deck of cards has 52 cards in it without the jokers.
Sure.
That means that 52 factorial is how many permutations permutations you can have of the particular deck. So if I have a deck of cards and I shuffle them and I spread them on the table upright, it is 10. If I remember correctly, it's 10 to the 67th power, or 8. I think it's 8 times 10 to the 67th power, approximately. It's 52 factorial, whatever number that is. It's super, super high. It's about 10 to the 67th power. The odds of that, the odds of that happening, or the probability of that happening, was that to 1. But it did happen, did it not?
Yeah.
Okay, so something with 52 factorial, 10 to the 67th power to 1 happened. So Hoyle's fallacy is that he's, one, not taking into account prior iterations when it comes to biology. Nobody's saying that, some protein just came into existence, or that some cell just magically came into existence. No, it's not. It's literally iterations prior to this. Many, many, many steps in this chain.
A cell needs certain things to all happen at the same time.
Again, multiple iterations, step-by-step incremental lowering entropy for have something to happen.
Got to have DNA.
No, you don't have to have life to have DNA. Before DNA was RNA world.
You don't even know that. That's speculation.
But again, one time DNA was speculative. Again, science progressive. Do you think 200 years ago they knew what DNA was? You would have been like, oh, there's no such thing as DNA. This is some speculative thing.
Yeah. DNA is information.
That doesn't matter. What I'm saying, Darwin, is that 200 years ago, you would have been that Christian that said, oh, evolution. No, genetics, that's a myth. There's no such thing as DNA. But as soon as Crick found the DNA triple helix model, we were like, oh, shit. But don't helix, I'm sorry. I was talking about collagen just a little while ago, which is triple helix.
Darwin, I think, would have been absolutely shocked to learn that there was information inside of cells. He thought that cells were very, very simple. So this idea that like Christians didn't think that nobody.
Darwin also thought that things were blended rather than particulate. Genes were genetics was just coming about, but he thought that things were blended, hereditary things that happened, like Mendelian type of hereditary. He didn't understand that genetics was particulate, where you had two gametes. So, I think it's important though. You would have said 200 years ago that genes, it's just hypothetical. It's just speculation. So what? Science progresses, and in 500 years from now, when abiogenesis, let's say it does create the first cell, people are going to look back and go, oh man, those people 500 years ago, they didn't know what they were talking about.
Or that's just not going to happen. And
can I jump in?
Even if there was a naturalist explanation for abiogenesis, design would still be the best
Design's
explanation.
Not an explanation of anything. But go ahead, Rock. It's not an explanation.
It's not.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
There's been recent advancements about the precursors of DNA, about proteins assembling without the necessary, pre-existing blocks. So they're like...
Yeah. Well, they're not really proteins. They're polypeptide chains, right?
Molecules. So Professor Dave did a video 6 months ago, I think, where it goes into very, very deep about how the latest developments about abiogenesis and origin of life science has gone. So there is a very likely chance that DNA, it's not the basic principle about life, but it's that there are precursors to that.
But do you agree, Rock, that even 50 years ago, that a Christian like Darwin would have been argued, oh well, you cannot have self-polymerization, you cannot have RNA because our cells are set to have these ribosomes that exist, right? And these ribosomes are literally from basically, how should I explain this? They're from precursors, right? Our ribosomes are eukaryotic, but they came initially from prokaryotes, right? You have large and small subunits. These things have iterations to them. They didn't magically just form out of proteins and enzymes and things of that nature, right? Ribozymes were able to self-polymerize because RNA has that property to do it. And so you didn't need DNA to create these ribosomes to decode or transcribe the DNA, because in earlier forms of life, they weren't DNA-based. But a Christian years ago would have said, oh, you can have RNA self-polymerization. Oh, what did they discover? RNA can self-polymerize. So everything is step-by-step in science. And I've heard things 50 years ago that said, oh, we're never going to have this. We have it. Oh, the science will never be able to do this. They did it. And so to say that abiogenics can't do anything is just an argument from incredulity. It's just absolutely an argument from incredulity.
An inductive argument, which is
What
a
is-
fallacy, right? You're saying
What is it? What?
You're making an inductive argument. You're saying, well, because science has answered questions in the past, then we should think that
That's
it
an
will
inductive
answer
argument.
this
Yeah, why
question.
wouldn't we think that?
That's
No,
literally a
it's like
fallacy.
saying that it's possible that science is going to discover something that it didn't know before. That's not a fallacy. That's not a fallacy.
Yeah, right? Like if I'm walking backwards and I don't know what's behind me because I'm walking backwards, and I say, well, all of the steps I've taken so far, I've been on grass. So therefore, the next step I take...
a perfectly fine inductive argument. That's the black swan fallacy is what you're referring to. Is not a fallacy.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, Darwin. No, it's not. The black swan fallacy is not a fallacy.
It is.
I guarantee you. Go look it up. Black swan fallacy is not a fallacy. What it is a no. It's not. I'm telling you. I literally am telling you. I will go on record. The black swan fallacy is something that is.
You'll go on record. You'll go on
Okay,
record as
well,
being wrong.
This is not a fallacy. You have every right to have an inductive argument. What the black swan fallacy is something that is unexpected happens, but it's not fallacious. In fact, do you know the conditions for an inductive argument, Darwin? Tell me what a good inductive argument will have. Two things. I'll give you a deductive. Deductive argument has to be valid and...
Deductive argument has to be what?
Uh-oh.
Valid and sound?
Steve, I think your microphone disconnected or something. Because you just went quiet.
Is that better?
There we go. You're here.
Okay. Darwin, so for a good deductive argument, it should be valid and sound. Do you agree with that? What makes a good inductive argument?
I don't know.
Then why are you telling me about black swan fallacy if you don't know what a good inductive argument even is?
Well, because I understand black swan fallacy, which you don't.
So you understand an inductive argument then? So if you understand an inductive argument, what are the two things that go into a good inductive argument?
Well, I don't think that there is such a thing really as a good argument.
In fact, I'll give you an example of an inductive argument, and you can tell me why it is a good example or not. I have a gumball machine. Most gumballs in this machine are blue. I pick a gumball at random. That random gumball is blue. Is that a good inductive argument?
I mean, you're just telling me it's blue?
Here's the premise. Premise one: most gumballs in the machine are blue.
Mm-hmm.
X is a gumball. X is blue. That's an inductive argument. Is that a good inductive argument?
I don't really see how that's an argument.
That's called induction. That's basic induction. That's literally a basic inductional argument.
Shouldn't it be the gumball that I pull out of here would likely be blue?
No, that's not how it works. I guarantee it.
Why would it just be
because
blue?
It's an inductive argument, and because you don't know what the conditions are for what induction involves.
I mean, are you literally holding the gumball in your
So
hand?
do you want a crash course in induction since you're trying to tell me about the black swan fallacy, but you don't even know what inductive argument even is? Seriously, man?
I mean, I don't think that
I do know. This is basic stuff, man. Come on. I write a blog on logic. You don't think I know what an inductive argument is?
You don't understand that black swan fallacy is a fallacy.
Because it's not.
I don't know what to tell you.
But you're not even able to tell me what a good inductive argument is. So you want me to tell you what inductive argument? Does anybody else know what two things make up a good inductive argument? Does anybody? Speak up. Anybody? Come on, Dan, the machine. Anybody? Come on, nobody.
What two things make up a good argument?
Yeah, well, for deduction, you have valid and you have sound, right? And valid means that it follows some kind of rule of inference, and sound means that it's valid and that the premises are true.
Let's talk about black swan.
Hang on. So,
moving on. Why is black swan not a fallacy?
There's nothing fallacious about having a reasoned inductive argument. If I say I walk by 1,000 houses and they're all white, I can inductively say the next house is white. That is a perfectly fine inductive argument.
That doesn't mean that it follows, right? I can say all the bachelors are married. That doesn't mean that all the bachelors are married. Just because you can say that doesn't mean that it follows.
That's an analytical contradiction.
Obviously,
but that's not the same thing as saying an inductive argument. See, the problem is I don't think you understand what an inductive argument actually is because you don't know what constitutes an inductive argument.
How does it follow that all the houses I've seen so far are white, therefore
If
it falls
most,
the houses
because
I haven't seen will
because
be
if most of the houses I've seen are white, then if you have an arbitrary house that you pick out of it, right? Let's say I have 100 houses and most of them are white, and I pick an arbitrary one, I can say that that house is white. It's an inductive argument, and there's reasons for this.
Yeah, you can say that. That doesn't mean that it's correct.
But it doesn't. But you're not talking about a deductive argument. A deductive argument means that the conclusion has to follow necessarily from the premises and has 100% certainty within the confines of the scope of the argument. That's not what induction does. Induction does not mean certainty. That's why it's inductive.
Right.
And I'm gonna give you a crash course on this, Darwin, because I think you need to know this next time, because nobody else was able to explain this. The two things that are critical for an inductive argument. One is called strong. Strong or weak. A strong argument means that the premises are true. Cogent means that the likelihood of that argument is greater than 50%, but less than 100%. That's called cogency. So if I say most of the gumballs are blue, X is a gumball, X is blue, that is a cogent argument. And if the premises are true, then it's a strong argument. It doesn't necessarily ensure the conclusion to be correct, though. There's no guarantee it's called. That's why it's not a deductive argument, because it's less than 100%. So it's cogent. This is why you didn't understand the black swan fallacy. You're trying to tell me that I didn't, because you didn't, because it is cogent that if you say that most houses are white, listen, if you say most houses are white.
The black swan fallacy says that all of the swans I've seen so far have been white, therefore there are no black swans. That's the black swan fallacy. And that was literally shown to be false.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Okay, so you didn't understand what the black
swan listen. The black swan fallacy is this. I have seen nothing but white swans. There are no black swans. It's perfectly fine to do that. The black swan fallacy is that if you saw a black, listen to me. If you saw a black swan, it's that feeling of, oh, something out of the usual happened. But it's not fallacious to argue I've only seen white swans, therefore there are no other white swans, because that's an inductive argument. That's how induction works.
Literally, Steve, you saying it's not fallacious doesn't make it not fallacious. God. It literally is a fallacy. It's literally called the black swan fallacy. And it was proven to be false because black swans do exist.
But that doesn't matter to your belief, though. We're talking about the argument that I've only seen this, therefore I am going to believe that they're only this. There's nothing wrong with that. That's called an inductive argument.
Yeah, when you say there's nothing wrong with that, you're begging the question. You just say
that's not begging the question. Begging the question again is when you form a conclusion based upon a single premise.
No, it's when you assume the conclusion in a premise. So you're saying there's nothing wrong with inductive reasoning, therefore let's use inductive reasoning.
No, that's not at all.
I'm saying that it's fallacious.
No, again, you know that black swan fallacy actually used to be called a black swan event? That was the original term, black swan event. And the reason it was called a black swan event...
It's totally different. Something totally different.
No, it's not. Because the fallacy, the black swan fallacy is something that when you say something out of the ordinary happens. That's really the best way to put it, something out of the ordinary. But there's nothing wrong with saying I've only seen dogs have 4 legs. Or excuse me, I don't know a good example. I've only seen
there's nothing wrong with it if it doesn't.
Well, no, it's an inductive argument. I've only seen people that can't fly, right? So I can conclude by induction that people can't fly. Now, if all of a sudden you started flying, that's a huge, really mind-blowing thing, right? It's a major event. But my induction was fine. I can conclude by saying that all humans I've ever seen, none of them have ever flown. Therefore, I can, by induction, say humans can't fly.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're just...
That's not begging the question.
Nothing wrong in inductive reasoning. Therefore, I can use inductive reasoning to reach conclusions.
You can. You absolutely can.
Yeah, that's the very thing.
No, it's not. You can absolutely... Then what do you think induction's used for?
I'm not saying
when would you use induction? Give me an example of induction you would use.
I use induction every day.
Okay.
I'm not saying I don't use it. I'm just saying that it doesn't prove anything.
Well, I'm not saying the proof though. Induction is not 100% proof.
We have no idea what the percentage
It's greater than 51 or less than 100. That's cogent. If I say most, that's over 50%. Correct? Most is over 50%. So a cogent, strong inductive argument goes, most of this, thus, is this. If this is that, then this. That's a strong cogent argument. So if I say most of the houses I passed are white, and I see a million ones that are white, I am absolutely justified by induction to say the next house is going to be white. Now, when it happens to be black, that's the black swan fallacy, because there's an event that was unexpected. There's nothing fallacious by arguing that. That's your confusion.
Fallacy thought that the next house would be white.
Right, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's called induction. That's how people should think.
No, it's not.
Really? So if you saw, let's say you were, let me ask you this. You are walking by a million, let's say a billion houses, 1,200,000,000,000, and all of a sudden, the next one, I ask you, hey, Darwin, do you think the next one's going to be white? You're not going to say, yeah. You're going to say, oh, I don't know. I have no opinion on the matter. Even though I've seen a billion of them before, I have no opinion on the matter.
I would say I think that the next one would be white. I wouldn't say.
Did I say so? Again, we're not talking about surety. It's less than 100%, right? It's cogent.
Yeah, for practical purposes, we use induction.
Then you're justified to say the next house is white. That's not a fallacy. That's the black swan fallacy is not you arguing that the next one's going to be white. The black swan fallacy is that it is unexpected. That's what it means.
No, it's not.
Or saying that it can't be. It would be fallacious. Hang on. I would argue this. It would be fallacious if you said all the houses I've seen are white. The next one cannot be black. Like if I say all swans are white, there cannot be a black swan.
That's what they.
That would be a fallacy.
That's what they say.
No, it's not. That's not.
Yes,
no,
it is.
no. The.
That's why it's called the black swan fallacy, Steve.
Well,
they said black swans don't exist.
I'd like you to define the black swan fallacy, because Steve's saying that this is the black swan fallacy. You're saying it's not. What do you think the definition of the black swan fallacy is? Define it.
Yeah.
Sure. The black swan fallacy is where you see a sample of things that appear to be one way. So you see only white swans. So then you conclude that all of the things that you have not seen that fall into that category are the same way that you've seen your limited sample. So it's like if all the women that I had seen in my life were unfaithful, then it would be a black swan fallacy to say, okay, well, all women everywhere must be unfaithful. That would be a black swan fallacy.
No, I think you're having it right. If you argue the black swan fallacy, because again, there's actually different versions of these things. If you argue that the black swan fallacy is that I've only seen white swans, there's no chance, there's no possibility of a black swan, that's fallacious. But that's because it's bad inductive reasoning. That's sure. That would be considered a black swan fallacy.
That's what.
No, it's not. I guarantee it. I guarantee it is not.
What?
That's one version. I mean, that's one way of looking at a black swan fallacy.
I've been talking about this entire time.
Okay, well, hey, one second. So I just want to clarify. So you're saying though, if I see 100 houses or 1,000,000 houses that are white, and if I don't say, hey, Darwin, the next one cannot be black, but it is white, that's not a black swan fallacy, correct?
I would say that's black swan fallacy. If you're saying it is,
no. If we're going to agree, because one version of the black swan fallacy would logically be, if I'm arguing I've only seen white houses or white swans, there cannot be any black houses. That's fallacious. But I'm not arguing that. I'm saying all I've seen so far is white houses, a million of them.
Yeah.
The next one's going to be white. That's not fallacious.
No, I think you're still.
But that's not. I'm not giving you anything about possibility. I'm not saying it can't be black. You've already established that one version of the black swan fallacy would be modal. Okay, a modal version of that would be there's no possibility. Right? Possibility is a modal function. But I'm not saying that the next house cannot be black, so I'm not violating that particular variation of the black swan fallacy.
I think if you said, like, it seems likely to me that the next swan or the next house I see will be white, I'd be like, yeah, okay. I mean, obviously you could be totally wrong about that. Every single house after that could be not white. but
I could be justified believing the next house would be white, right?
If it seemed likely, then I think that it would be justified. But if you're like, there's no way.
I'm not
that
saying that,
any
though.
other
I didn't ever say that.
Yeah, where that would be.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying I've seen all these different houses, all these million houses, and we'll get down in here. I've seen a million houses that are white. The next one, I believe, is going to be white. Therefore, the next one's going to be white. That's my belief. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a fallacy.
Well, it really, it just doesn't
It does.
follow.
That's literally how induction works. I guarantee it. Yeah.
I know that's how induction works. I'm just saying that it doesn't actually follow. That's literally the problem of induction.
Well, no, that's not
So
the
when you
problem of
say
induction. The problem of induction is you can't justify induction by using induction. That's the problem with induction.
But that's what you've been
No, it's
doing.
not.
You've just been assuming induction works and then saying induction works.
No, I didn't. I said this is how you would use induction. What's the application? I'm not trying to justify induction by using induction. I'm saying this is how you would actually use an inductive argument. One,
how you would use it. The point is it valid or not?
No induction is valid. You cannot have a valid induction. It's not possible.
Right. Well, I never said that you can't use it.
Okay, but why do you bring up validity then? You know an inductive argument cannot be valid by definition. It's not possible to have a valid inductive argument by definition.
Yeah, that's why I don't respect
it. But we all use induction. That's what science does. Science uses induction.
Yeah, we use it for practical reasons. I don't use it.
Everything you do is induction. Almost every belief you have came about by induction, not deduction. And almost every belief you have is inductive. Science isn't predicated upon induction. Because here's the thing, Darwin. Let me give you a fact. Deduction does not give you any more new information or knowledge. Only induction. You can only acquire new knowledge by induction. Because deduction only arranges what you already know.
Mm-hmm.
So if you learn something, you learned it by induction. Dan, you want to get your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, we sort of adjusted, but what I wanted to say is that Darwin was conflating the black swan fallacy with the problem of induction. So, yeah.
I said too. Yeah, because he's trying to relate the problem of induction, which is we cannot be guaranteed anything, that there are unexpected events. That's called a black swan event.
Yeah, that was it. I don't think it's fair to just to assume we can't infer any conclusion from anything if it's not 100% proven by whatever metrics. But yeah.
Well, you can do whatever you want. Like you can think that married bachelors exist. I can't stop you. I never said you can't do it.
Yeah.
I just said there's called the black swan.
The way the black swan fallacy would be like the houses, right? Let me explain to you this way. If I say, hey, every house that I've seen is white, therefore all houses are white, and you say, hey, Steve, here's a black house, and I say, well, nope, that can't be a black house because all houses are white. That would be an example of black swan fallacy. I'll give you that one. That would be an actual example of fallacy. But it isn't. But what's not fallacious is me not positing that all houses are white. The fallacy is you're saying here's a house that's black, and I'm ignoring that, and I'm saying, oh wait, no, it can't be because all the houses I've seen are white. Therefore, there cannot be a black house because even what you're showing me is not a black house. That's the fallacy.
If you say something as if it's true and it doesn't actually follow, then it's fallacy, isn't it, Steve?
No, well, what do you mean? You can say something. Fallacies. There's two types: informal and informal fallacy, right? The fallacy here would be that I'm saying what you're showing me is not a house because all houses are white.
Right.
That's fallacious. But again,
yeah. But if you say something that doesn't actually follow, but you say it as if it does follow,
well, that's called a non-sequitur.
Is that a fallacy?
That's like all arguments that don't follow by logical rules of inference in an argument is a non-sequitur.
Okay. Right. So does it necessarily follow that I've only seen red houses, therefore the next house I see?
But that's not a deductive argument. That's an inductive argument.
So it doesn't necessarily follow? Or
inductive arguments, the conclusion is not guaranteed.
So it doesn't necessarily follow?
Correct, because then you cannot have a valid inductive argument.
Right. So it's a non sequitur.
No, because non sequiturs only apply to deductive arguments.
So it does necessarily.
No, dude, the term non sequitur, and I have the show called Non Sequitur. Okay, non sequitur only applies to deductive arguments. It makes no sense to say a inductive argument is a non sequitur. It's category error.
Okay, so does it follow?
No, but that doesn't mean it's non sequitur.
Oh, okay. So what
non sequitur is an error in a deductive argument where you're not.
Okay, what does it mean in an inductive argument when it doesn't follow?
In a deductive argument, if you have an invalid rule of inference, that's called a non sequitur.
If you make an argument and it doesn't follow, what is that called?
It depends. Is it inductive or deductive?
Deductive.
Inductive doesn't have a non sequitur. It just means it's not cogent, or it's not strong. Cogency means that the probability is between 51 and 100%. But if the proposition, if the premises aren't true, then it is not sound. But there's no such thing as a rule of inference in an inductive argument like there is a deductive argument, right? It doesn't work that way, right? There's no such thing as modus ponens in an inductive argument. There's no such thing as modus tollens in an inductive argument. So you cannot have a non sequitur in an inductive argument.
If that's true, that the reason for that is probably because it's just baked in that it's going to be a non sequitur.
No. Well, to me, it's category error, right? Because I don't know what it would mean to have a non sequitur on an argument that is not possible to be 100%.
It doesn't follow. Right?
Like, but it does follow. It follows under the rules of inductive argumentation.
All right, so though, like what?
It does follow. It's just not guaranteed. There's a difference between something that follows and something that's guaranteed. Because it follows inductively. It's an inductive argument. It follows inductively. It doesn't follow deductively.
Yeah. Well, obviously it doesn't follow deductively, but it just doesn't. It isn't necessarily the case.
But that's irrelevant. Right? Again, strong means that the premises are true. Cogent means it's greater than 50%, 51 or higher percent probability, but less than 100. So if I say most of the gumballs are blue, this is a gumball, this gumball is blue, that is a strong and cogent inductive argument. It doesn't guarantee that gumball is blue, though.
What do you mean? Aren't you holding it in your hand?
But it doesn't guarantee it.
But
how do you know that it's blue? If I'm telling you, right? If I say, hey, I have a gumball in my hand, and most of the gumballs in this machine are blue, and I have one in my hand, and I'm not showing it to you, and I say this is a blue gumball, that's a sound and cogent inductive argument. But when I open my hand and it's red, then my induction would fail, but because it's not guaranteed. But it was a good argument.
Okay, so you're saying that if I were to be looking at you and I were to be trying to figure out what color gumball it was, I would be reasonable to just think that because it's likely,
that's induction.
Then I should think that what is likely would.
Yeah. If I have 1,000 gumballs and 999 of them are blue, and I say, hey, Darwin, pick a gumball, and you pick one out, don't you think it's rational to believe that you picked the blue one?
Yeah, I think that would be.
Right, but is it guaranteed? No, it's not.
Yeah, but
no, it's not.
As long as you guaranteed, then it's not.
But it's not guaranteed. Though. 999 is not 1,000. One gumball in there is red. Let's say.
You don't say it's not guaranteed, then it's not an issue. Because if you say it's guaranteed,
okay, but I'm not saying though. I'm saying, are you justified to believe that gumball is blue?
I think you'd be justified to believe it was very likely the gumball was blue.
No, you're justified to believe that it's actually blue. That's how people think. That's what critical thinking actually is.
I mean, we're gonna.
We'll continue another time. All right. Anyone else want to wrap it? Hey, Richie. I see you out there. Samus, do you want to jump in real quick? Besides, I know you're keeping you up past your bedtime there, Darwin.
Yeah.
This was a good talk, though. Thank you, man.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate it. I really do.
Hey, guys, I'll close with this on my side. I was going to go back to an argument that was made earlier that if a thinking self-aware being can't trust its own reasoning, then that would mean that God couldn't trust its own reasoning, because God would also use its own reasoning to check its own reasoning. So it would apply to all beings, even beings that could be labeled God.
I think that would fall for any intentional being.
Not for an all being, no. Because God's mind is not finite. God's mind is not limited like our minds are.
Yeah, it would still use its own reasoning to check its reasoning, though. It wouldn't appeal to another being's reasoning to check its own reasoning.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I would argue that if God knew, then God knew. It's almost like a tautology at that point, right?
Yeah, using its own reasoning to check its own reasoning. It's a loop.
Or just
itself.
God,
that
or
any
God
being
knows
He just
by fiat.
reasoning because he's a perfect being. So a less than perfect being would not be God. So God is he's a maximal being, right? So
yeah,
that means he's reasoning.
Let me ask you this.
It would still be using its own thinking, though. God's own thinking, that being's own thinking to check its own thinking. You can't get out of that paradox.
I mean, you're just creating a paradox that I never said. So I didn't say God would need to check his reasoning. He wouldn't.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that it would use its own reasoning to check its own reasoning.
Yeah, okay, you can just say things.
Yeah, and that would hold because even if God was at a point where
it doesn't hold, you just say things.
Well, even if it's the only being in existence, let's say it's the only being in existence, there'd be no other being's reasoning to check its own reasoning against. So that thing of you can't trust your own reasoning, or why would you trust it? That would apply to any being, even God itself.
Because if a Christian posits God as something that's under its own aseity, under its own power, that's self-created, that's the uncaused cause, it would make sense that his knowledge would be knowledge, regardless of whether he has to check it or not. So I'm not sure.
It would still have to use its own reasoning. What other reasoning could it use other than its own?
The way it is, it'd just be it is, right? It wouldn't have.
Well, then that's claiming God is not reasoning.
Right. Well, I agree with you, and I think that there's a problem when you have to when you try to attribute intentional states. In fact, what is it when God's impassibility, right? Whether God has these emotional states, right? If God's impassible or not. But this is what I'm saying when it comes to Christianity. There's so many different variations that in which you're positing. I happen to agree with you, but the Christian can just come out and say, look, God's impassible. God has his own aseity. God is divinely simple, and posit that God just knows without having the need to check its own knowledge. Right? There's just be another thing.
Yeah. So then you're no longer describing a thinking being or a reasoning being. You're describing just an abstract thing that just spits out outputs, and it's no longer a thinking, reasoning being.
There's some arguments
I think that would disqualify that being.
Correctly.
Yeah, but there's actually arguments on that axiom that the way some people posit God can't have intentional states. But that's a whole different argument and gets into some.
I don't think you can posit a God that doesn't use thinking or reasoning of some sort, because you're no longer talking about a software being. You're talking about a mindless entity.
It's a very deistic type of being, pantheistic even maybe. But then how do you differentiate between that and Spinoza's God? Because I'm okay with Spinoza's God and the God of philosophers. If there's any God that exists, I'm okay with that. But that's not an intentional God, right? There's no intentional states for Spinoza's God. Let me ask you guys one quick question. I just want to, Darwin, would you agree? And this is completely unrelated to this kind of. But if I say, if it is true that I know something, then it must be the case that it's true.
If it is true that I
know.
So
if I said, if it is true that I know God does not exist, then it must be the case that God does not exist. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with it if it were possible to have truth without God.
Okay, that's fair. No, I accept that. Axiom, do you agree with that statement? If it is true that I know there's no God, then it must be the case that there is no God.
If you think that, if you know there's no God, then there would be no God?
If I say, if it is true that I know there is no God, it must be the case that there is no God.
I don't think that
absolutely follows epistemologically. It really does. And think about it. And this goes into a very fascinating thing on modal logic about that I was trying to discuss with somebody the other day on relevance logics, because this is one of the axioms used in relevance logic is very similar to this. If P is true, it implies that it's necessary that P is true. And the reason being is axiom is that if it is true that I know something, then it has already met the conditions that it is true. Because in justified true belief, one of the conditions is it must be true. So if it is the case that I know something, it has met the necessary and sufficient conditions to be true. Therefore, it is the case that God does not exist. So it does follow logically.
No, I get what you're saying. You're saying if you know something with 100% certainty, then that must be true. It's objective.
No certainty.
Hey,
but I think it falls back to Darwin's argument earlier, where he was saying that you could be wrong.
Well, no, I can't be wrong. If it is the case that I know something, I cannot be wrong because that is by definition true. If it is,
any human can be wrong.
No.
I think
you're not understanding the argument. This is what I'm saying. Epistemology is hard, okay? Because you have to get out of this mindset of what you think to be the case. What you have to do is think about it from an epistemological standpoint. There are three.
But Steve, you're agreeing with my definition of knowledge right now. You know that, right?
You said you subscribe to justified true belief. That's what I'm using right now.
Yeah, and I said that when you know something, it has to be true.
Yes, by justified true belief, that's true. So if I know something, by definition, it must be true. Because if it is the case that I know it, it cannot be false. Because knowledge cannot be false. So
you have to be certain about it.
No.
You don't have certainty, then you could be wrong.
They could. And if I'm wrong on it, then I didn't have knowledge. It means the conditional was wrong.
So you have to have certainty then.
I'm certain. If I know something, and I cannot be wrong on it, then you can have certainty. Like, for example, if I do know something, then it is certain that it must be true. Because it cannot be false if I know something. There'd be a contradiction there. So that would be certainty. But that's a certainty about the conditional implication.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's got to be, you got to have certainty. Because if you're looking at something, you're like, well, I could be wrong, then you really don't know it.
But no,
like, if somebody says, hey, what's the answer to this question? You're like, well, I'm 98% sure.
Yeah, again, I don't understand why you think knowledge requires certainty. That presents a whole slew of challenges in epistemology.
No, because if you ask me, hey, what is it, A, B, C, or D? And I'm like, I'm 98% sure it's B.
But that's epistemic doubt, though, right? We're not talking about epistemic doubt. We're talking about epistemological knowledge. It's completely different things. Can you say that you believe that I exist, right? You believe that I exist, correct? Do you know that I exist?
I believe that you're a child of God.
Do you know that I exist?
No.
Really? Because I would argue I know that you exist because I'm talking to you. That's justified. It's true that you exist. I believe that I exist, and I'm justified to.
Yeah.
Justified true belief. Why would you think that I have to be certain that you exist to be able to justify a claim to knowledge?
I mean, I've already explained.
It's weird, though, that you think that way, but it is what it is.
Because it's got to be true. And if you aren't certain, then it's
but certainty is a matter of epistemic condition. Certainty is on a scale of degrees of belief, right? I can have a weak belief, I can have a strong belief, I can have a very strong belief, and I can be certain. These are all conditions that relate to the degree of scale of conviction.
Well, I think maybe we're saying certain.
I don't need to be certain to have a measurement of conviction such that, one, I believe something, or a little bit stronger and say that I know something. I don't need certainty for that.
When I say certainty, I mean necessarily correct.
Yeah, I don't, and most of our beliefs are not like that. We can only have certainty on very few things.
But I just want to be clear. We were using the term certain differently. Maybe. So no, we were, because when I say certain, I mean necessarily correct. That's what I mean.
Well, no, I think that I wouldn't not use that. Certainty means you cannot be wrong. Cannot be wrong.
Yeah, so necessarily correct.
So if I say I am certain that x equals x, there's no way that could be wrong. There's no possibility of x not equal x, right? It's certain.
Yeah, so it's not a matter of like how, like I could be certain and actually be wrong. When I say you're certain, that means you are necessarily correct.
Well, I kind of understand what you're saying, because there's different degrees of certainty too, right? There's epistemic Cartesian certainty, right? A Cartesian certainty is not the same thing as what we generally use the word certain as, right? Because most people recognize we don't have Cartesian certainty, and most people don't go around thinking about Cartesian certainty. When we say we're certain about something, that means that we have such a strong conviction that we believe that we generally can't be wrong. But again, even people just generally will use a word like, oh, I'm certain of this, but they're not using it as we would as the term certain in epistemology. They're using it as a very colloquial thing, you know. But when I say that I'm certain that I'm talking to you, I believe that I'm going to call that certain. You know, I'm not going to use that as is impossible to be wrong. But if I go to a court of law and they say, "Were you certain that you talked to Darwin?" I'm like, "Yeah." Well, could he be fostering? Well, okay, that's fine. But I talked to somebody named Darwin. I'm certain about that.
Yeah, we're using the word certain differently. Like you're using it in a different way than I am. So when I say I'm certain, I mean I can't be.
Yeah, no, that's how I've been using it. I'm just saying that there's other ways of using it. I use it the way you do. Yeah.
Oh, of course. I know it's polysemous or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's. I want to hear what Make Lying says, and then I need to get to bed. He says hand up for a while.
Oh yeah, hey guys.
Hey,
Darwin. Hey, Steve.
Hey, how you been, bud?
Hey, good. I just wanted to ask. I'm not as familiar with the philosophical jargon, or frankly the technical philosophical concepts as you as Daniel. So forgive me if I go astray here.
Dude, you got a PhD in physics. Okay, we're idiots compared to you. Just come on.
No, I wish that was true. But Steve, question for you. What you're describing, if I understand it correctly, is pretty much the method of figuring things out that you would use in any engineering or science field. And I guess a question I have is, that sort of reasoning, it works from life insurance and annuities to building a nuclear power plant to like air traffic control. You can think of countless situations where NASA or the pilot of an airplane or an engineer building a nuclear plant use that, and it works. And then every now and then, maybe they do see that black swan event and they say, oh, there was something we didn't account for. And then they account for it. And if you look over history, typically things like air traffic control, things like missile defense systems, NASA spacecraft, the annuities on how life insurance works, right? Calculating the odds of will someone die or not as they age. They all kind of work and they get better and better over time. And wouldn't it be shocking if all those things worked and it wasn't, it was all like smoke and mirrors? I mean, there must be something, like at some point, don't you have to just say the proof is in the pudding? We can argue about this stuff logically for a long time, but then you apply it and it works. Don't you have to kind of admit that, like, at some point the proof is in the pudding?
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, look, when I was working in the nuclear field, right, I had to rely on the fact that the laws of physics are not going to change, right? I mean, if not, then I'm working in a very dangerous situation when I've got a 150 megawatt reactor at my fingertips. Not a good thing if I'm thinking that all of a sudden that things are not going to decay, as I was talking about before you came in. We were actually talking about nuclear decay rates, in which way I do have a question for you. But yeah, we have to make these assumptions that there is a uniformity of nature there. And the proof is in the pudding that we cannot justify that the uniform of nature will hold, but we can live our lives as if they will, because we have no reason to think otherwise. If I live my life thinking that the uniform of nature is going to change, then I wouldn't be able to function. So, like you said, in engineering, which is induction, science, induction, nuclear field, yeah, it's all based upon that I don't have any reason to suspect that these rules are going to change all of a sudden.
But there is a reason to think that they would change if you believe that the same reason why in that roulette table example, you shouldn't believe that the ball's going to land on snake eyes.
But you're conflating the conditions of the universe with the conditions that apply to the universe itself. And I think you have a major category error there.
It's just basic reasoning. If you think that the ball has landed on snake eyes 500 times in a row, and that's only a matter of chance, it's just coincidence, then the next time it goes around, you shouldn't think it would actually be unreasonable to think that it's going to land on snake eyes again. So in that situation,
but that's in the universe. We're talking about the properties of the universe itself. I have no reason to think that the properties of the universe, because we don't know enough about the universe to make a determination about that.
Yeah, but you said there's no reason. You said there's no reason to think that it's not going to continue to hold. And I'm saying that would be a reason.
But that's a case of something that happened in the universe itself, where we were talking about loaded dice, right?
Universe is the result of chance. If everything in the universe and the universe itself is just the result of chance, then you're not justified in thinking that uniformity of nature is going to...
Again, we have no reason. We have no reason to posit that the actual properties of the universe are strictly chance. There might be more to it that we don't aware of, but that doesn't imply intentionality.
Yeah, but if it is chance, that would be the reason.
No, because I think you're using the word chance again differently.
Is Daniel saying that we shouldn't build a nuclear power plant based on the inductive reasoning of science, that we should do it? Is there like a different method like prayer that we should use instead?
No, I'm fine with using inductive reasoning because I believe that the world is made by God and that we can rely on uniformity of nature. But what I'm saying is that if you and I make a line, I think you'll understand this. If we see a roulette table and we watch the ball land on snake eyes 500 times in a row, and you believe that this is just coincidence, you don't think that the table's fixed, does it make sense to think for you on the belief that this is just a matter of coincidence? Does it make sense to think that on the next go around it's going to be on snake eyes again?
It makes sense.
Well, I think it depends on what I know about the roulette table. Like, based on my knowledge of a roulette table, is it a fair roulette table or is it like a fixed roulette table?
You don't know, but you if you believe that the roulette table is fair, then does it make sense to think the next spin is going to be on snake eyes?
No, not if it's fair.
Yeah,
it's fair. Then
exactly right. Every event is a new event, correct? Don't?
Yeah, fair table would mean that there was chance, and it was just a coincidence. It's been snake eyes this entire time.
I was trying to explain to Darwin that the chance what we're talking about here is the fact that we're just unaware of the forces involved. You can still predict what it would be if we knew all the tensor mathematics.
Yeah, I think Daniel, I don't want me to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think what Daniel's saying is it's impossible to conceive of a universe that has rules that are predictable without a God. And so I think that's no. Okay.
No, I'm saying unlike. No, I'm saying it's unreasonable to think that the universe would be consistent and have uniformity of nature if it came from something.
Okay, but if there was a godless universe that did have rules, then it would make sense to use inference the way Steve is talking about, right?
Yeah, okay, I mean, it's like if a tornado put together a car that worked and was functioning properly, it would make sense to drive it. But if you didn't know if the car would work, if you had no way to actually test it or know that the car would work, then you just have to think one way or the other that either the car is going to work or it's not. It wouldn't make sense to think that the car would work. It would make sense to think the car would not.
Yeah, but what if there was a godless universe that didn't come about from tornadoes, just making things randomly? It was just a particular kind of universe.
I mean, any kind of universe that isn't coming from a God, we shouldn't think that. It's possible that it's going to follow rules and laws, but we shouldn't expect it to.
Yeah, but I think that's the disagreement here. The disagreement is not that it's unreasonable to use inference and so on. The disagreement is you think that there's a tight connection between you have to have a God to have some kind of universe that has any sort of pattern to it, whereas I don't think other people agree with that.
Well, of course you don't, because you have to use induction and you want to say that you're an atheist. So, of course, you're not going to agree with it. Right?
Well, you
agree with it.
Well, of course I don't agree with it because I'm an atheist, but I don't want to be an atheist. I just think the evidence supports it. But I think that's the point of disagreement.
Yeah. I mean, if I showed you that it was unreasonable to believe in uniformity of nature, given atheism, would you stop being an atheist, or would you stop believing in uniformity of nature?
Well, I guess it depends on I think it depends on the details.
I mean, those would be
because it could be because it could be that, for example, the speed of light, as far as we know, is a constant. Then again, more measurements could show that the speed of light changes over time. That's possible. Would that mean that a magical mind had to create that? No, it would just mean that the speed of light changes over time.
What I mean is that...
Well, actually, it's funny because in my lifetime, I actually seen this happen. Back in the day, the speed of light, right, could be inferred from other natural units, but now the speed of light is actually literally defined to be a very specific number. So it cannot. So we can change the speed of light value because we've defined it to be 299,792,458 meters per second. We've defined it to be that number. So we can change the speed of light just by redefining that value.
I mean, and that would mean that the speed of light isn't necessarily that speed, too.
Well, no, it is that speed by definition, because literally this is one of those rare instances where something. There's a couple things that are defined by definition, and the speed of light is literally defined by this value.
Yeah,
but that's a recent thing.
Actual,
I don't know. That hasn't been very old. I mean, I think that's less than probably a decade when they did that.
Yeah, but Steve, I mean, the actual speed of light wouldn't necessarily be that value.
But it just happens to be, by the way. I mean, it is that value. But I mean, yes, if the value of the speed of light changed, though, the actual constant, not the fact that we define it to be, it would affect every other natural unit, though, in a very profound way, right? No, mathematically. I mean, permittivity, permissivity. The speed of light is the speed. The fine structure constant is related to the speed of light divided by the square root of the permittivity and permissivity. So these things are integrally related to each other. If one changes by quantitative analysis, the other ones have to change. It's physics. We got a PhD in physics here. He can tell you about quantitative analysis. If force equals mass times acceleration and mass goes up, acceleration must go down to keep the force the same. This is all qualitative analysis.
It would have to change, assuming that your knowledge of physics
it's interesting
correct.
because one thing that's interesting is I actually think non-uniformity in physics would tend to require a miracle or a creator. Like, for example, if a new planet popped up out of nowhere and it had a message in Hebrew
that'd be pretty cool.
That matched the Bible, that would be non-uniformity in nature.
Right.
That would be a miracle. And I think I would be more compelled to believe in a creator under that scenario than, like, if there's not a God messing around with nature, then nature would have to be uniform to some extent because no one's messing with it, right? Like if an object in motion just continues in motion forever and is not being monkeyed around with by an intelligent designer or an alien, that sort of, I think, matches a godless universe to me. I don't know why uniformity says that there has to be a God.
I think you're thinking about that wrong, and explain it. The reason I think you're thinking about that wrong is because the only way you'd be able to recognize something spiritual happening in that event is because that's happening against the background of a uniform universe. If nothing was uniform, nothing about the fact of something popping up with, like, script written on it would surprise you at all.
Isn't that his point, though? I mean, it's so far out of the ordinary. And this is why, I don't understand why Jesus and God was all over the place with humans 2,000 years ago. And he wasn't afraid to show his immense power. But 2,000 years later, nothing. There's been nothing. Like,
when you say uniformity of nature, like it sounds like it's binary. Like it's either 100% uniform or it's 0% uniform. I would say, okay, some things are very uniform, like the speed of light. Other things are not uniform at all, like the dinosaurs just kind of went extinct because a comet hit the Earth.
No, uniformity of nature means that the
that's a technical term. Okay.
Yeah. The things in the past are going to continue to be as it was as far as the laws of physics, right? Like F equals ma is not something going to change, right? The uniform of nature is that these things that we're describing by the rules of physics are not going to change tomorrow.
Okay, but like someone, an intelligent person or people created Microsoft Windows, right? Mm-hmm. And Microsoft Windows is not uniform. If you lived in Microsoft Windows, you would get an update every now and then, and you would say, whoa, everything just changed. The source code just changed. So I just don't understand this link between uniformity of nature.
The law of identity, right?
For it could be linked. But,
right? I would expect that tomorrow x equals x is going to be the same, right? Would you agree that tomorrow you wake up, x equals x should still be true, correct?
Sure, yeah.
That's uniform of nature. Guess. Yeah. That the ability to do induction will continue to work. That's uniform of nature.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't see the link between if nature is uniform, then there must be a designer organizing everything.
Yeah, I don't see that link either. Did Darwin have to take off? Yes, I know you have your hand up. I just go ahead and jump in, and then Rock and Dan, if you guys want to just jump in, go for it.
Yeah, I think I miss a bit of the last intervention, but I have pretty much the same question. But I was wondering, how do we get around the unfalsifiability of God existing? Because I have a hard time getting my head around how, if everything exists because God must exist, however we get around that. I'm not sure I understand how there's any possibility of just arguing, because it seems to me that's the end of the argument.
Well, first of all, falsificationism is kind of irrelevant. Falsificationism has to do with scientific theories. For robust scientific theory, Popper argued that a good theory would require some kind of falsification conditions. Not all scientists agree with that. So whether we can falsify whether God exists or not is absolutely irrelevant to me. I don't think it's important. I don't think it matters. These are just postulates that people are presenting as propositions. If something's falsifiable or not, it makes no difference to me. Personally, that's just my view on that.
But why can I insert anything I want instead?
Why not? You can.
Okay. Well, that seems a bit.
Well, how do you think there's 40,000 different denominations? There's 40,000 different denominations of religion. All of them cannot be correct. So people have injected their own views in all of them in some degree. So you can posit anything you want, then you just discuss it. If I want to say, hey, look, I want to assign this property to God, let's discuss it. But as we found out, that we can discuss if God didn't exist, but as McLean and I both pointed out with Darwin, I don't think he can hypothesize what if God did not exist, because he's not really doing that. He's positing if God didn't exist, then all this other things happen, but those things wouldn't happen if God didn't exist. So there's a disconnect there. And in fact, McLean, what's your first name, man? I hate calling you McLean. Do you have a McLean? Can I call you by your first name?
No.
Give me a name.
It's McLean.
It sounds like McLovin.
He won't tell me either. Don't take it personal.
But now I've got my train of thought. Oh yeah, McLean. I was arguing this. If God didn't exist, then any property that you assign to God is irrelevant. Just like if I say Superman can fly, but if Superman doesn't exist, then any property that's contingent upon God, Superman existing, is irrelevant. So I had said to Darwin, if God doesn't exist, then isn't it true that God doesn't exist? Isn't my belief true? If I believe there's no God, my belief is true if God doesn't exist. And his argument is that's not possible because God must exist, therefore there would be no truth. But that property is contingent upon the existence of a God, which is a contradiction, because if God doesn't exist, then any property about that God is irrelevant. So, McLean, am I completely confused here? Because I don't see how that doesn't follow logically.
Well, I would agree with you, but of course I would agree with you. I mean, that's going to come because it's no surprise to anyone. But I mean, the thing I struggle to come to terms with is it feels like and Darwin, I'm going to put words in your mouth so you can respond, but sometimes it feels like to me that you sort of just exclude a priori, like we're not even allowed to hypothesize a godless universe. Like the only thing I'm allowed to imagine with a godless universe would be something sort of like Toonland and Who Framed Roger Rabbit, if you ever saw that movie. Mm-hmm. Like I'm not allowed to imagine a particular kind of universe or a multiverse where particular kinds of universes emerge. I'm not allowed to do that somehow unless I believe that there's a mind. I can accept the idea that I'm not allowed to do that unless there are things that supply that, right? What are those things? But do they have to have mind? You know, like why do they have to have mind? That seems like a very anthropomorphic thing. Do they have to have a sense of humor too? Do they have to have jealousy? You know, I just don't see the connection.
Yeah, so what I'm saying here is that there are entailments of there being no God. It's not just like you can turn off this switch and it's not going to affect any of the other switches, you know? It's like, to me, I feel like you guys think that the God thing
is like you turn off the light switch in your kitchen, and I'm saying no, that's not what switch that is. It's not just your room. It's not just your kitchen where the light goes out. You turn this switch, and nobody on the planet is going to have electricity, okay? Because it's going to affect everything down the line. All right, so I'm saying that there are going to be things that would be different, like we shouldn't expect that our reasoning would be valid. We shouldn't expect uniformity of nature. We shouldn't expect there to be laws of logic, truth, knowledge. All the things that we use in order to make sense of the world would be out the window if no God existed. All right. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't mean that we couldn't feel like we had truth, or we couldn't feel like there was morality, or whatever. But there would be no actual any of that. Just like there would be no actual purpose. You can feel as an atheist like there's purpose, but if there was actually no God, there would be no actual purpose, right? So, regardless of your feelings about it, that's what I'm trying to
see the problem that he has, though, Mike? Because if
the problem is use the word irregardless.
Yeah, I noticed that too. If God didn't exist, then my belief.
I'm just joking.
If I was the atheist, if God didn't exist, then my belief is true, and any property relating to God is irrelevant, because he's literally he can't really put his mind to the hypothesis. He cannot judge it as if God didn't exist, because if God doesn't exist, he's saying truth can't exist. But it would be true that God didn't exist. My belief would be true if God didn't exist. It's a contradiction.
No, you're assuming the thing that would be in question, because my argument would be that truth couldn't exist if God didn't exist. So if that's correct, if that is correct,
but it would be true if God didn't exist. It's
you're
true.
Actually the one that can't entertain a hypothetical.
Oh, I can, but I can't understand. I can't.
Great, entertain it then, Steve.
I can't entertain a contradiction. I can't entertain a square circle. You're giving me a contradiction.
Here's the hypothetical. If it is in fact the case that truth is dependent on God existing, and that if God didn't exist, truth couldn't exist, what would it mean if no God existed? Would that mean it would be true that no God existed?
No, it wouldn't be possible if God couldn't exist then.
That's what I said. Yeah.
But we're not entertaining that hypothesis. We're entertaining the hypothesis if God didn't exist.
My conception of God, Steve. So you're saying the same thing I'm saying.
No. But here's the thing. There's a difference between.
So how am I contradicting myself? Because you gave the same answer.
Because God existing or not is not a contradiction. A square circle is a contradiction. I cannot entertain.
It would be a contradiction.
No, it wouldn't
God
be.
Is a necessary precondition.
No, it's not. A contradiction.
You just said it would be.
No, a contradiction is when
the argument.
Listen,
the argument should be to show that God is not a necessary contradiction for truth.
A contradiction would be God exists and God does not exist. That's a contradiction.
But you just said it would be a contradiction if God is a necessary precondition for truth and God didn't exist. You said that would be a contradiction.
Right? It would be a contradiction by saying that there's no such thing as truth, but if God didn't exist, it is true. That's a contradiction.
Well, would it be true?
It would be true, yes. If God didn't exist, then my belief is true.
The truth would still exist if truth was dependent on the existence.
Yeah, so that means that your view it just makes no sense, because you're not entertaining the hypothesis. Because there's nothing wrong. Is it a contradiction to say God doesn't exist? Is there a contradiction there?
If blue.
No, hang on. Hey, don't. Is there a contradiction there? God doesn't exist. Is there a contradiction in that statement?
There is if there are entailments to God not
existing. No, absolutely wrong.
Contradictions.
No, there's no contradiction in that statement. A contradiction would be God doesn't exist and God doesn't exist. That's a contradiction. Just saying God doesn't exist, there's nothing contradictory.
Is there anything contradictory about saying logic doesn't exist, Steve?
No.
No?
No. There's no contradiction there.
Yes, there
logic doesn't exist. Where's the contradiction?
If it didn't exist, then you wouldn't have laws of logic.
It doesn't matter, though. I can say logic doesn't exist. There's no contradiction there.
You'd literally be using logic to say logic.
No, I'm not making any logical argument.
It would be like saying the truth is there is no truth.
And a performance contradiction is, like I said, I explained that before. If I say I'm dead, that's a performance contradiction, because the speech doesn't match. Because if I was dead, I wouldn't be able to say that. Right?
Let's back up for a second. If blueness could only exist if God existed, okay? If blueness could only exist if God existed, and God didn't exist, could blueness exist?
No. Not the way you're framing it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying about truth.
But there's no contradiction. But The problem is that I'm not arguing about blueness. I'm arguing about.
But couldn't you do that with anything? Like, couldn't I say
anything.
if ABC is the thing that enables gods to exist, and so you can't talk about gods unless you talk about ABC by definition. Can I invent anything?
Yeah,
and
sure,
and
you can
declare
say,
victory?
That's called a transcendental argument, actually.
You can say any
I'd
words.
say, hey, you know, every god has an ABC that creates gods, and so you can't even talk about gods, Daniel, unless you believe in ABC.
Well, you can say anything that you want, right? Like, I'm not saying
Right.
you guys can't say words.
But when the rubber meets the road, it's like, okay, so you can say different things.
I'm not just saying things, though. I'm explaining. I'm giving
What's the
justification.
evidence?
But here's the thing. What I'm trying to explain to him is there's a difference between metaphysical and logical necessity. There's overlap, but there's nothing illogical about saying God does not exist.
We haven't talked about that at all.
There's
tonight.
there's no logical. There's nothing illogical by saying God does not exist. There's no logical issue there.
There would be if God is a necessary.
No, that's a metaphysical issue. That's not a logical issue. There's a distinction there.
Wait,
There's
so
nothing-
are you? Just a second. If you're saying if God is a necessary precondition for the existence of truth, it's still fine to say God doesn't exist. That's not a problem.
That's a metaphysical issue.
So it wouldn't be a problem.
What I'm saying is there's no logical issue by saying God does not exist.
There's no
Even if
logical
metaphysical.
issue with saying that X is true when truth doesn't exist. There's no logical issue with that.
Well, then you have a contradiction because you can't say something's true if there's no such thing as truth.
Yeah, right. So I said if God is a necessary precondition for the possibility of truth, truth cannot exist unless God exists, then God doesn't exist, then truth wouldn't exist. And that would mean that it was contradictory.
But you're literally just arguing that God must exist, therefore you can't entertain the hypothesis God does not exist. You're not entertaining it. That's the whole point that we're trying to explain to you. You're not entertaining it. You're saying God is a necessary being, therefore I can't entertain if God doesn't exist.
Yeah, like
I am entertaining it. I'm saying
you're not entertaining it. I guarantee you, you're not approaching the hypothesis fairly. You're not. I can say good. If God exists, this. But you can't even say if God doesn't exist because you can't even entertain that possibility.
Okay, how about I grant, for sake of the argument, I really should be getting to bed, but how about I grant, just for sake of the argument, that God is not a necessary precondition for the possibility of truth, okay? So now where do you want to go?
Okay.
Then
First of all,
be true that
you're not going to bed till No Plum gets his happy ass up here because I haven't spoken to him in years. And well, stroke his ego. No Plum is one of my OGs. He is one of my favorite YouTubers that we go way back on. But don't tell him that because he has a huge ego. But come up here, Noel. But Darwin, the whole point was if God doesn't exist, then anything about God is irrelevant. This is what I'm trying to get to. If you posit that there is no possibility that God does not exist, you're not entertaining the hypothesis. Because I can say, what if God exists? Okay, let's run down that line. Okay, but you're not even able to entertain if God didn't exist, because if you did, you'd be saying, well, if God didn't exist, then yes, atheism would be true because that would be the belief that is true, right? But you're so dead set that truth must exist and only exist if God exists, then I think that you're really limiting your epistemology there.
Well, why are you saying I'm so dead set? Because I literally just tried to advance the argument and just say, okay, let's just set that to the side. Now let's go down this path.
Okay, if God didn't exist, and I believe God does not exist, if I believe that, right? Is it true? Is my belief true?
Yeah, setting aside what I said, then where God is a necessary precondition for the possibility of truth. If that is not true, then sure, it would be true that God did not exist.
There you go. No, how hard is that? That's simple. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but where did you want to take that?
Oh, well, that's all I'm willing to go on it because you were just saying, well, if God didn't exist, then there's no such thing as truth. But that seems odd to me because it would be true, right? If God didn't exist, it's the truth. Yeah, that's as far as I wanted to go.
I do have a question for Darwin. For on the practical level, if we go off of the logical, philosophical level, what would I have to do on a practical level? What would I have to say, or what would I have to do to make God smite me right now?
Well, I don't know. I'm not God.
Well, you seem to know a lot about him, so maybe you could give me some pointers, something we can get some tangible, just course of action. He gives us a lot of things to direct our way of acting. I think you should be able to give me maybe a couple pointers on how I could get myself smited. Just say that I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not God, so you can try to blaspheme or
Yeah.
whatever. Like, I can't tell you that God is going to respond the way that I think he will. So
I think that's a great topic for next
silly
time,
question.
though, because I think it's important because, back 2,000 years ago, God was smiting everybody, right? I mean, you did watch my 10 Reasons Why I Think Christianity is
2,000
False.
years ago is when Jesus was being crucified. I think you're thinking like 5,000.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, I mean, sure. Okay, the 4,000 years ago with the flood or whatever it was. God of the Old Testament was a pretty vengeful God, right?
I don't think so, but I can see why you'd read it that way.
Okay, but he interacted with man, right? He was able to show his power to people.
Well, he wasn't doing it like all the time. I mean, you have to remember that these books are written very far apart.
No,
so
I
you're reading.
understand that. I understand that.
Yeah,
but
this wasn't
why,
like all over the world.
Why won't he do it now, though?
Well, I think he does do it now, just in different ways.
No,
but I really don't know. I mean, I don't know what God's reason.
Because I'm telling you, if he did something like he did 4,000 years ago, even like bodies coming out of the earth, walking the earth, that would be enough to go, maybe there is something to this.
I don't think so, Steve. Jesus literally talks about this. He said, even if I were to send you, when he's talking to the rich man in the story of Lazarus. You know that story?
Well, I remember the Lazarus died and they came back from the dead.
Well, no, this is a different Lazarus. So this is a poor man. He was being fed scraps from this rich man, and they both end up dying, this poor man and this rich man. And the poor man's name is Lazarus, and Lazarus is in Abraham's bosom. And Jesus is telling this story. And the rich man is in hell, or the bad place. And the rich man sees Lazarus up in Abraham's bosom, which is kind of like heaven. He says, give me some water. He's still trying to order the poor man around. He's trying to order Lazarus around, I should say. And Abraham is there, and he basically says, no, you got your goods in your life, and now you're going to suffer. Whereas Lazarus had a very hard life, and now he's going to be here. So he's not going to be bringing you water. And this rich man, he says, well, send him to go and tell my brothers and warn them. And Abraham says, even if your brothers were to see this man, Lazarus, from the dead, they still wouldn't believe because they have the prophets. And if they reject the prophets, they're going to reject Lazarus. Now, remember who's telling this story. Jesus Christ is telling this story. So Jesus is saying, even if a dead man were to show himself to you, you're already rejecting the prophets. You have everything you need, and it's not going to be enough. You just make up some excuse, some rationalization.
My argument would be, though, it would definitely give people more pause. It may not convince them of Christianity, but if dead people started rising from the dead, we would have to rethink our complete understanding of reality.
It wasn't enough pause when the world is already intelligible. It wasn't enough pause when the fine-tuning happened. It wasn't enough pause when Jesus rose from the dead.
2,000 years ago, they believed all kinds of stuff. They believed that thunder was from Thor, okay? So they had, but they didn't have the science that we have now. Right? They didn't even know what germ theory was.
All science does is explain the world. It doesn't rule out God. It just explains how the world works.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Yeah, but I don't understand. And again, we'll have to say it for the next time. But I've always not gotten the whole, John 3:16. Just believe. I don't know why God gives a shit about why people believe or don't believe. It should be, hey, I exist. Do you want to follow me or not? Why does a belief have any relevancy to your eternal salvation? But we'll have to table that for another time because I know you got to go and it's getting late.
I mean, I would like to answer that. It's not about the belief, Steve. It's about the repentance and the giving oneself over, right? So Jesus Christ died for us.
He died for us, and it's not just a matter of belief, because the Bible literally says that Satan believes, that the demons.
Right, no, I
believe
agree. I agree.
Yeah,
with that.
so it's not just believe in God.
Okay, so again, why doesn't Jesus just say, "Here I am"? I mean, if Jesus was sitting right here and having a conversation with me, I would get lost to that. I'm a non-resistant non-believer.
I don't think that you would, though, Steve.
Why?
I mean,
Why not?
maybe you would. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, because that's what the Bible says.
Have
You have everything that you need.
Have you spoken to Jesus?
I have not spoken with Jesus. No,
Okay.
I've read his words.
Okay, but for somebody like myself, God knows exactly what's going to, like I said, I just want to be informed, right? I've read the Bible. I went to seminar. I mean, it's been years, obviously, but obviously everything in my life has not convinced me at this stage that there's a God, right? I did before when I was like 17 or whatever, but at 54, I'm not convinced of that. But God can convince me, and if He wants me to follow Him, I'm okay with that. But I have questions, and they're not answered in the Bible.
What if God can't convince you, Steve?
Why would God, an all-powerful being, can't convince somebody?
Because their heart is hardened.
I'm non-resistant non-believer.
Well, of course you're saying that, but that doesn't mean it's true, right?
Well, I cannot be more open-minded than I have been. I have had discussions for years. Most people, look, I know Plum has been in this genre for a decade or something like this. We've all been around, right? I mean, so I don't know why you would think that if rational people were presented with serious evidence, why they want to believe it. I have no problem with that. I'd be like, oh shit, cool. God exists. This is awesome. I wouldn't be bothered by this.
Well, it would mean that you would have a boss.
Yeah, well,
so what?
Steve, I think
have a boss.
So what?
I think the issue is just going back to the unfalsifiability, or whether it's special pleading because or gatekeeping or whatever. It's just, if you don't get it, you're never gonna be good enough to understand it or whatever. I think it's just
you're never gonna get it. You're never going to get it.
all the way around.
Well, I don't think that you guys will never get it. I really hope that all of you get it. I mean, when
I would.
5 years ago, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, I didn't understand Christianity. I thought it was a bunch of nonsense. I wish you guys had known me then. So I'm not saying you guys can't get it. I hope that all of you get it.
I will give you some advice before you go. I think that if you want to promote Christianity by attacking evolution, like you do, is not going to the way to go about it. Because I'm telling you right here and now, I would seriously need to talk to God about why He made all the evidence look the way He did for the last 4 billion years of evolution. I think it's very deceptive, and I would have some questions for Him, because you're not going to convince the average atheist, who especially knows science pretty well, that evolution's wrong. It's very rare. The younger creationism, I think, is your bane. If you're going to stick with Christianity, that's just my advice to you: is pick one or the other, because they're incompatible to me.
Well, I agree. I mean, that's why I don't believe in evolution, right?
No. Young creationism is incompatible with Christianity for me.
Oh, well,
because it makes God
it's not compatible with Christianity, though.
It is completely incompatible with Christianity, in my opinion.
How?
Because it makes God to be a deceiver, because all the evidence points to evolution.
Well, all the evidence as you perceive it, but I think that most people that are secular-minded pretty much have to assume that there is an old Earth in order to... Yeah, I think so.
No. It's a conclusion based upon massive amounts of scientific evidence.
I think it's a baked-in assumption, and atheists must assume
it's not
a
an
lot
assumption,
of
it's a conclusion.
in order to try and get to having...
There are atheists.
Life.
There are atheists that do not believe in that. There's religions like Hinduism. Some sects of Hinduism are atheistic. Some Buddhists are also atheistic, and all of them may not believe in a young Earth or a old Earth. So it is not a prerequisite for being an atheist.
That's true. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are very different than what we think of when I'm talking about atheists, but I mean, it's like completely different cultures.
Well, but my point being is that you need a hell of a lot to show all the evidence is wrong, and that just hasn't happened. In fact, I think that I think that religion is actually on the decline, and I think that a lot of it is because they should have stuck with just religion rather than trying to invade into the secular science side. And I think that's where they made a huge mistake, because I think that's going to backfire tremendously. And I talked to a lot of Christians that agree with that. Older creationists, right? Because older creationists at least accept the earth is old, right? And they're Christians.
I think that if atheism really is successful and people actually start living as if they are atheists, then people would stop doing science.
Because absolutely not. No, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, it doesn't make sense because you're not listening. But there are implications of atheism, and the assumptions that we make in order to do science don't make sense if atheism were true.
Yeah.
So
again,
you should read Alex Rosenberg. Have you heard of him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you read Atheist Guide to Reality?
No, but I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah. Well, he talks about this. He's an atheist. He's a philosopher, and he says that if atheism is true, then there's no identity over time. So, like, who you think you are right now is different.
Yeah, the persistence of identity.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all these things are not real. They're just figments of our imagination. Meaning itself is not real.
I could have that discussion because I am familiar with. We're talking about the persistence of identity. Are you familiar with Kripke?
No.
Okay, so something called rigid designators that exist. Like, my name is a rigid designator that I could not be anybody but myself in all possible worlds. And then over time, things change. Right? There's an old story about who was it, Hermedocles, that was walking across the river, and every time he walked across the river, it was a different river, right? And so you can never walk across the same river twice. And the same thing with the ship of Theseus, that how many things are replaced before it's no longer the ship of Theseus. I really have thought about this from a mereological point of view, and I've come to the conclusion that identity is a label. Identity is a label that we assign that will transcend all possible worlds. But with, like, the ship of Theseus, what makes it the ship is the label itself. That's the only thing that continues. So the persistence of identity is the persistence of the existence of the label that I take, but who I am changes daily.
Right. So, I mean, you just have the same label because you're just giving yourself the same label, but
Correct.
You're not actually the same. I mean,
but
you're really conceding what he's saying.
Well, but I happen to agree with some issues when it comes to mereological and persistence of identity. Because, like I said, the persistence of identity, when we wake up every day, we are a different person than we were the day before.
I mean, he would say you're a different person in the next instant.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that argumentation. And again, I believe the only thing that persistence in identity is the label itself, because we all change.
Yeah, I mean, I just, to me, and I really think that this is obvious, but if atheism is true, then everything that we're doing right now, when we're talking, is all just the result of chemical reactions, right? I mean,
yeah, I really think that's a bad argument, though. That brain fizz argument is so bad.
Why is it bad? Why is it untrue?
Because it doesn't take into account just literally decades and decades of understanding of philosophy of mind.
Decades and decades of other people and their brain fizz and what they said.
But again, we all have to survive. We all have to go through society believing that external minds exist. Oh, okay, then how do you function without that? So I
didn't say you didn't have to in order to function. I just said you don't have to.
If you want to function.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think there's no clear argument that mental processes cannot emerge from physical substrates and naturally.
Yeah, but if the mental process is still doing what it's doing because of a physical chain of events that you don't control, then your mind.
But I'm a non-reductivist. I don't believe that we can map the mind to a one-to-one correspondence with the physical substrate. I'm fine with emergentism, and I'm fine with even epiphenomenalism.
If I scoop your brains out, would that affect your mind?
Yes, but it's not a one-to-one correspondence.
Okay, so
you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I know. I understand. Okay. You're a substance dualist, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, correct. I'm a substance dualist. No. I'm a property dualist. I'm not a substance dualist. No,
okay.
I'm definitely not a substance dualist. I'm a property dualist. There's a difference.
Okay.
But I do believe there's two properties, the mental and the physical. But the mental does not, you cannot reduce the mental to strictly physical properties. In other words, if I had my brain in the exact same condition as your brain, right? If we're exactly alike,
yeah,
there's no way we can still say that we'd have the exact same mental thoughts.
yeah. I mean, I
More to it
understand.
than that.
I understand you have a position. I'm just saying that I think that if atheism is true, then we should. I think that reductionism would be true. Now, I know you probably disagree with that, but I'm just saying that there are things, in my view, that would follow that would completely undermine science and our ability to do it. Now, I'm not saying we couldn't do it. I'm just saying that the things that we ought to be believing, if atheism were true, would undermine science if we decide to believe those things. You know,
Just to make sure I understand, why should we trust a 1,000-year-old book over modern science?
Well, because the book is written by God.
Yeah, well,
so God is
notwithstanding, because that's the crux of the argument, because the Bible wasn't written by God, was it?
Yes, it was.
No, God didn't write the Bible. Are you Muslim?
Argument. So
who was the physical? What was the
about what you believe about my beliefs?
Well,
because I know
Darwin,
what you believe my beliefs.
The question I think he's asking is who physically wrote the Bible? Who wrote it down?
Okay, if I use a pen to physically write you a letter, who wrote the letter?
You
right,
did.
Not the pen. Yeah. So God wrote the Bible through men.
So he just beamed this information into people's brains, even though there's different variations of the Bible and there's errors in the Bible. He just beamed this information into their head.
That's literally what we believe. I mean, it's God. That's why we call it God-breathed scripture.
Why do we have 4 books retelling the same story?
Because there were 4 witnesses who decided to write the story down.
Oh, yeah. So God didn't write the actual book.
That's their
Unless
account.
You're Muslim, because I believe Muslim got it right.
Well, I mean, did they write their own account, or did God beam their information down to give them what account that they should have offered?
I believe the Muslims have the proper writing down.
No, I'm asking Darwin.
According to Darwin's account of how you transfer knowledge from God.
Did the canonical Gospels, did they write them in accordance to their own account of what they witnessed, or do they write them for what God beamed into their head?
Both.
No, it's kind of like one or the other.
No, it's not.
So they had no free agency whatsoever to tell the story that they wanted.
They told the story that God allowed them to tell based on what they saw.
So is it their own words or is it God's words?
Ultimately, God's words.
Then it's not. Then they have no way. Then there's no free will for them to have their own story. They literally
have free will to write down what God told them to write. And
but that's not their own account. Then they're not giving their account. They're giving the words that God said.
They're giving the account that they saw based on the words that God said.
That's you're seriously missing what I'm saying here. Either I'm writing down what I said. I'm saying, okay, here's my witness statement, and here's what I saw, or God saying, this is what I'm telling you to tell people you saw. It cannot be both. It's one or the other.
It's both.
It's just not possible.
It's possible.
How is it that it's both when I want to give my account, but I'm using somebody else's words that they're telling me to use? That's not my words then.
God inspired the account.
Well, inspired is different from beaming information in their head.
Well, I mean, I was just being a bit flippant there, but we call it God breathed. I mean, I don't know the actual.
No, and I get that, but I mean,
I don't know that
that's one of the major issues I have with Christianity. It just makes so much no sense.
Argument, sure, we can call it a beam or whatever. It's from God.
But inspired is a whole different ballgame, and this is why I don't believe the Bible's infallible. I don't believe it's inerrant, and even if Christianity was true, it would not follow that the Bible is inerrant or infallible.
Well, it would if Jesus gave us reason to think that it was.
No, it doesn't follow because these are words, and words are conveyed meaning, and they have connotations and denotations and senses and inflections and complexities of semantics that it would not make sense to say that these are infallible because they're words. Words can be fallible because they come from men. Now, if you want to argue that the divine plan is infallible, okay, I can't argue really.
Yeah, but we believe that Jesus rose from the dead, proved that he was God, and that he referred to the scriptures as authoritative, God-breathed.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm explaining to you that because it's written down, I believe that's it's fallible. Anything that's written by man is fallible because man is fallible.
I mean, it could be, but that's not what we believe.
Well, yeah, but you also have how many different versions of the Bible? King James, NIV, American Standard. Pick one. I mean, they're all supposed to be authoritative.
Just because people translate the Bible.
So which is the true Bible? The Septuagint, the Greek, the what?
The ones that are originally written. So
which we don't have anymore.
Yeah, but we have the manuscript, and we can compile what it was from the manuscript.
We have some manuscripts.
We have tons of manuscripts.
Yeah, I mean, we have some manuscripts, but
tons of manuscripts.
But the problem is that every printing of the Bible is prone to errors. Every time it's retold is prone to errors. We know this with mankind.
Yeah, all the errors for the most part are very slight. They're just like little spelling errors or little grammatical errors. And when you look at the other manuscripts, it's very easy to figure out where the error is and correct.
I'm not saying otherwise, but what I'm saying is that we know man is fallible, and we know that man's going to put in their own understanding. And this is why I personally think that there's such a dichotomous view between the Old Testament and the New Testament, because the Old Testament version of God seems a lot different than the New Testament. And even you have to admit, they don't seem like the same being.
Are you guys
in some ways I agree with you, but in other ways, if you actually read it in a charitable light, God is always looking out for the widow. He's looking out for the poor.
He's looking out for the widow by having them subjugate women and children to take them as their own for being concubines.
Like I said, being charitable. I could pull you up verses where he commands people to take care of the widow, to take care of the poor. And
by raping them and taking the children to be their wives.
No, so you're not being charitable.
But that's not. But that's really what it is, though. I'm not.
No, it's not.
If they're taken against their will and they're having sex with them against their will, I call that rape.
Okay, you can call it rape, Steve, but
because that's really what do you think rape is? It's a forcible sexual act on somebody.
Yeah.
But from what I remember about the Bible, even though it's been a while, the Bible makes it very clear. I think it was the Ammonites that God said, "Hey, go take their women and go take their children and do what you want with them, including to be their brides."
Yeah. Are you saying that I'm not correct in that the God in the Old Testament does not tell the Israelites to take care of the widow and the poor? Because
no, I agree. But at the same token, that's like saying, "Hey, you know what? Take care of your victims."
Yeah, I'm not here to dispute or to get into an argument where you judge God, all right? Because you don't have any basis for that.
Oh, yes, I do. I have a basis to judge your version of God. Because your version of God is your version, just like anybody else has a version.
You have no objective standard to judge God with, Steve.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, you're doing it, but you have no basis for it.
I literally do, because I happen to enjoy moral theory. And you do too, supposedly, right?
Yeah, but
so I can't judge the Islamic God, Allah. I can't say, hey, look, Allah never, Mohammed never split the moon. He never went up there. I can't judge that.
Splitting the moon and moral judgments are two different things.
That's not my question. Can I judge that claim?
You can judge a claim about truth. You can't judge a claim about moral truth if you don't believe in God.
Okay, so anything about Islam is I know very little about Islam, but I do know that they can lie to the infidel. Correct? That's pretty standard, right? They're allowed to lie to the infidel. I can't judge that. That's a moral issue.
I can't stop you from coming to judgment, Steve. I'm saying you have no basis. I didn't say you.
But you have no basis to say that.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, I've got to interrupt real quick. Do you guys take cams, or should I just sit here?
Take cams? What do you mean? Oh, hey. I'm sorry. It's funny. I'm on a PC, so I don't even see half of them. And so I apologize if you have your hand up. Just speak. I try to say that every so often because I may not see it. Like I see Dan has a hand up.
45 minutes. And
I'm so sorry.
Interrupt or interject or I leave with you.
Oh no, go ahead. By all means.
Okay. Hey, it's DS. How are you guys?
Hi.
I'm here. Yeah, to enjoy this for a few minutes. I've got some questions for Darwin. So Jesus, he was born in Bethlehem, according to Christian traditions. We don't have any primary sources that demonstrate or allude to that. Those are just traditions. And you understand?
I don't agree with that.
A tradition and a primary source, right, Darwin?
I believe that Luke is a primary source.
So we have no primary sources to tell us about where Jesus was born and how he grew up in Nazareth and born in Bethlehem.
If you're just going to act like what I'm saying is not even being said, then I can just go to sleep because I'm really tired. So did you hear what I said? Okay, so I disagree.
But those are traditions. I mean, you can disagree.
Saying that they're traditions doesn't make them traditions, right? So Luke is not just a tradition. He actually talked to the people that were in that area, gathered eyewitness testimony.
So Darwin, when I took seminary classes, when I spent time in seminary, we all this is the what you call a consensus of even theological scholars.
A consensus does not determine what is true.
But okay, so when I was in seminary training and when I took seminary classes, my professors were very much right wing, very much believers in the synoptic and
if your professors told you that Luke is just a tradition and an anonymous author or whatever nonsense you want to say right now, I'm not interested.
I'm not saying nonsense. I'm saying what
you are saying nonsense.
At seminary training taught me.
Okay, so, I don't care. Get to the point.
Okay, so there are no primary sources for Jesus's growing up in the West Bank, which is part of Palestine today. We can.
Okay, I already said that there is a primary source. So, Steve, I think I'm going to call it a night.
Well, I know Matthew and Luke both allude to it, but I don't know what's it.
I'd encourage you, Darwin, to provide a source for that nonsense in the Jumbotron, if you'd like. So, okay,
Matthew and Luke?
There are no primary sources from the first
All right,
century.
Steve, do you want to say goodnight? Because I'm not going to talk to this guy.
It's okay.
I would have one last question for Darwin.
Number one, Jesus spoke Aramaic. The Bible.
All right, Steve, if you're going to let this guy keep talking.
The Bibles aren't written.
Hang on, DSS.
The Bibles are written. The Gospels are written in what they call Keona Greek.
Quantine Greek.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night.
All right, Darren. I got to wrap it up soon. Let me just point out if you guys want, since I've been doing these on Saturdays, probably message me, DM me, and I'll add you to the list of people that I tag when I do these things. I'm trying to add DS, and for some reason I can't add them to the members list.
Hey, Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's up?
How are you, brother?
Good. How you been?
Hey, you guys have a good night.
Good. Hold on, Darwin. Don't leave you. I had a question for you.
All right, last one.
Yeah. Well, it's not gonna take long. I just kind of wanted to piggyback on certain things that Daniel was saying. I really encourage you guys to, if you're a Christian in here, don't be afraid to bite the bullet about the Bible being authoritative and your ultimate source and your ultimate standard. Because if you don't, then you're gonna run into all kinds of problems. Another thing was that someone was here saying something about, and I don't know much about Islam neither, but I guess he alluded to saying the Muslims got it correct. I would tell you that just the Islamic concept of God is irrational because it doesn't solve the problem of oneness and plurality, because the Islamic God is just one God. Another thing was as far as the Bible's concerned, there are no mistakes in the Bible. There's maybe what they call the what's the name of that word? Textual variances in the Bible. No mistakes though. So
well, I think that's kind of actually completely wrong. We know we know there's attestation issues.
I would say
there's scribal errors
because we have over 5,000 manuscripts, and the more we find, like the much more information we have, and we can have better translations. So Yeah, and as far as you know, you guys said a lot, so I'm sorry if I'm just kind of like, you know,
Oh, no
shocked.
worries. Yeah, I am going to wrap this up.
Yeah, I know you're gonna wrap it up, and yeah, look, this all. First of all, Steve, this was great. Like this was
Thank you. This was fun, and thank you, Darwin, a good interlocutor.
Yeah,
you know, I think that Darwin has a lot of precept stuff, but when he does make a good point, he does make a good point, and I don't think people should dismiss Darwin out of hand.
Yeah, no, I think I've been listening the whole time, and I think he held his own.
Yeah, no, dude, he held well. I mean, we got a mix of people in here, though. I mean,
yeah, I know, and yeah, Steve, but I just wanted to tell you, you know, this was great. It was a great listen, and I hope you do more of them.
Thank you.
And
when I feel up to it, usually Saturdays because I feel better on the weekends, and my roommate is up.
Yeah, you're my favorite guy, man. I don't care what
you're the best, man.
About you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't care what people say. Look, I stopped giving a damn what people say about me ages ago. I don't care. I don't stream that much. I'm not. You know, I don't have any online presence like I used to have, and I don't care. I have in real life stuff that I focus on, and I do these when I can, and I just do it for fun. I'm gonna upload this to my YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, like I said, Steve, you're a good
thank
dude.
you, man. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate when you do these kind of things. And Daniel, man, I was impressed listening to you. So I just wanted to tell you.
He held his own. I give him props. Yeah.
All right, Steve. Have a good night, brother.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you, Darwin. Thank you, Richie. Seamus. I know you didn't get to say much. We'll talk to you next time, maybe. Axiom, thank you for everything you added. Rock, thank you. Dan, thank you. He still has his hand up, so I don't know if you want to say something. Kevin, Kat, and who else we got? Nick. So thank you guys, and I will be ending this and going to bed. So good night.
Thanks, Steve.
Later, guys. Oh, and message me if you want to be added to the list when I tag people for these things. It's growing pretty quick, so let me know. Night.
Good night, Steve.